krld-fm and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
6 seconds from going to the national championship. Snap. Chambliss drifts to his left. He lets it fly deep in the end zone. It is knocked away. Knocked away. Incomplete. No time left. No time left. Miami wins. Miami wins. Miami's going to the national championship, Don. We're going to the national championship.
Was it P.I.? Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to the Friday edition live of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3. The Fan got the entire morning family with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton, Aiden running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with an absolute back-and-forth thriller last night as the number 10 seed Miami Hurricanes finally end the storybook run of Ole Miss 31-27 at the Fiesta Bowl.
Man, and I don't know. It's like I don't know if I could say, because they were the last team in Miami. They were the last team in. So they in the college basketball sense, they're like the ultimate Cinderella.
Makes the committee look good.
It does. It does. It makes it look very good. That they chose them over Notre Dame, that they put them in.
Notre Dame would not have gone this far.
You don't think so?
No.
Who they have? They had C.J. Carr, quarterback, and obviously. Carson Beck wasn't elite or anything last night. He made some really nice plays, some smart, heady plays. But that's what you do when you're 30 years old. He's seen everything. Whereas a C.J. Carr,
7 years that I hear them say for Beck.
Yeah, I mean that's not college sports. Okay,
23.
That's not college. It's not fair. He's seeing things at a different level. I'll tell you, you asked about if that was that PI or not at the end. I was so focused on how stupid that play call was. Like, that was just a give up. Hey, their whole game plan seemed to be just give the ball to Trinidad Chambliss, let him do things. That was ripe for a crossing route, hook and ladder to the other way. Because they only had two guys back. They had two guys back, and they were shaded to the right. That was right for that. That was a stupid play call, so they don't deserve.
They had to put it in the end. They're 25 yards away from the end zone.
No, I know, I understand that, but you don't have to put it in the corner of the end zone like that on a rollout. That was a hook and ladder type. That's what you had to do right there. Get the ball to the 10, hook and ladder it in, baby.
Okay, NFL blitz over here.
I don't know that, regardless of if it's interference or not, that they will ever call that there.
Right.
And that's just the thing, is that to me, I look at it and I go, I think I'd be mad if they called it, even if it is real, because it's just a little bit like...
If it was in the first quarter...
I think that's 100% pass interference if it's in the first quarter. But yeah,
if it's a penalty in the first, it's penalty in the fourth.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, jaywalking's a crime too, but I mean, it's a little right. That's what I mean. It's in some instances it's not. It's for enforcement. No, PI is at the end when everybody's just flooding to the end zone. Now that's not a total Hail Mary. It's a deep shot, 38 yards, but that's not a total Hail Mary. But you kind of know everybody's funneling the same direction and that it's going to get physical. And I feel like unless you are, because you'll see this on Hail Marys now. They will tackle people when it's one of those 60-yard Hail Marys, and they don't really care about it. So I think just in that instance, referees already make up in their mind, unless somebody is tackled physically, bear hugged, you don't call it.
I decided to live bet this game. I said, all right, I'm going to get a read, I'm going to get a feel for it, and early on I thought it was going to be Miami dominance. I bet it at 3-0, and I'm taking the Hurricanes because...
Hell, they had an 8-minute drive.
They had multiple.
Yeah.
They had 4 drives with at least 13 plays. And I think that set some type of record. But I just thought physically they were going to shut Ole Miss down. And then Lacey breaks off that long run, then seems to be used as a decoy throughout the rest of the game.
Get a hammy.
Yeah, but then he did get some handoffs late. So back and forth, obviously. I think we had 4 lead changes in the last 5 minutes. And then Miami would have made me win the bet comfortably. They had 4 dropped interceptions.
Yeah.
4 dropped interceptions, penalties, right? When you decide that you're going to be this 13 play drive offense, you can't go backwards 10 yards. You can't go backwards 5 yards. So the 3rd and 13s bit them. Their right guard with multiple false starts, and Chambliss stepped up and balled out. What a story. D2?
It was at Ferris State, so he won the title last year, and he obviously transfers to Ole Miss. And then he was trying to get a waiver. He was trying to get a waiver to come back next year. And then it was announced last week that if he does come back, he'll go back to Ole Miss instead of following Lane Kiffin. He is a treat to watch.
Yes.
He's fun to watch.
And they said, we're not going to try to match Miami's physicality. At one point, they had 20 straight throws. I think it was like 1 first down run by halftime. They're like, we're not going to set ourselves up for 2nd and 10 here every single time. We're not going to do it against these vaunted DNs.
Yeah, and that's the concern there is that, all right, if you're not going to set yourself up for 2nd and 10, you might be setting up for 2nd and 17 because of this pass rush, and that you're going to get sacked a bunch. Ole Miss did a good job, not putting themselves in those situations. Miami got 1 sack in this game. That was not something Ohio State could do. Ohio State could not stop that.
Right. I was trying to focus on these Miami DNs as a future Dallas Cowboy, and I was not noticing that.
No, Ole Miss did a good job. And this is it's interesting to me how this is. I don't know if this is because of the 12 team or how it's done it, or just because of the portal and the way that you build teams now, but. These playoffs, these big games, it's come to the point, the CFP or the college football bowl season just used to still be, it was college football like it had been throughout the year. This is now starting to morph like the NFL.
Oh, it's a lot of that,
where there's January football for college football. This has turned into really hard-nosed, tight defensive games, running the ball a lot.
Like Ben Johnson talked about.
It's right, but that's always been the case with the NFL, it feels like. Or in baseball, when they talk about October baseball, it's different. College football's always been, you look at the first, when they went to the CFP, the first several national title games were 42-20, 45-40, 35-31. It was still college football the way it always is. Yep. But we see 10-3 Miami winning. They won 24-14. This one they scored big late, but this was a struggle early on.
It's a good point, because it also, the sport in general, with NIL and with the portal, because you don't have super teams anymore. Right, you don't have teams that just hoard all the talent. These games are decided by the slimmest of margins now. Your margin for error last night. Miami could have been bit by a missed field goal. Ole Miss had a ball. If it's an inch to the right, hits the upright, and it goes in instead of coming out. Well, that went in. They have a chance to kick a field goal there at the end versus having to go for the touchdown. These things are by the slimmest of margins now, where it used to be, it was just, hey, we're going to just line up and beat you.
It's trench football now. College football has never been a trench football game primarily, and it's become that during the CFP. And, we're talking about thin margins. Miami barely wins this game. They barely win this game. And in order to get to that, just to have that razor-thin victory, they had to go 13 for 21 on 3rd and 4th down. 13 conversions on 3rd and 4th down. That's ridiculous.
And then you saw that wide receiver that everyone's been talking about. It's just get it in his hands, Tyreek Hill and let him go ahead and break away with Tony with what looked like was going to be the game-winning touchdown. Ole Miss then answers with 3:13 left. They are up 3, and then Beck with the game-winning rushing touchdown on Miami radio with 18 seconds left.
What are your thoughts about him?
Who?
Beck.
He's so mid. He's so mid. This is a perfect example.
I'll give him credit for that last drive. Yeah. Conversion, and then the touchdown run. But man,
there was a lot of
he had some clutch spots.
No, but there was throws on the last drive too that
he's not good.
Wildly missed. Even the deep ball touchdown, the guy was wide open. When he threw up other deep balls, it felt like it was hanging up there forever, and it was not put on time or in the place in terms of leading a receiver that you want to see. Chambliss to me is, and I had tweeted this, my guy Roy from Wild Fork was like, Chambliss is so much better, and I was like, it's not even close. And then Beck sits there and comes up clutch, and people are like, now what? It doesn't change anything.
Right.
He had a moment or two, but no, he's mid. I would definitely not have him as my backup NFL quarterback.
I do not trust that dude. I do not want him at the NFL level at all.
What's his projection?
He's thought he could go in the second round. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
I'm thinking of him immediately in my mind, versus Quinn. like who I would rather have. And Quinn, I agree. Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, I'd rather have Quinn.
Oh.
I didn't love Quinn.
Yeah. Didn't he go in the 7th?
Yeah, which was probably not really realistically where his talent was. There's concerns about his injury and stuff. I think he goes in the 4th if his injury history's fine. But Beck is.
That's where I think Beck will wind up. Probably the 4th.
Walchuk texted me and Chiafalo last night, and he goes, just to his commentary about the game he was like, I hate the way Carson Beck looks. He's just so ugly.
Yeah.
He looks like Butthead.
It's his look.
He looks like Butthead.
Like a drunk raccoon a little bit.
Like
them eyes just, he got sunken eyes.
for my bunghole.
Of course, when Miami wins,
Beavis.
and they're going to be playing the national championship game against tonight's winner at Hard Rock. So it'll be interesting to see the Miami fans, who I'm always taking shots at.
That is my number one most hated fan base in college athletics.
What?
My number 2 is UConn basketball.
What about Michigan?
No. See, Miami football and UConn basketball, I think they're the same person. They're all the Italian dudes who wear tank top basketball jerseys. Okay, without a shirt underneath.
Yeah.
First of all, no, basketball jerseys are not a jersey that people wear in public. You wear them only to the game. These guys wear them in public. They're just so in your face. They're the worst.
We're talking about Miami
fans. They are the worst of every Yankee fan that's out there.
They are the worst when they're good.
When they're good, and then they're gone. You don't hear from them when they're bad. Nobody goes to the games.
Yeah,
This is not going to be a home field advantage for them. There's going to be 3 people there.
They bandwagon. It's what they do. But yeah, I mean, man, I don't know if I would say they're the worst. I got to think about there's a lot. Alabama fans are bad to me.
Oh no,
I know you had good experiences
so nice.
with them.
They don't trash talk.
Texas fans are the worst.
You know what's the worst? No, the worst is the SEC fans, just in general, the fans of the conference. Like, who the hell's a fan of a conference anyway?
Why?
Yeah, I know you and every other Will Chambers and his David Koresh
we root
love.
for the conference.
It happened again last night.
You saw when he spun in the paint, Jackson, another player to guard him. Bryce, baby!
Like ice.
He just explained his ref like ice. I get it.
And it rhymes. Utah Jazz Radio with the call as the Jazz break their losing streak. They beat the Mavericks, beat these really good teams, and then they lose to Utah 116-114. Coop had 26, 8 assists, 4 offensive rebounds as well. This box score still confuses me.
Yeah, I know. I go right to the far right.
Yep.
I was like, wow, Anthony Davis had -6 points. That's unbelievable.
Well, Anthony Davis also had another injury, and he is keeled over in pain over a hand injury that takes place on the baseline that I'm still trying to zoom in on. Like, I was saying to myself, what is it going to have to be for me to not make fun of AD today? And it's probably going to have to be a broken hand, a broken finger.
Listen, rheumatoid arthritis can be painful, Sean. Okay, it can be very,
I feel like
very
that's a
painful.
commercial I always see.
It's very, very painful. That's just what happens to Anthony Davis.
Gets hurt again, doubled over, but he would do this in LA with an eye. Like, he'd get poked in the eye and he'd have to go to the back and get medical attention. So Anthony Davis gets hurt again. Fortunately, the Mavericks lose.
He's Samuel L. Jackson in Unbreakable. He's Mr. Glass.
Mr. Glass.
He's the guy who he can't sit. And I don't know that it can be a broken hand. Unless I hear that his hand is he's going to have to get it amputated, I'm going to probably make fun of him today. And so, I mean, broken hands, they happen, or whatever, but everything.
Doubled over in pain was the quote. Doubled over in pain.
Yeah, did
not return.
There's not a part of his entire frame that doesn't seem to get hurt at some point during the season. And Rich Paul can want all he wants for the Mavericks. Hey, go find us who's going to give us an extension. Let's try to match this up. Nobody's going to want to give you an extension when every other game they see you leave. Every other game.
They have been giving him extensions, though. He has been hurt.
Constantly.
Just hope that someone else feels enough pressure to have to make the move for him.
He'll be 33 in a month and a half.
I mean, look, he constantly gets extensions. He constantly gets traded for generational superstars. Constantly. He's going to get chances again. Someone.
Is he Trout? except with less
talent,
all-time standing at the end of the day? Is it Griffey? Is it Grant Hill?
Grant Hill's good. Grant Hill may have gotten hurt more, but yeah, it's very similar.
Trout gets hurt so much.
It's so odd too, because when he was coming out, he was so skinny, and everybody's just like, "Oh, is that frame going to be able to work?" And it's like, and maybe this is part of the issue, as he's bulked up and gotten bigger, that's when his injuries seem to really start bothering him.
We've been waiting for the names, and now we have them. The defensive coordinator interviews are out. We take you inside them on the home of the Cowboys, inside the Star, for the 3 first names on the DC list to replace Matt Eberflus next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But go ahead and enjoy this weather.
practice prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck, right, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Todd Archer been doing work over the course of the past week. I wonder what household task he was doing while the rest of the Cowboy reporters were sleeping on the defensive coordinator names. That you think was a Windexing?
I'm sure it was something just mundane. He probably saw it an hour later and was assuming, like he did the last time, where he's like, I was just raking leaves.
Yep.
Looked down, I was like, I'm 15 minutes late. Little did I know it was an hour before everyone else.
Stephen Jones said we're probably going to get to it later in the week, and they have, as Todd has the names, finally, that they have requested permission to speak with regarding the defensive coordinator spot. Bobby, take us through them.
So the number one name that is the most relevant probably to this whole situation, because it's the one that they've been rumored to be very high on. They did request an interview with Jim Leonard from the Denver Broncos, who is has been the defensive passing game coordinator for Denver the last couple of years, and had been formerly the defensive coordinator with the Wisconsin Badgers, and was a former player with the Ravens and the Jets, was with the Jets at the same time as Shoddy. They are also requested an interview with Minnesota defensive pass game coordinator and defensive backs coach Durante Jones, who has worked under... he's done some different things for Flores. He's done things with Vance Joseph, which obviously Jim Leonard working under Vance Joseph right now in Denver. A guy who has been thought of as a future coordinator and then potentially on the track to being a head coach one day. And then the final one that they interviewed is Browns safeties coach Ephraim Banda, who I do not know much about, but is the safeties coach there, and obviously has worked under Jim Schwartz the last couple of years.
Yeah, we have not discussed, or I've never heard of Durante or Banda. So throw them into the mix with Jim Leonard, and we have our first three, and Archer says more will be coming.
Yes, says more will be coming. They did get declined by the Falcons on Jeff Ulbrich. So that's another name we had thrown out. We figured that they'd be interested in. They tried and were told, no, can't interview him.
Arthur Blank is hoping that the new head coach decides to retain Ulbrich and keep him there, just like Jimmy Haslam is hoping that the new Browns head coach, maybe Mike McDaniel, retains and keeps Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, and I think that if you were to look at it, depending on, how quickly the Falcons move, Ulbrich then could potentially get an interview if they don't want to have him there. I agree with Todd. I don't think they're just done with their interview process. I think they're going to want to have a full process of this. I do think they've already scheduled the interview with their favorite, though, and that's Jim Leonard.
Yesterday, you named Leonard and someone else, and below the belt, you gave a second name who you think it could be.
I think it was Ulbrich.
Ulbrich.
Yeah, I think it was. I mean, we've also talked about Jonathan Gannon, and we've thrown out Flores and a couple others, but Ulbrich makes a bunch of sense because of the Aaron White-Cotton connection and the kind of style of defense that he has. And then Leonard, there's a lot of people with the Cowboys who have had really high respect for him.
And that is the reason that a reporter asked Brian Schottenheimer in the end-of-season press conference about Jim Leonard specifically.
Find someone that's a great teacher.
I want to teach. That's why I'm doing this. That's why.
Okay. Is this your montage, cut 16?
Yes.
Okay. So that's not just Schottenheimer. In terms of, because he did talk about Leonard specifically.
He got asked about him. He said that he hasn't, kept in super close contact with him since their playing days, but was, sort of generic in his, response about him, but just said, yeah, he was a smart player, obviously thought highly of him and knows he's a well thought of coach. But yeah, it's like, I'm not going to say we've been like best buddies, like keeping up the whole time, but I obviously know his reputation.
So this was Bobby last night going and putting together his own video at Bobby Belt TX. He's basically taking some of Shoddy's responses in the press conference and lining it up with some Jim Leonard quotes of the past. It's gotten about 140 retweets with 1,000 likes. So here's Shoddy's philosophy with what Jim Leonard believes.
Find someone that's a great teacher.
I want to teach. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I came back. To me, coaching is all teaching.
A great communicator.
You know, maybe you have to find a different way to reach all the guys. And I learned a lot about how to individually kind of hit guys and push the right buttons to get them to respond and be able to have success on Saturdays.
I think someone that's passionate about football.
Do you love football, or do you love being a football player and what that brings? If you love football, you're willing to be coached hard.
The ability to take what is complicated information, what we ask our players to do in all three phases is complicated. We want guys that can say complicated information in a simple manner.
Football is a simple game complicated by coaches. We really can make this game a lot bigger than it is. Now, it is a very intricate game at the highest levels. There is a lot of detail. Do not get me wrong, but I think there is a lot of times where we try to make the game more complicated than it needs to be.
And if I say something to you that you don't understand, I need the ability to say it a different way.
It's always frustrating when you see guys that are a little bit stuck, but you just find new ways to try to hit them and try to push through those hurdles.
The same message, but say it a different way, because how you learn might be different than how Nick learns or how Ed learns.
You have to learn about the individual, how they learn. Everyone's different. You have to be willing to coach the individual.
It almost legitimately sounds like Shoddy was describing Jim Leonhard. Because, I mean, everything that he hits on, and
now a lot of these guys are going to say the same things.
True. But, I mean, we're talking about very specific language about complicated in a simple way, and talking about we want somebody who's going to explain this simply, and coaches often complicate it, and talking about different ways to reach people. We didn't even include cuts here on this because that was when Shoddy was literally just listing what he needed in a defensive coordinator. If you listen to Leonhard talk about culture and the importance, it sounds like, I don't know if they both came from the technically, I mean, I guess Brian worked under Rex and Leonhard played under Rex. Maybe some of that came from that era, but they say almost identical things about the way that culture should operate and the importance on it. He checks every box that they've talked about.
The quote that he had there about, simple game complicated by coaches is I love that, because that's so true in a lot of facets of life, and just in general, because people complicate things that don't need to be complicated for whatever number of reasons that they do that. But yeah, I mean, look, there's it's not, I don't think it's a coincidence that Leonhard was a part of two of the better defenses over the last 20, 30 years. Like that Ravens 08 defense was number one against the run and two against the pass. I mean, they were fantastic. The 09 Jets team defense was fantastic. That was now, of course, it helps to have Revis. Right, yeah, it helps to have those guys.
I don't know how much of it was because of Jim.
Well, I don't know, but there's a. I mean, he was a starting safety on the 09 Jets. I think on the Ravens too. He was one of the safeties. So I mean, it helps. I mean, and obviously there's a brains factor to it. It's just like, when you have those two, I don't think it's much of a coincidence.
And then you sent us some core beliefs from Wisconsin.
Yeah. So this was just it's a sheet basically from a coaching clinic he'd done. One of those clips you heard was at a coaching clinic he had done, and he just kind of laid out his beliefs. And I listened to a couple different coaching clinics of his yesterday, and I've seen a couple of them before in the past. He's very much, whenever you talk about philosophy or different things, he believes in like core concepts. It does not sound like his scheme is the same every year. And it didn't, like at Wisconsin, it definitely wasn't there. So when you're in college, especially with now the portal and other things like that, you have to adjust to new personnel every year, and personnel that maybe doesn't fit exactly right or whatever else. So his big thing is, all right, I need to have principles. I believe in sim pressures. I believe in the role of the safeties. You want to talk about Jim Leonhard has, not just because he played there, you can see it in the way that he designs his stuff. He has a much bigger emphasis on safeties than the Cowboys have typically put on it. So I don't know that your safety group that you've had the last several years is going to cut it for what he wants to do.
Good.
But he's very, very big on specifics of the way that you play coverage, the way that you blitz. But his biggest thing is, he said, number one is the foundation is consistency. He said biggest traits we need are they need to be fast, physical, and confident. He said that you've got to be good communicator, effective teacher, teach guys where they're at. Some guys are visual learners, some guys are classroom learners. You just have to find that. He said that he needs to find a way to make them as efficient as possible, how to maximize them there. But this is the biggest thing. Flexibility is the third pillar of what he wants to do. And he says you need to build a sound scheme, build in flexibility for complex problems, less calls, more possible adjustments. So he's less on calling something and we're going out there and we're just doing this. And more some of the stuff we've talked about with Flores or Fangio and different things like that of, hey, when you see something, this moves it here, or we need to be flexible to this. One of the things that's not listed in these beliefs that he has, that he talks about a lot, is he does not want to, just because they're defense, he does not want to be defensive. He says we have to dictate to the offense as much as we possibly can what they're going to do. And he's like, so I need to have, he's talked about this in several coaching clinics, that every week I go into the game knowing I've got this, just a handful of things of like, I can go to this at some point and we're going to try to impose our will on them, whether that's blitzing or press or doing different things that basically force the offense into minimizing their options and doing something else. It is completely counter to what Matt Eberflus has done throughout his career.
You know what's happening right now? This reminds me of when you and Wolchuk and Broadus talk about draft picks, and then the entire fan base falls in love. So now I'm already setting myself up
for him to go somewhere else.
Rejection and failure and disappointment is now everyone is going to act like they're in love and they know Jim Leonhard because of all this hype.
Yeah, and I mean, look, that's absolutely, I guess, possible, because especially, Vance Joseph could leave Denver, and then maybe Jim Leonhard says, hey, I want to go ahead and, take the job here. I think that the feeling is mutual. Dallas people, Will McClay really, really respects Jim Leonhard. And a lot of the personnel department is familiar with him because of the times that they've gone to Wisconsin over the years. But I think that it's a mutual feeling, and he would like to be here in Dallas if certain opportunities were presented.
Franco injury to his fan text. If he's hired, hopefully he'll go for Downs if available at 12. Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State. And then Leonhard, 5'8", can't get in people's faces.
Coach in the booth.
Coach in the booth.
Go upstairs.
Yeah, he's taller there.
Did Jason Witten just take an important step in eventually replacing Brian Schottenheimer? That's next here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are tracking the Cowboys defensive Parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. This was a little surprising, just from a timing standpoint. Eventually, it was going to happen, but Jason Witten is going to the University of Oklahoma to be their tight ends coach.
Yeah, and this kind of took a lot of people by surprise. I mean, he's got kids at Liberty Christian in Argyle, and he's been the coach there for a little bit, and they're like, okay, I mean, does this mean that Cooper, his son, is going to...
Cooper.
He's... God, I can't with that character. I just can't with that character on Landman. I just don't like the Cooper character. Very annoying to me. He has one line, I love you. All right, that's it. It's all he says. But I love you. But where was I?
Cooper's kid is supposed to be, Jason's kid, Cooper, is supposed to be a highly touted linebacker prospect who many people think was going and now maybe is going to OU.
Yeah, and look, I mean, he's going to have a ton of offers. He does have a ton of offers for a lot of places, and maybe this signifies where he is going to go. It obviously helps to have your dad as a tight ends coach there.
But Jason, this next high school season will have sons playing at Liberty Christian.
The youngest, I believe, will still be there. His youngest kid. But obviously, maybe this is a way for him to coach his older one, or at some point be on the staff at least. At the place he's going to go. And also, it's not like, he's going to go coach at USC or coaches at Alma Mater or Tennessee, where it's harder to get back.
It's local.
It's a local school, right? So it's 3 hours. He can just drive down 3 hours, and all of a sudden he's back home.
Which DeMarco Murray's on staff there, too, has been on staff there for a couple of years, and he and Witten were close. And so I think that's probably a helpful connection as well when they're trying to hire this position.
And now everyone's like, okay, he's just 3 years away now from coaching for Jerry.
I mean, that was like the first thing.
Why does he have to go through this step? Phillip Rivers is just going to get hired as a head coach.
Yeah.
With nothing. Matt Ryan's going to be thrown in there as president of football
quarterbacks
for the Falcons.
Quarterbacks, they're an interesting cat right there. They get a lot of advantages.
They do. They get their they got quarterback privilege.
They skip
for sure.
the line. Yep.
But I mean, also, if Jerry really wanted to, I don't know that he would make him go through it. I think he might just go like, no, I'm going to make Jason the head coach. I just trust him. So yeah. I don't think he would have to do that at all.
Yeah, and I don't know that he even needs to be the OC. Like, just coaching at a major university, just there's a...
He's been the OC in high school. He worked for Rivers.
Right.
He knew the Colts
absolutely.
offense.
And it's like, major colleges are now like NFL programs anyway. And it's not like he's foreign to an NFL locker room.
Yeah. No, I mean, Dallas specifically... I think it would have been more passable than anywhere else. Like, not just from the fact of, like, well, clearly Jerry allowed it, but it is such a unique place that having been here for 15 years, he probably does have an advantage over some other coaches of understanding, like, yeah, I know what this mess this can be sometimes.
By the way, the Commanders have requested permission to speak with Cowboys tight end coach Lunda Wells. We told you in the last segment that they have put in the official permission to talk to 3 potential defensive coordinators, Jim Leonard being the big name amongst the 3. Lunda Wells apparently is being looked at for the offensive coordinator opening in D.C. under Dan Quinn.
Already had his interview, apparently, is what the report was. So they put in the request, and then they did it yesterday, and it's already finished up. And so Lunda's been really, really good for the coaching staff here. He gets a lot of praise, not only for just the tight end work. He was a offensive line assistant for the Giants for 8 years. So he gets pulled into the offensive line side sometimes and asked to kind of help out with the guys there.
Mary Kay Cabot reports that the Cleveland Browns could be interested in Mike McDaniel as their next head coach, and Washington, as you suggested yesterday, could be really interested in McDaniel as their offensive coordinator.
It makes a bunch of sense. Adam Peters is the GM there. Deebo Samuel is there in Washington. There's this clip near the end of the season or whenever it was that the Dolphins and Commanders played, and like Debo and McDaniel are just like broing it up. They're clearly like super buddies, but I think McDaniel and Washington will make a ton of sense. Cleveland is odd. So they like Jim Schwartz and they've interviewed him and they seem to have a positive thought towards him. But then, like, didn't you read yesterday, wasn't Cliff the favorite there in Cleveland before McDaniel came free? And now McDaniel potentially could be interviewed there. It seems like...
I know the Ravens and Titans want to interview Kingsbury.
It seems very, like, opposite from what... Like, I would think if they were interviewing Schwartz, they'd be interviewing other similar type of coaches because they would have a vision of what they'd want to do.
Rashee Rice, well, I guess we'll keep it in Washington and then move on. But Marshawn Lattimore was arrested in Cleveland on Wednesday on a possible charge of carrying a concealed weapon. It was a traffic stop, and according to police, booked into jail, later released, had a 9mm Glock as evidence, lists a second possible charge of improperly handling firearms in a motor vehicle. He was also arrested in March of 2021 in Cleveland. It takes a lot to get in trouble in Cleveland this many times.
Especially that's your hometown.
Yeah.
You should be
your Davion treatment.
You should be good. You should know everybody.
Initially charged with a felony for receiving a stolen firearm in 2021. It was later dismissed, pled guilty to carrying a concealed weapon, a misdemeanor.
How old do you think he is?
Marshawn?
Yeah.
30?
He's 29. He feels 33 to me. Like, I feel like he's been around the NFL for like 12 years
2016?
2017.
A woman who is the ex-girlfriend of Rashee Rice. She has 2 kids with him, posted on her Instagram Wednesday afternoon photos that show bruises and wounds all over her body. She does not name Rashee specifically, but she says the person who abused her is the father of her children. So she is yet to file a police report of domestic violence in Overland Park or in Dallas, the 2 places mentioned in her post where she says abuse occurred. The Kansas City Chiefs say they are aware. So Rashee Rice in the news for the wrong reasons again, whether it's true or not.
They're aware and printing shirts already.
Stop it. Yeah. Their official statement, look, they got...
I'm going to destroy Andy Reid if this ends up being true. I'm tired of him getting a pass. I really am.
They put a comma in their statement. It was that long. The Chiefs said the club is aware of the allegations on social media and is in communication with the NFL, comma, we have no further comment at this time. They are getting kind of roasted for their commentary or for their statement or lack of, any kind of anything. But I get it. It's legalese.
Yeah, like, let's wait and see.
Right. I have no issue with their statement. I know some people were complaining that they weren't taking a harder stance or already cut them. Like, well, you're not going to uppercut somebody on allegations necessarily.
The old school line about the Bengals.
She hasn't even pressed charges.
That's true. Now, I don't know that the NFL needs her to press charges.
All I'm saying is, for Kansas City's not going to cut him when she hasn't technically, legally pressed charges yet.
Yeah, Kansas City wouldn't even cut Andy Reid's son when he crashed into somebody and put a little girl in the hospital, or like any of the other number of crimes that their players have committed over the years.
Yep. Preach. 877-881-1053. So that is around the National Football League. No easy segue here, but Bobby has been dying since I saw him in the parking garage this morning to talk about this story.
So we talked yesterday at 6:40 during the payload when Peyton used, was it 12 different descriptive words for what the
I counted 8.
What
the male form?
The male form is. So we covered
blunt.
That was on the highest end. We were talking about Matt Khalil and just being, or was it Ryan Khalil? It was Ryan Khalil being on the just super aggressive end. Well, we're covering the entire scale now. There's an individual in the UK who has come forward and he wants to speak out and share his story for other men in his situation. And I was certain when I was watching this, I was like, this TV report from ITV in the UK. It's like, this is not a real interview. There's no way. It's a real interview. This is them covering one man's struggle on the opposite end of being Ryan Khalil.
We've never shied away from tackling real life matters, and today we're talking about what might be the last taboo.
With the average UK size around 5.2 inches, our next guest measures up to just 0.38 inches. For comparison, that's about the size of garden pea.
Yeah, 38.
Wait, stop.
Garden what?
Garden pea. There's an individual pea.
A pea?
English pea.
Which again, this whole thing is.
Are we talking at
full go?
Yeah. We're not talking at full
V1?
go.
Yes. Yeah. Rotate. No, they are talking.
I'm a grower, not a shower.
They are talking about at full go, and this is
at full go.
Yeah, this was a 9-minute interview.
Man.
We didn't pull 9 minutes of it, but some of the questions, some of the ways they tiptoe around this, they don't tiptoe around at all. Like I said, what's the even point of this? You've read the measurement. I don't think you need to go. For scale reference, guys, so you have a mental image, a garden pea. Okay, that's what this guy's got.
No, you have to. That's why we stopped down the segment to talk about it.
Just listen to the way they set up every question, whether they're gently talking to him or the way they're just bluntly throwing it out there to him.
0.38 inches. For comparison, that's about the size of garden pea.
Yeah, 38-year-old Michael Phillips was medically diagnosed with a micropea in 2024, which he believes could well be the smallest in the world.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us, Michael.
Thank you so much. We've been talking about this, and it's so important that you're here and you're sitting on the couch and you're prepared to talk about it. Why is it so important to you?
I guess because it should be known that it's a medical condition that can cause it.
By the time you eventually got diagnosed and you actually spoke to a medical professional, they explained, unfortunately, it's too late for them to help with any medical intervention.
Sorry, chap.
Yes.
How did that make you feel when you found that out?
It didn't make me feel very good because that was one of the main reasons why I went to the doctor.
It's kind of the moment that you discover that, and knowledge is power, and then you can go and get some help. When did you first start to realise that you had a really small
I would say probably around high school.
Right.
What is this woman really thinking?
High school.
What is she? How is she keeping a straight face?
No, it was clearly compassion. Because, like I said, when she first introduced him, she acts like she's talking to a pediatric cancer patient. Like she just goes "Good morning," so great you're here. But then to try and turn it philosophical, she's like, "Well, Michael, knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power."
When did you know? When did you know that it was?
Did you first?
And he's like, high school. She goes, right, yep, high school, of course. It does not seem like a real interview, especially when you see some of the visuals that go with it.
Is he going to sue like Khalil?
This feels very much more like you should sue for this.
He went in for it.
Yeah, but I mean, he's going to have to sue himself because he was out front about it himself.
All right, NFL playoff weekend. The picks are coming at 8 o'clock. Every year, though, we do this first. Who are you rooting for? We're going to go through all the games. Tell us who you're rooting for to advance and lose in another NFL playoffs without the Dallas Cowboys next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen
drops, looks, looked. Watch the throw. Carson back into the end zone. He runs it in over the left side. Carson Beck takes it in for a Miami touchdown. Miami touchdown for Carson Beck. Is that the winning moment? It's a 3-yard touchdown.
It is the winning moment on Miami radio. Hopefully you caught and stayed up for the thriller as the Miami Hurricanes. Man, Cristobal's a psycho.
Oh, yeah.
He is a nut. The awkward moment with Scott Van Pelt afterwards. Did you see that?
I didn't see that, no.
See if you can find better audio, Pepe. Scott Van Pelt takes a lot to get him irritated, but he was irritated with Mario Cristobal, but he's intense.
There's a theory from John Machota. We were talking about this. It was opening week when we were in Philly, and we're just talking about some college football stuff, and Machota was like, I don't know that you can name a prominent coach in college football who I don't think of as being at least a little bit of kind of like a clown. Like having like either being super like angry, aggressive guy or like Mike Gundy, like screw you guys, or just kind of like cringy. Like he's like, they all have, he's like that's like the new college football coach.
Signetti a clown?
Signetti had the psycho stuff with the like Google me, and then he had the whole little like yesterday he was talking to me. He's like, I smile sometimes, or so he's just kind of a nut about it. Or you get like the people who are just a little more like Sark when he like bowed up to that like guy at the tunnel before the bowl game a couple years ago. It's just all these prominent coaches. The one John was like, I guess Kirby, but even Kirby at times has it.
Oh yeah,
and so like I mean, if you think about it,
then you got your Dabos.
Which is a different kind, totally but they all like the era of Bear Bryant, who Peyton saw in that Dallas restaurant on the wall that one time, of like wearing the hat and just kind of stoic folded arms, or even the Saban. Those guys don't exist anymore.
That was a knife.
That was a knife in Plano.
Yeah. What was it on the walls?
It was Tom Landry.
Tom Landry goes, that's that Alabama coach, Bear Bryant.
So Carson Beck has the game-winning rushing touchdown. A little bit of a controversial no-call pass interference at the very end, and the storybook ends for Ole Miss. Is he just going to take over, Pete? As the head coach?
He's been named.
He's been named.
Yeah. He's been named the head coach there. Which I mean.
And now Lane can get his full staff back.
He get his full staff back.
He was not counting on them to advance to this point.
No, he wasn't. He was not counting on that. He lost some players in the portal. Some went to Ole Miss. An offensive lineman left LSU, went to Ole Miss.
Guys he thought were going to come from Ole Miss to LSU that then flipped.
I think he hacked off a lot of the players, obviously, by leaving.
Golding has gone after Lane a little bit. Like, I don't think it's been direct, but the way he's kind of talked about it, he's kind of taken some shots.
Pepe, is this good enough to play?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, this is Scott Van Pelt with Cristobal, the post-game interview right there on the field.
And I love what you told me last time about cringing initially at the idea of being back. And there's still 60. I'm not. You gotta love me. Do you not trust me enough? Do you not trust me enough to ask a question? Let me ask you a question.
You're a professional, brother. You're a professional. I can trust you. Just sit here with 1-0 and we're going to be great.
I'm asking you, what are you proudest of tonight that you accomplished tonight? 1-0 is always the goal. What are you most proud of that your group accomplished tonight?
So I think Mary, I don't know what the hell's happening in the background.
Yeah, was that recorded with a Campbell's soup can and a laundromat or something?
Yeah, the Astros giving signals. I think Mario is like just preaching his mantra. 1-0, man. Don't talk to me about anything else. Don't introduce anything else into the atmosphere here. It's just 1-0. And Scott's like, good gosh, just do the post-game interview with me, please.
Scott Van Pelt has been has let his guard down a couple times recently.
New Year's Eve.
Yeah, New Year's Eve was one for him, so...
All right, speaking of Lane and other transfer news, Damon Williams, who was trying to get out of his Washington contract, maybe to go to LSU, to kick Sam Leavitt to the curb. Well, Williams has been fired by his agent. Very prominent agent that Bobby knows, and apparently now Williams, according to Pete Thamel, is leaning towards going back to Washington, and then people put up the stereo being held up outside Sam Leavitt's window from Lane Kiffin.
Right, say anything, John Cusack. Yeah.
I almost said Cuba Goody in radio.
That can't be a comfortable situation that he's going back to now.
Right.
That's just got to be.
And I hope Lane has to grovel
For Sam
Lane
Levitt,
has to grovel at the feet of Sam Levitt.
Sam was in Knoxville yesterday, extended his stay another day. And then recruited Sean. I think he's still going to Miami. He's still going to other places after this. He's got this tour. He's not signing.
God, if Lane screws this up, how beautiful it'll be. This is Jed Fish, who's the head coach at Washington. His agent is Doug Hendrickson from Wasserman, who was the agent representing the quarterback, who then just fired him. So this is clearly like, nope. Coach is pissed at you. Program is pissed at you. This is not what we agreed to. I am not going to be tied to this anymore. Doug is not he's not like a fly-by-night agent or anything like that. Like, that's a very prominent, considered super professional individual who, I mean, the Cowboys always talk. Stephen Jones talks really highly of him publicly several different times. He's somebody who's thought of as like doing things the right way and in a professional manner. For him to just publicly release a statement saying, I want it to be clear, I'm not aligned with him anymore. We cut him off.
Yeah, I mean, look, good for him. I mean, like, that's this kid announced his transferring during a vigil for a Washington athlete. All the players, I think it was a volleyball player, passed away, and all the players were at this vigil funeral thing. And in the middle of this, that's when he announces that he's going to transfer. 4 days after he signed, I don't blame the agent for dropping him. And there's talk that he's being advised by some guy who is. I mean, he was part of the Nico move to UCLA last year. Just a guy that's just always looking, and not in the best interest of the kids, I should say.
What's a more awkward return, like this, or what would be similar? Like when Lamar Odom came back to the Mavericks after sitting out for a couple days, and it was like, "Hey guys, just kidding," or like when Micah had to come sit in on practice.
You said that Baylor's been getting their butt kicked in the transfer portal. They got a quarterback.
They did. They got DJ Lagway out of Florida.
What quarterback did they get?
Stop it. Who is a very talented player. Just hasn't put it together. He's been hurt and he hasn't put it together. And Billy Napier, Sunbelt Billy, didn't get the best out of him. Dave Aranda needed it because he lost everybody. Of the 22 starters last year, I think only 5 are returning to Baylor. They've been doing nothing in the portal. It's a tough spot. He is a dead man walking for like the 3rd year in a row. And the only reason why there's speculation, the only reason why he's still there is because Mack Rhodes, that whole situation where he was, kind of had to take a leave of absence and then ultimately resign. Their NIL was late. They're trying to get in on it. There's talk. They're trying to sell beer at McLean Stadium. But Drayton McLean, who funded the whole thing, it's like, no, don't want beer at the stadium. We're Baylor. We don't do that.
Yeah.
That's an avenue for money.
It's a homecoming. Well, I mean, not Baylor specifically, but come back to Texas. He was Mr. Texas football in the state of Texas high school football player in 2023 for Dave Campbell. So he was a 5-star. It just has not worked out yet. All tools.
NFL playoff weekend. Back to the Cowboys DC search at 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway. Then we will have the junk drawer at 7:40 to give you some laughs heading into the weekend. I want to know not who you're picking, who you're rooting for. Tomorrow at 3:30, Rams, Panthers. I'm rooting for LA.
Okay.
I want to be right.
So, yeah, if rooting interest, Rams. Yeah.
I want the Rams to win, but I want it to be close. I want it to be a good game.
Yeah, I won't cry if Carolina wins because it'll be so crazy I've seen 12 in some places as a spread. Right now I'm seeing 10.5.
And they just beat them by 3 in that same stadium like 4 weeks ago.
Packers at Chicago tomorrow night at 7 on Prime Video. Let's go Bears. The Bears.
The Bears.
I want that Green Bay pick to be solidified.
Yes.
And not drop any lower.
And I like Ben Johnson. I used to like Caleb a little bit.
That should be the rooting interest then. If you really want to maximize the pick, you should be rooting for Carolina and Chicago.
And why Carolina?
Because if Carolina wins, they're the only team that has a worse record than Green Bay in the playoffs. So if Carolina manages to get to the next round, Green Bay by default would be the worst record that got eliminated this round, and it would be the highest possible pick.
So you had 20, right?
It'd basically be a one-spot move.
Nah, go Rams. I'll be right over one spot, but I want Chicago. Choppy? Chicago?
I want Green Bay to lose. I don't want Chicago to win, though. I guess I'm rooting for Chicago.
Buffalo, Jacksonville, Sunday at 12.
These are the 2 teams. The winner of this game wins the AFC.
Oh!
Winner of this game wins the AFC.
You told us yesterday Houston would.
Well, that's what the numbers say.
Okay.
That's what the numbers say. Houston might, but I'm going to root for Jacksonville. I like Jacksonville. I like Liam Cohen. I like Trevor.
Yeah.
I used to. Just to go to Jacksonville, like grandparents live there, so I'll root for Jacksonville.
Yeah, Jacksonville's disgusting. I'm rooting for Buffalo. It's a gross place. They got a team in 1995, and then the city just said, "Let's never leave this year. Let's stay in 1995 for the rest of our lives."
I'm gonna root for Buffalo and Josh Allen one more time. I'm gonna root for Josh
Give it one more chance.
Without Mahomes, without Lamar. Now I don't know if I'll root for them in the next round of the AFC Championship if they get there, but I don't want to be wrong on Trevor Lawrence either. So I'm gonna root for Buffalo to win this game on the road.
I wonder what 9/11 hype speech Sean McDermott's gonna give them before this game.
3:30 on Fox. San Francisco and Philadelphia, my two most hated fan bases.
I'm rooting for the referees. Referees, I hate both teams. I guess.
Oh, baby.
I guess San Fran.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't feel like there's a big positive with either one of them winning. I'm
gonna root for San Fran.
Yeah, San Fran, I guess. But I mean, I want
to see a Philly implosion.
I really hate the idea of. I just hate Kyle Shanahan too. Like, I mean, I love him as a coach, but I just hate his attitude about everything. So I don't like seeing him succeed. So San Francisco, I guess. I like Purdy.
If you think Nick Sirianni
in Philadelphia by 5.5 right now.
If you think Sirianni is a boob, you probably want Philly to win, so they keep him. Because if they lose, I mean, it's a non-zero chance they fire
John
him.
Harbaugh's my crazy theory there.
I was gonna say if they get like blown out, embarrassed, not just lose. I think they'd have to get embarrassed. But if they get embarrassed, do you think they might fire Sirianni?
I think they might.
I think it's in play, and I think that's
more likely that they do something with Hurts or Sirianni. I know it's easy to say the coach because of cap stuff, but I mean something has to change next year. Whether they trade AJ or something else.
They've just threatened Sirianni's job. They've threatened Sirianni's job publicly so many times, and they've never really done it with Jalen.
Pepe, you have any really strong love or hate so far yourself?
I just need Philly gone. Give me Philly gone. I mean, obviously the Packers losing would help the Cowboys' position, so I want that. I mean, I really want the Jags to go the distance, man.
That's right,
it's about time.
That's
Trevor
right.
Lawrence deserves it. You know, they've been playing out of their mind lately.
Trevor Lawrence does not deserve it.
Underachiever.
He does deserve
Trevor
it, man.
Lawrence had everything handed to him, and then he's like underachieved. Why he hasn't earned anything?
Because Duval, baby. And the totals have spoken on the fan text, 817 wildcard rooting interest. Bears, Panthers, no one in the San Fran Eagles game, Chargers, Bills, and Steelers. 972, I just want Philly to lose. 817 rooting for the Jags and 49ers, and the 972 rooting for Panthers and Bills because they've never won a Super Bowl.
7 o'clock Sunday, Chargers, Patriots. I'm rooting for New England, and I got a Tolo Luis who has offered up a bet to you after he's already bet me. $200. He's been supporting Justin Herbert like Bobby all year long. He says if the Chargers win, I have to wear his Justin Herbert jersey, which I'm not going to do. But I said, okay, you pick the money amount. He said $200 and offer the same thing to Choppy. And I was like, all right, you're going to give me New England at home, favored by 3.5. I'm rooting for the Patriots. I want to continue to be right about Herbert over Bobby, and I feel like
continue to be right.
50% of you.
I'm rooting for the Patriots as well. I hate the Patriots too, but I like Drake May. I really like Drake May.
I like Drake May too, and I mean either way, this is a great day for my quarterback calls because I love Drake May and Justin Herbert. But I like Jim Harbaugh more than I like Mike Vrabel, so I would want the Chargers. So I love Jim Harbaugh.
Monday, you think Harb's a better coach than Vrabes?
I think Harbaugh is who I wanted to hire here when they hired McCarthy. I wish they would have been. I think he is everything that's good about NFL football.
This is maybe my toughest rooting interest. Monday night, Armpit at Pittsburgh, because I kind of want to see Tomlin get blown out and have another coach opening. Houston is just so... this is the boring bowl. That's what this is to me. I'm going to slightly lean towards Aaron Rodgers running his mouth for another round. So I'll barely root for Pittsburgh, but I don't think I care.
I am rooting absolutely for the Steelers. I don't want Aaron's run to end in a flame out on Monday Night Football in the Houston Texans Invitational. They always get the worst time slot for all these games. Yeah, they used to get the Saturday first noon game, and now they've been banished to Monday night.
Houston.
Rooting for Houston?
Yeah. I really like DeMeco Ryans. I like a lot of their defensive players, and I do think it would make Jerry a little, like, stick in his craw a little if Houston made a deep run.
We'll make the official picks at 8 o'clock along with you on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on the home of the Cowboys. Let's go commercial-free in the Expressway. We have 3 names out that the Cowboys are going to try and interview. We also have the list of people they need to avoid. And RJ wants somebody with no aspirations and no future goals as the Cowboys' Matt Eberflus replacement. Back inside the Star on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan right after this. And this is GimmeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car. Whether breaking news right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos know where the best breaking sports news coverage is right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the star on 105.3 The Fan.
Todd Archer with the report. Here we go. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We are commercial free to the end of the hour every day at this time on the Dallas Cowboys radio network and your official home for the football team we want back in the postseason. Archer has the names of who they have requested to speak with to replace Matt Eberflus. Leading the way, Denver assistant Jim Leonard, also Minnesota pass game coordinator Durante Jones, and then Browns safety coach Ephraim Banda.
Ephraim Banda, yeah.
Ephraim Banda. So these are the names. They were denied by Atlanta to talk with Jeff Ulbrich for the DC spot. And RJ Choppy, you are judging this hire by lack of motivation.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm looking for here.
Limit yourself.
It's not really a prereq because I'm not going to eliminate this just a preference. Just a preference. But I would prefer that they get somebody who has, they would take the job if offered to them, but isn't looking at this as a stepping stone to become a head coach.
Right.
So, and I'm not saying, just for example, when Wade Phillips went to Denver, he knew he was done as a head coach.
Yep.
He was there.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to do this again next year.
I get it.
If Jim Leonard comes in here, and I actually do like Jim Leonard. I think Jim Leonard would be a really good DC, and I kind of want him. But I know what's going to happen. If he comes in here and they get to 15th, Jim Leonard's a head coach next year.
I do think that there's such a clear and obvious affinity that they have in Cowboys brass for him that if he got this job, I think it would be a little bit like, you just wait.
Wait it
if
out.
you wait around, whenever that day may come, you can go, but just know, you've got Dallas Cowboys head coach job waiting for you here whenever the Schottenheimer time ends.
I think obviously Brian Flores wants to be a head coach again.
Yeah, I mean that's what kept Dan Quinn here for 3 years. Dan Quinn hung around just in case.
Yeah, but I'm not betting on that. If more openings come forward, I'm not saying, all right, Schottenheimer just finished his second year, I'll wait for him to get blown out. Odds would tell me, more often than not, I'm leaving to take the sure thing. I'm not sticking around for that.
Right, absolutely. I think Raheem Morris.
And most guys are not going to stick around for that.
People have in Dallas, though. Like that has happened here. Kellen turned down a job. Dan Quinn turned down a job. Jason Garrett turned down a job, all because they wanted to see if the head coaching job was.
All right, I'll make a futures bet with you. Mm-hmm. If the Dallas Cowboys defense finishes 15th or better, I need to actually cover myself. Make it 10th or better in the next 2 years. Jim Leonard will not be here.
If they hire him.
If they hire him. If they hire him and they finish 10th or better in the next 2 years, he will not be here.
Right, because if they finish 10th or better, the way, and let's assume they signed Pickens long term and CD's still here and Dak stays healthy and is still at the top of his game. If they're 10th defense in the league, they're going to make they've been there.
With the offense, yeah. That's how I'm covering myself, too.
Right. With the offense.
You'll be a really good play. You'll be an 11 or 12 win team, so Shotty's not going anywhere.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
But, Raheem Morris.
I understand what you're saying, Bobby, and it has happened. I'm just saying what happened with Dan Quinn to me was extremely, extremely rare and unique.
No, and I get it. I would just say that, again, I know Kellen similarly stuck around and Garrett stuck around. So the coaches do have a history of saying, this is such a rare job. The head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, no matter how bad people think they are, and when we're here in Dallas, it's like when you were looking at Twitter the other day and you saw all those people just talking about Harbaugh. Harbaugh had nothing to do, and it's you're too close to it. You're too jaded at this point. Cowboys fans are a little too close to it to understand, there is still power behind being the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, behind being the manager of the New York Yankees. Those are still jobs that are they mean something, no matter how bad or down those programs are. And that, Sean Payton, Brian's quoted Sean Payton on this all the time. The reason Sean Payton said he always wanted this job was Sean Payton stuck around an extra year to try and get this job. The reason Sean Payton wanted it was because he said Yeah,
they know you in China.
Yeah, he said everybody knows, like everybody who follows football in America knows my name as the head coach of the Saints.
Yeah.
He goes, they know your name in China when you're the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
So who else applies here?
I think Raheem Morris applies. I think Raheem knows that he's done. He's not getting another head coaching job.
Ooh. He's interviewing.
You don't usually get 3.
I agree. I agree, but he's being interviewed pretty fast.
He is.
I think at least by Tennessee.
Right, yeah. The Tennessee doesn't count. That's not a real.
Like
God, I forgot he was in Tampa. I was in there going like, that was interim in Atlanta, but I forgot he was in Tampa years ago.
Like Ulbrich, I don't think anybody views Ulbrich as a head coach.
Right.
So I'd be fine with him.
Yeah. Jim Schwartz.
Same thing, right? I'd be
done.
I'd be fine with Jim.
You want a Leslie Frazier category.
Right. I want somebody who's
the Wade category. Spagnuolo.
I want somebody who's been Peter principled. They got to a point where it was too big of a job for their skill set. That's the head coach. They've been knocked back down to where they belong, and they understand where they belong.
What about Gannon?
He can't. I mean, he couldn't motivate grass to grow.
Man, that clip. That's a bad clip of him in there saying, "Who took the bus?" or like, "Who drove here?" Raise your hands.
What does it even mean?
Did you see the fireworks clip of him talking to, I don't know who's, I think he was talking to Rondell Moore. And it was so awkward. He goes, "Hey, what's up?" It's like him getting introduced. He's walking around the building, and he goes, "Man, you." And he goes, "Poof, poof, poof." And then Rondell Moore looks and goes, "I don't know what that means." And he goes, "Explosive. You're explosive." And it's like, it's a little awkward, but it's funny because his reputation before the Arizona job was like rah-rah players guy that everybody loved. And apparently Kyler Murray really liked him even at the end, and there were a lot of Cardinals players who liked him. So I wonder if it's just he might be a little cringy, but players still are like, yeah, but he's authentic. Like, we like him. I wonder if that's one of his appeals right there.
Okay, so with that being said, this is always the biggest test for RJ Choppy, putting what he just said to the ultimate test.
Yeah.
It's Jim Leonard and
I think Raheem.
So you would, between those, you want Raheem.
Yeah. I mean, I think Jim Leonard's gonna be a really, really I think
you just think it might not be for long.
I think it might not be long. I think if you get Raheem Morris here, Raheem Morris could be the DC here for a few years. I think Jim Leonard would be the DC here until he has a chance to be the HC somewhere else. You want to talk, people are throwing up on the text like a Rex Ryan, a Matt Patricia. You know, like I think Patricia probably understands that he's not getting a head coaching job.
Yeah,
I think Patricia's just a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know that it would work. Rex.
Look, we need to retire this.
They're not doing Rex. Although
Rex is not coaching again.
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, he would take it.
Yeah,
he would take it. But I don't think I think he knows he's done as a head coach.
All right, Bobby, you have a separate list of people to avoid?
Yeah, so this is over at Blogging the Boys, which I like this angle of it, looking at it, because we all talk about the guys that, we want to go after this, we want to go after this. When a name comes up, maybe some people swat it down, but David Howman over at Blogging the Boys decided to look at 5 defensive coordinator candidates the Cowboys need to avoid at all costs. And some of these might be a little surprising to people, because I think some of these have been lobbied for by the fan base. Number 1, first name, Jonathan Gannon. Says the Cowboys love a former head coach, a defensive coordinator. You got to go back to 2012 with Rob Ryan, the last time they didn't have a defensive coordinator with head coaching experience. But he points to all the struggles that Arizona had. In fact, I think there was some note about teams with I can't remember something like at the end Gannon had lost 18 straight games of like the road against certain opponents or whatever, except Dallas was 2 of them or something like that. Like Dallas were the only 2 teams he had beaten. But the Eagles, he said that even when Gannon got fired, the Eagles, their biggest struggle was defense that year. And that, he's kind of earned this reputation that doesn't seem to totally fit what he's done on the field. The next name, Joe Witt Jr., who a lot of people were kind of naturally thrown out. But it says, back when Dan Quinn first departed for the Commanders, there's a belief the Cowboys viewed pass game coordinator Joe Witt Jr. as the heir apparent. After all, he had been a close confidant of Quinn's in Atlanta before Dallas, and even called some preseason games, usually an indicator of being groomed for the role. But Dallas pivoted to Mike Zimmer. He said it's easy to make the argument for Witt's candidacy, but the last 2 years have irreparably damaged Witt's stock. I will also say this organization was not as high on Joe Witt as Dan Quinn or fans were. Next one. This is the one that'll burn some people. Al Harris.
Ooh.
He goes, easily the most popular position coach the Cowboys have had in some time. Al Harris quickly gained a sterling reputation for his work with the Cowboys corners. When McCarthy opted to leave Dallas this past offseason, Harris found a new home. He's the defensive backs coach and pass game coordinator for the Bears. The reasons to avoid Harris are twofold, though. For starters, Harris is more of a technician than a tactician by his own admission. And then he says the others, the more concerning factor is the perception that some in the building had of Harris and the way he treated Diggs and Bland. According to the Cowboys' own Brad Sham, there was a sense that Harris babied his players and didn't push them enough.
So here's my follow-up to what Brad said, and I know Brad is up and active right now because he was responding to my college football pass interference question, saying they'd have to bring out a tire iron in order to call that at the end of the Miami game last night. Could I make the argument that Al Harris did what needed to be done to get the best out of Diggs? I understand babying. I'm just asking the question. I understand babying and setting up bad habits, but you obviously treat everyone differently and the same. You know, if Diggs was still here and you're interviewing people and Al Harris is like, this is how I'm going to get the best out of him, this is how I'm going to treat him, and Deron Bland, whatever his relationship with Bland was, like, you did get the best out of the player.
Bland, he definitely...
in a better physical status.
Bland, I think he definitely gets a lot of credit from people for helping Bland come along. Diggs, I think there is a sense that, like, maybe harmed Diggs once he got into the rehab portion. So it's like, yeah, when things were healthy and fine, he was fine. But as soon as he got into the rehab, babied him. And I think it's just more the idea of applying that to an entire defense, being in charge of an entire defense and applying that mindset to guys. I don't think they want that.
Isn't there a hard-assness to Al Harris?
A little, yeah, there is, but it's like kind of it's the same way he was when he was a player, which it's outwardly focused in a lot of instances. It's more like, yeah, F them, and so it's a little bit more coddled at times. McCarthy would get like that. McCarthy was very F them to the exterior and kind of coddled and like, hey, this is just us. We're family in here.
You know, everyone brings up Nahshon Wright, and I like to remind them, Al did have Nahshon Wright here, correct? And Nahshon was a bust here. And then just another example of how fit matters. You know where Nahshon Wright, I forgot this till I heard Clarence Hill bring it up. You know where Nahshon Wright was before balling out this year with Chicago?
Minnesota.
Who was that, DC?
It was Brian Flores.
So you could easily be like, Brian Flores couldn't get anything out of Nahshon Wright. Like, I totally forgot about the Viking stop in between. Yep. So
maybe that's why they're interviewing Durante Jones. They're being like, "What did you guys do wrong?
Right.
Why weren't you able to get this out of him?"
Yep.
2 more candidates to avoid, according to Blogging the Boys. The next one, don't agree with this one, but I at least respect that you're trying to look at different angles. Jeff Ulbrich. I think Jeff Ulbrich would be really good. Cowboys were clearly interested in him and reached out, tried to get an interview set up with Atlanta. It was reported by Todd Archer that the Falcons declined that. But he says of all the names on this list, Jeff Ulbrich is easily the least objectionable name that he has listed. But he does point out that essentially he thinks that little bit of overrated impact on the Jets when he stepped in as the interim head coach didn't go great. Statistically speaking, he said Ulbrich has only had one truly good year as a coordinator, and his teams have never reached the playoffs. And then the final name, Matt Patricia, the Ohio State defensive coordinator, the former Detroit Lions head coach, the former New England Patriots offensive coordinator for some reason.
That's very strange.
But just talked about, obviously, a lot of the same things that we look at with Patricia, of being a coarse personality, somebody who had some difficulties, and also that if you look at his track record, his defenses were never like at the top of the league. Patricia did not have like number 1 ranked defenses like he was Wade Phillips or anything else like that. But those are the 5 from Blogging the Boys that they think the Cowboys should avoid at coordinator.
Jordan Schultz, NFL Insider, was on G-Bag yesterday, and he gave them some names to look out for this job.
You're asking for names, and I don't want to contradict myself, but there has been some smoke around, Brian Flores in Dallas, but that is a former head coach. I reported earlier today he's going to interview in Baltimore, and he might get others. If you're looking for a name that I haven't really seen a lot, but to me is probably like one of these under-the-radar up-and-comers, it's Jim Leonhard from Denver. There's been a lot of really good buzz around him quietly, but he comes from Vance Joseph Tree, who's interviewing pretty much everywhere. And the defense obviously is pretty much top 3 across the board in every metric. He's never, to my knowledge, called plays, but he's played. He's been very well respected. He's risen up. To me, that's the type of person you'd want to bring in because he doesn't have, he's not a retread, and he has aspirations to grow in the business. And I think him and Shotty could get along quite well. They were together with the Jets.
Completely unrelated. You know who I think is like a nice under the radar like MVP candidate is Drake May.
I knew you were going to do this. It's like Maggie and Perloff.
This is
no one's talking about.
No one's really mentioned him. I know you guys probably haven't heard of it. Literally,
has he been
the
mentioned
only person
nationally?
I mean, Archer's been putting him in national articles with Schefter.
Yeah,
he's been mentioned. And I mean, like here in Dallas, he's gotten. That has been the name that's been thrown out. When we brought him up a month ago. And we talked about him off the air 2 years ago while we were at Super Bowl. Yeah. So no, that's kind of the guy. So that's an interesting definition of under the radar.
I'm gonna empty out my end of year press conference notebook that I had before we get to the junk drawer here on Sean and RJ, commercial free in the Expressway 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys pluses that they have right now, according to the trio up there at the podium: Brian Schottenheimer. Dak playing at his best ever, and he attributed a lot of that to Shotty's plan for Prescott to keep him out of harm's way, and he said we need to do better replacing coaches. I thought probably the most educational part of the presser was Shotty talking about what they want in the next DC. A lot of teaching, a lot of communicating. Take the complicated info and make it simple to understand. Same message in different ways. And he said, we want flexibility. That's what caused us problems. We are salesmen. So we need to be able to sell what we're talking about. More Michael Irvin comparisons with George Pickens and his love of the game. Jerry Jones, I mean, you put George Pickens' love of the game in the same sentence as Michael Irvin, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
And then he was asked about his approach to David Mulugheta, and this is also a subject that gets Jerry very butthurt. Jerry, in his own way, I think is still trying to be like, who? I think he's just trying to be a little bit more respectful with the who are you talking about? Because he said, I don't think about it. I don't think about my approach with the agent, and I do not agree with the
character. He doesn't talk to the agent.
I don't agree with the characterizations of the Micah deal. He got testy again, and he just wants it to boil down to he wants us to forget not knowing the agent's name and who called who and who didn't respond and who ignored who. Jerry just wants us to think of the Micah deal as we agreed to $40 million. $40 million was our limit. They wanted more. End of negotiation. That ended everything, not all the disrespect. So he doesn't like a entrapment,
right?
Illegal contact, NFLPA getting involved. He doesn't like any of that side stuff.
No, he views it as like you said, he made the deal. It was agreed upon. He talked, and then he doesn't like that things went the other way. They went south. That's just he's not going to change. He's going to do the same thing again this year.
It's like when we asked him that in one of the last interviews. Like, you going to talk to Pickens or are you going to talk to the agent? He goes, I don't know. He's like, probably both, but I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet.
Yeah.
He knows, but he's just like, all right, cool. Let's push this a little bit.
And then Shotty said we have some serious defensive building blocks. We made quantum leaps in character.
Scott Bakula.
With Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, Stephen Jones on other needs. He said complementary talent was a problem. Choppy's always talking about depth, and that in part led to Russell Wilson throwing for 450 on you with a torn hamstring. See Russ come out with that?
Yeah.
I hit it from the Giants. I don't know how much he's... I think he went to some Dallas facility afterwards to get treatment on it, but he did that to us with a damn torn hamstring.
I still like, though, that it's like, peripheral talent, depth. It's like, your starting talent was really bad, too, on defense. Like, you had some bad starters. That also is what killed you more than the depth at times.
Well, he said linebacker and safety. Some people are theorizing he didn't bring up pass rush because Jerry doesn't want to admit that dealing Micah was a mistake. So they didn't bring up edge rush and pass rush. Maybe they're counting on Clowney and Ezraku.
One of the things we'll talk about over the offseason, I'm sure, is just like the way that you have to structure and the things that you have to like devote your resources to. I'm going to be fascinated to see, as a win now team, do they look at edge rusher as something they can't afford to get in the draft? Because edge rushers typically don't pop first year. It takes a little time.
As your head's about to find out.
I wonder if they're going to go instead and just say, hey, re-sign Clowney and then go find 2 free agents. And then, we think we can get a linebacker impact player in the draft because that learning curve's less right out of the gate.
There it is, Inside the Star with the Cowboys coverage we don't think you can get anywhere else here on Sean and RJ with our insider Bobby Belt. Let's get some laughs on a Friday.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! I would like to report on my first full week of being a left-handed toothbrusher.
Man, I have forgotten to do this.
See, you're already losing it.
I did it. It was awful.
Awful. Explain what this is again.
All right, so
I did try to throw the retainer back in or the mouth guard last night, and I had to get up. I already went to sleep at midnight. I was way too amped after the Miami game, and I'm like, oh, I haven't worn that in a long time. Let me put that in, and I wasn't sleeping right, and I was like, I need to get this back out.
So there's a study out that if you brush your teeth with your left hand, it allows your brain neurons to fire, and it can help prevent dementia, Alzheimer's, cognitive decline. And of course, I have that in my family because my dad died of that. My grandparents both have had it, so I'm basically cooked. So here I am brushing my teeth with the left hand. Now I do use a Sonicare. All right, so it's not like I have a lot of scrubbing to do. It's basically you hold it there.
Oh.
But I got no tempo, I got no feel, I got nothing, right? It is literally the stranger. And this is I'm trying it out. But I'm a weekend. I'm willing to get dementia, I think. I don't know that I could do this for the rest of my life. This is awful.
It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, there were times that every time I would switch from the right side of my mouth to my left, I was brushing with the wrong side, the rough side of it. Yeah. And I was like, I couldn't get it right. Trying to brush my tongue, I was off a little bit. I gave up after 30 seconds.
I'm missing things. My elbows, I got the chicken wing going. I mean, it's all over the place.
And let us know on the fan text if you actually tried it. If you went home.
Some people did. They told me that yesterday or the day before. They were like, "Hey, we've tried your toothbrush technique." They're like, "It's impossible," and it is. It's very, very difficult. You guys got to try it.
I do think it's probably easier to do the other.
I mean,
really?
Yeah,
I'm already there.
Yeah, you lefty? Yeah. Oh, okay, interesting.
Huh.
I mean, I never have lefty, but I'm just saying that, I would imagine it's different for me because I write with my left hand, like a caveman, but I write with my left hand and then I throw them right. So there's some level of having to use both, but
ambidextrousness.
Yeah, that's what I try to do. All right, so we talked about the other day the Pentagon Pizza Index and how if you just kind of follow pizza deliveries in the area of the Pentagon, you'll be able to tell whenever war is about to break out, basically. So the fan text liked some of that, so I went ahead and I just started researching. I was like, all right, what are some of these other trends and different things that they look at? And we'll see if any of these make sense. These are called, by the way, they're referred to typically as proxy indicators. So these are indicators of what seems to be mundane behaviors that actually reflect that there may be something else at play. The first one here, the men's underwear index.
Okay.
So in a stable economy, men's underwear sales are remarkably flat and predictable. Purchases are made on a replacement basis as garments wear out. However, because underwear is generally unseen by the public, it is the first expenditure to be deferred when a household faces severe financial constraints. So a dip in men's underwear sales usually signals to economists that there's something. They're not willing to just throw $15 at a pair of underwear to replace them.
Oh.
So because it's just consistent. Those sales are always the same. There's no spikes in them. They're just what they are. So when they dip, it's usually, this is bad. There's something going on here. In Japan, they have the haircut indicator. So research spanning 20 years in Japan identified a correlation between the length of women's hair and the state of the economy. During economic booms, women tended to wear longer hair, which requires more expensive products and treatments to maintain. Conversely, during economic slumps, women were more likely to cut their hair shorter. Shorter hair requires less product and, crucially, less frequent professional maintenance. So you got some of those. This is my favorite one, and one that some people know about already, the stripper index. So apparently in 2008, that was one of the first signs that recession was coming was that strippers in New York and DC and other areas like that were reporting just very little foot traffic. And
all the overnight dancing.
And a huge decrease in tips, from what their normal is. And apparently the thought process behind it with economists is they say, okay, well, going to a strip club it's discretionary, it's cash-based, and a lot of times people going into strip clubs, it's more about confidence in where you're at than it is about your income. Like, it's not dependent on income. It's more about how you view things. Like, do I have money to just throw around? And so because when that started tightening up and businessmen were not bringing clients in anymore or doing anything like that, they said it was about 6 weeks before the recession hit, there was this huge dip that strippers were noticing in those markets. And then one more here, the alcohol divergence, champagne versus mini bottles. So alcohol consumption is widely regarded as recession resistant because people drink when they celebrate and people drink when they mourn. However, the type of alcohol purchased is what they look out for. So champagne is the beverage of celebration and optimism. It is strongly correlated with corporate bonuses, weddings, general feelings of prosperity. A decline in champagne sales is roughly 90% accurate. 90% in predicting a dip in average income 1 year later. Now, mini liquor bottles, conversely, they say during inflationary periods or recessions, the sales of the 50 milliliter mini liquor bottles often spike. And they say this illustrates the poverty penalty. A consumer financial stress may not have $25 to purchase a full bottle, but he'll spend $2 on a little mini one. So 90%, that's wildly, a 90% correlation between champagne sales going up and then, or champagne sales going down, and then your income dropping the next year.
Are you trying to give me a heart attack?
Well, it's I don't know. People just started, a flood of texts came in. Can't hear you guys on the radio. Y'all cut off during Bobby's Japan hair thing.
It shows on my screen that we got levels going out over there.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay. We're back now. They said we lost for about 30 seconds.
Oh.
On the radio. We're back now. Okay. We're back, baby.
Japan was not happy. Don't talk about it.
It's the junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan.
You TV show writers, you guys, what a cake job you have, and then you always fail. I don't know if you guys have seen Stranger Things. I have not watched Stranger Things.
Have not. I know KNC had that mom or woman in studio that the whole building was in love with.
Mom, I was going to say, it looked like Corey's wife is what it was. It said, like his future wife, though he's cozying up to her.
And Tim Collins.
Yeah. PP, Stranger Things?
Yes, I watched the whole thing.
You watched the finale?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Is it scary?
I have no idea. I don't know. I think it's weird.
So wait, you're about to complain about the ending for a show you haven't seen?
No, well, I'm just complaining about the writers.
I have not seen the last season yet. I've seen everything else.
How are you going to complain about the writers?
Because people are criticizing the heck out of the finale. They're saying the finale was so bad that people are convinced there's a secret 9th episode that's coming out because it couldn't possibly be that ending. And if that's the case, we've already butchered the ending of Yellowstone. We butchered the ending of Seinfeld. We butchered the ending of all these
Sopranos.
TV shows. Sopranos. Butchered them. Can you guys not wrap up a series? I'm just waiting for the end of Land. The only thing that was good at the finale was 1923. I'm just waiting for the end of Landman to ruin it for me.
Give me the 3 best finales, endings. MASH.
Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad was great.
The first 5 years sucked.
The Wire was strong.
Whoa.
So I don't know.
Shut up.
I saw like 5 minutes of it. I was like, I'm bored. You guys
with Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul?
Breaking Bad. I saw 5 minutes of it. It was a guy and a girl. They were sitting at a table and reading the newspaper, and I was like, that's not TV.
Breaking Bad and The Wire both had strong endings, I thought. I think generally people hate endings to anything. Like, I feel like most finales are crushed. I can't. Those are the two that stand out to me as being
Friends
like
for you women.
Curb had a good ending. That was a good ending.
The one that history started being nicer to is The Sopranos. I didn't follow the series, but it feels like history. Like people are not as angry at that when they reflect on it.
You know what that was? That was art. I hate art. It was a guy trying to be cute and say how artistic this is. We're just gonna spoiler alert out there. It's 20 years. We're just gonna go to a black screen and gonna end the series.
This is of season 5 for Stranger Things. These are the current ratings for each episode on IMDb, which 7 is generally considered decent, 8 good, 9 or above is great. Episode 1, 7.9. Episode 2, 8.3. Episode 3, 8.5. Okay, building. Episode 4, 9.4. Okay, show's building. Episode 5, 7.9. Episode 6, 8. And now the last 2 episodes. Episode 7, 5.7. And then episode 8, 7.6. So people did not like that 2-episode finale there at all.
People were saying Dexter, another one. Yep, that was a bad ending. Game of Thrones, bad ending.
Barry had an awful ending. Game of Thrones, they didn't know how this thing was supposed to end. They started writing it themselves because the books weren't done.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Frankel text line. We're about to pick the playoff games at 8 o'clock.
The young and the dateless Gen Z men are not approaching women, and they're doing it for the worst of reasons. They're saying, a lot of women just don't want to be approached, so I'm just going to not approach them. I'm going to be respectful to them. And it's like, no, you've got to approach. That's the whole point. You've got to approach. You got to. That's how this is done, unless you want to do it all online.
Yeah, like you need to adopt my system, man.
Like, and y'all, like
Scarlet Letter.
Scarlet Letter. Yeah, name tags.
Everyone tonight wears like a purple circle or some type of cool necklace.
Wearing a purple, then you're.
And that lets it know it's
swingers do it with
game
pineapples,
open.
right?
Game open.
Y'all, I mean,
game on.
Y'all's dating era, mine, like, yeah, you would approach. The younger, I don't know. They're also like, there's so many.
I'm not comfortable approaching.
No. I'm not saying you're comfortable approaching, but like you recognize, like it's a necessary part of it sometimes. Like, hey, this is what you just got to do. I don't feel like anybody's really comfortable doing it, but it's like, yeah, this is what you got to do.
I feel like if I was single, I would. I just have to go park myself. Although then you kind of look like the loser at an uptown bar. Like I'd have to go sit at an uptown bar every single night, or 3 nights a week, to hope that I see or an airport. I have to go get fake flight tickets.
There you go.
To go sit at an airport bar. Yep. To hope to catch someone solo.
Absolutely, 44% of men think it's creepy to approach a woman at a restaurant or a bar or something.
Did you
44%?
Did you do the apps before you and Amanda got married?
Yeah.
Did you think that was because you, I'm sure, didn't have it for very long relative to like how you've dated previously? Did you find that to be like, oh, that's a nice hack way to get it? Like it's a quicker shortcut to being able to figure this out?
Not to figure out marriage, to figure out a social life. I was going on plenty of dates and all that, but I wasn't like this person.
All that.
This person's the one. Yeah. No. I had, there's some nut jobs. There's some nut jobs that I do off of the app, too. 877, look at the side of my car for proof. 877-881-105. Having to change codes on electric doors and everything. Let's move on. It's the Junk Drawer, commercial-free in the Expressway. Happy Friday to you. We want to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible, and that includes NFL football. Let's pick all the games, not who you want to win, who's going to win. Next on Sean and RJ. o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. RJ Choppy appearing in your camera shot with his dance moves heading into the weekend because you're going gambling.
Yeah, we haven't made up to WinStar lately, so we are going to go because we live on the Fort Worth side. So
you're going to stay?
No, it's only about a 45-minute drive from the house. So.
Yeah, but it's still fun.
Yeah, we're gonna get out there. My neighbor's like, hey, we're gonna go this week. He's moving, like an idiot, but he's gonna move away from me, so I'll never see him again.
Wait, weren't you looking at houses?
Or am I?
You were.
I was. Yeah, we're.
So why aren't you an idiot?
Well, that's a fair point. That's a fair
You never
point.
claimed not to be.
You were looking to move away.
I was, but he's not gonna be my friend anymore because I'm a proximity friend.
That's right.
If you don't live in my neighborhood,
zip code,
I'll never see you again.
They just finally found all those animal bodies of his.
Yeah. Well, no, different guy. Different guy. So he's like, hey, you want to go? I was like, yeah, let's go. So we're gonna go. Sarah's gonna come, and his girl's gonna come, and we're gonna go to WinStar.
Good for you.
They're not staying overnight. All right, NFL playoff weekend. Let's pick them. Saturday, 3:30 on Fox, Rams, Panthers. Anyone have the balls to pick Carolina again?
No. Not straight up.
Ooh, maybe some degenerate selections coming up. Rams.
I will pick the Rams either way. Spread or straight up. I think the Rams destroy him.
Devontae is back.
Yeah, I'm going Rams. I do think it's going to be closer than expected. I mean, because the Panthers, you guys talked about it. They beat them not too long ago. But, I'm going to go Rams over Panthers in a close one.
This is the largest home dog in playoff history. And the other three, all covered. And this one's bigger. But I think obviously the Rams are going to win.
Packers, Bears, I'm having an extremely hard time with tomorrow night at 7 o'clock on Prime, which Al Michaels, the news just coming in, he will return next year.
He'll be 82. And
Bobby applauded.
He is a legend. He is maybe the GOAT. Maybe.
Okay.
Of all play-by-play.
Hagee nailed it the other day. Listening to him call a game at this point, it's this conflicted feeling of like, comfort. That sounds like football. That sounds like, and then also being like, oh my God, he's so bored. Like it's such weird conflicted
I always thought he was casual though.
Yes, he was.
I always thought, and to me, the big difference is like Herb Street last night and tonight. One thing in life I know about sports fans, they're never satisfied with an announcer.
Never.
Herb Street was trending, and then I saw his dog. It was way too much dog. He's on the field pregame, he's on the set, blah, blah, blah. He's got 13 videos about the dog, as Craig Carton would complain about.
Replacement dog.
And Peyton would complain about as well. But the rest was just destroying Herb Street. I think Herb Street in college is phenomenal. I think probably the most untouchable announcer right now is Greg Olson, and that's not going to change because he's been buried in the 2 role.
Right.
But Herb Street with Al versus Herb Street with Fowler, it's night and day. Herb Street is, in my opinion, phenomenal on college calls, and then he's dragged down a little bit by the Al energy.
Yeah, Greg Olson's probably the top, free from criticism, analyst of the play-by-play guys. I think it might be Tirico. He still has some critics, but most people I think generally like Tirico.
Yep. So Packers Bears.
I think the Bears are going to win. The weather is not going to be it's going to be drizzling.
33.
Yeah, it's going to be drizzling, and that could turn into a downpour.
Chicago Bears. Green Bay's favored by 1.5.
I'm starting to really like Caleb. Not because he's not consistent yet, but he does make some throws that are like, okay, you could see why this was the number 1 pick.
Yeah,
I like him, so I think the Bears win this.
I would like to pick Green Bay just from the perspective of I'd love to see how Chicoline rolls in here on Monday when that happens. But this is not just wishful. I think Chicago's going to win. I just think Green Bay's gotten banged up here at the end of the season.
You've been a Green Bay lover more than any of us.
I know, but I cooled off of them the last 6 weeks of the season. And Chicago has kept on winning. Now they kind of lucked out beating Green Bay recently, but I think that this will be Chicago and
From
Bears
the
win.
9-3-6, the year Pearl Harbor was attacked was the last season the Bears beat the Packers in the playoffs.
So they split in the regular season, 28-21 Chicago at Soldier Field. Wait a second, I'm sorry. Green Bay beat them 28-21 at Lambeau. Then they lost at Soldier Field 22-16.
Matt LaFleur, by the way, at 46 years old, the oldest head coach in the NFC playoffs.
The oldest?
Mm-hmm.
God.
What do you think, Pepe?
I think this one's going to be an ugly, low-scoring game. I mean, all defensive game. Like, it's going to be cold out there, but I mean, look, the Packers have Trayvon Diggs, so you never know. You might get a couple takeaways there, or Caleb Williams will throw for 400 yards, just throwing towards Trayvon Diggs. But I have the Bears in a low-scoring game.
My gut's telling me, look at Aiden. Aiden's not happy. My gut's telling me Chicago too. In a low scoring one. Of course, I want the Bears to win for the Cowboy draft pick, but now if it gets ugly, Josh Jacobs is a battering ram. Like turning that over to him. I love Josh Jacobs. Should have picked him in fantasy, but I'll go Chicago there with that selection. Next, so those are the games to start off. We're just going right in order. Sunday at noon, Bills Jags.
This is a tough one. I could absolutely see both teams coming away with the win. I can see it being just a back and forth heavyweight fight. I do think these are the two best teams in the AFC. The winner of this game is your AFC champ.
Why didn't you have the Bills in your top 5?
Because I think they're going to lose to Jacksonville.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I had to keep them out. So I'll take the Jags.
Yeah, this is Buffalo, and I think this is the end for Cinderella here. So I think that this will be the game where Trevor being Trevor kind of shows up and pops, and it's like, oh yeah, they were kind of smoke and mirrors a little bit that whole time. But defensively, if they lock in, that'll be a problem, but I think Buffalo wins this.
Yeah, it's come to the point where I'll be surprised if the Bills win this game. Jaguars at home, they've won 8 in a row. They're playing out of their mind. Trevor Lawrence is playing like an MVP second half of the year.
No,
and
he is not.
The Bills just The Bills just got shut out basically by the Eagles. They played really pathetic there at home. So I got the Jags beating the Bills.
Y'all literally just say stuff sometimes. Trevor Lawrence was not an MVP in the second half of the year.
The only other two guys in the history of the NFL that had 19 passing touchdowns and 5 rushing touchdowns over an 8-game stretch won the MVP.
So? I don't care.
So over the last half, that is playing like an MVP.
No, that was not an MVP player.
But factually, that has happened.
This pains me. I'm going to pick Jacksonville.
Oh, baby! How?
I don't. And it's not. It is a combo. Like Buffalo just, it feels like it can be clunky and like Josh doesn't have the support or Josh is going to make some mistakes. I haven't felt great about watching them consistently. Jacksonville is rolling. I will end up getting fooled by them beating down, I'm sure, some of their AFC South opponents. I want to be right about Trevor Lawrence not being great. I'm not saying he's great, but I'm believing in Liam Cohen right now at home with 7 people swimming while watching them.
They've got a decent resume. Like they've beaten some quality teams this year.
I'm going to pick Jacksonville. Here we go.
Why did he say that?
3:30 on Fox. San Fran at Filthy.
I'm taking San Fran. I think San Fran's going to win this game. I don't trust Jalen Hurts right now. I don't trust that Philadelphia. They're going to go. They're the only team that's not even going to talk to each other in the locker room. I'd be surprised if Sirianni even's going to go in there and give a pep talk. It's going to be the quietest locker room ever.
He's you know that man cannot avoid a corny pep talk like with his growing plants and things like that.
Is San Fran healthy? Because
are they ever? Yeah, it doesn't feel like it,
dude.
You got to explain this story to me.
Okay. Let me pull this up here. So, have you seen this? The Twitter thread out there about the low frequency electromagnetic fields?
Yeah, Holland was tweeting about that, right?
So, an electronic substation is right outside of, is it State Farm Stadium? Whatever that.
Who cares?
Right,
San Fran Stadium.
So it's right outside, and it's right next to their practice field. Well, electromagnetic fields degrade collagen, weaken tendons, and cause soft tissue levels at what regulators call an unsafe level. Well, ever since San Fran moved their practice facility to this spot, they have led the NFL in injuries. ever since then. And the theory is that they are top 5 in adjusted games for loss 10 of 11 seasons, 7 to 8 full Achilles/patella ruptures. The league averages 2 to 3 a year total. The whole league. Yeah. They've got 7 to 8. 40-plus major hamstring and calf injury. It's crazy. And then the theory is that they have so many, milligauss of energy flowing through their practice field, even at 8 a.m., when you're not at peak electric time, that it's causing all these injuries at this practice facility, and that's why the Niners are so hurt.
And that is the exact reason why I'm picking Philadelphia to win. I want San Francisco to win. Watching how frazzled San Francisco got by Seattle's defense and just knowing how physical Philly's been playing lately, I think they're going to go in there. They're going to go in there and try and bully San Francisco, and it'll probably work. So I think Philly's winning this one.
Yeah, this one hurts, but I'm going to go Philly here. The line keeps moving. Vegas keeps, saying Philly's going to win this game by maybe a touchdown. Yeah, I just don't understand that. I think it's going to be closer than that, but I have Philly winning this in the end, just mainly because, they're at home, and Brock Purdy on the road in the playoffs, I don't believe in him.
Oh, whoa! I'm gonna pick San Francisco. I'm gonna go with the 49ers on the road. Sunday night, Chargers at Pats. I already got a $200 bet with Tolo Luis, so I'm picking New England.
I will take New England as well. I don't know how I feel about this game from a point spread perspective.
Well, just tell me how many you think New England scores, because the Chargers score 20 every week.
28.
They're superstar stud quarterback.
The weather, it's not going to be like your typical New England day. It'll be cold, but it won't be like snowing or sleet and freeze and rain. I'll take the Pates. I call them the Pates.
The Pates.
Pates.
Yeah, we get it.
I'm rooting.
Dumb.
I'm leaning towards rooting for the Chargers, but similarly, like with the Eagles and 49ers, I'm picking New England. So this one is, to me, maybe the most coin flip game of the week. New England was really good this year. It's just their schedule did not allow for a lot of prove-it moments.
I'm going Patriots, and I'm going by 2 touchdowns. I don't think it's close in this one. I'm not a believer in Justin Herbert in the playoffs. The Chargers, they can score 20, but the Patriots, with Drake May, they can put up 35 on you. So Patriots over Chargers big.
What do you have? We'll pick the Monday night game on Monday with the armpit against the Steelers. What do you have on first-time quarterbacks?
All right, so this is some playoff debut props. Quarterbacks making their playoff debuts. It's Bryce, it's Caleb, and it's Drake May. Okay, so those are the 3 making their first. How many quarterbacks making their first playoff, their debut, will win this weekend? The over-under is 1.5, and the under is the heavy favorite. The heavy favorite is the under. How many will reach the Super Bowl? Obviously, no is the heavy favorite, 1 to 4. And then most turnovers. Which quarterback making their playoff debut will have the most turnovers? The favorite is Bryce Young, almost even money.
Bryce Young turned the ball over a ton leading up to it. And I've got 2 winning this week because it'd be Caleb and Drake.
Yeah, so do I. So you can make 1.5 to 1, 3 to 2 odds.
All right, everything that we have for you right now on NFL Wild Card Weekend, kicking off tomorrow. Full coverage and recaps of it Monday with Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. Below the Belt is coming up at 8:40 on the home of America's team. But tonight, are we about to see the unquestioned best coach in all of football? And a part of his strategy on football, no matter what level you're at. We're about to see the best. And why isn't he getting NFL calls? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
14 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
6 seconds from going to the national championship. Snap. Chambliss drifts to his left. He lets it fly deep in the end zone. It is knocked away. Knocked away. Incomplete. No time left. No time left. Miami wins. Miami wins. Miami's going to the national championship, Don. We're going to the national championship.
And because of the thriller last night on Hurricanes Radio, we're all fine with no PI. Just for the record, we're fine?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
it sucks. It's the game.
Yeah. No. Yes. I'm more upset with the play. I didn't like the play call. I hate when you roll out, you put yourself into a spot, and then you had to throw it to the corner of the end zone there. It's such a low percentage play. It was a low percentage play anyway. I mean, that's late. You saw Lane Kiffin. He said 100% pass interference. That's what he posted on Twitter.
Well, he has to try to win over to the fans.
Yeah, he probably wants that. He probably wants the wide receiver.
Yeah,
to come back over. But
yes.
I guess I'm fine with it. I don't have a major problem with it.
I'm willing to write it off the situation as well. And because the Hurricanes end up winning, Michael Irvin ends up stripping.
Together, little. Didn't we tell y'all not to mess with us? Didn't we tell y'all not to mess with us? Yeah, we are going to the championship game. Let's go, you! We're going to a championship game. Yeah! Right here, baby.
I hope Mike has a tremendous relationship with his kids, all his kids. I don't know it. I assume that he does. But if he doesn't, and I'm one of those kids, I'm filing a lawsuit right now today. And here's my evidence. I think about the discipline in the Irvin household when I see the BT. And Mike looks like I'm joking, Mike, if you're listening. But it looks like Mike goes up with a handful of cash to the stadium crowds. And I was like, why is he giving this kid cash? And that is like the shirt that he's beating. So he's buying a shirt off of someone, then putting it on, and then giving it the old BTA.
He is a treat, man. Like he keeps himself in shape. His heart's got to explode at some point here. As energetic as he is, I have no idea. I mean, I do know how he stays so energized, but he is such a treat. He's the only Miami fan I like.
What about Ray Lewis? I don't like Warren Sapp.
You don't like Chiafalo?
Ooh.
He's not a Miami fan.
He bought tickets, and he was wearing a Miami jersey.
He's a Miami fan like Babe Laufenberg is an Indiana fan.
Whoa!
You know,
that's a real shot at Babe.
At least Babe actually went to Indiana.
Yeah. So last night, people were trying to lip read Jackson Dart. And Dart was being asked, it looked like he was being asked, so who's the new Giants coach? And he basically said Harbaugh or Stefanski, but I don't know.
I was going to say, they said that's what it said. I was watching, I was like, I don't know that that's super clear. He just said that.
I thought it was pretty clear.
I thought it was pretty clear that he said Harbaugh or Stefanski, but I don't know, like, what he said before or after, but it was pretty clear.
I thought Stefanski looked like. I thought it looked like he said Stefanski. I didn't think. I couldn't tell that he had said anything else based on what they were lip reading.
Again, that would be my gift. I wish I could learn. That's achievable. Being a lip reader, there needs to be a professional lip reader. Set up an account. I would take that over many other skills.
Mind reading would be number one.
How easy is it? I don't think you'd want that. I don't think you'd want mind reading. How easy is it though? To because you remember bad lip reading videos, right? So there's so many things where like lip movements can look like something else. I wonder like how even the best lip reader, how accurate they can possibly be.
Right. But man, imagine how much stuff you could get if you thought you were 90% accurate. Okay, that was last night. Now we have tonight. And Shabby, I thought you brought up an interesting point.
Thank you.
And I highlight that.
I don't even know which one you're talking about.
Curt Cignetti.
Aha.
Is he the best coach in America? And why is his name... It hasn't been brought up one time for the NFL.
No.
Is this the best coach team of all time?
I think Indiana might be the best coach team of all time. If you go look,
these numbers are insane.
They have not they have not lost a fumble, Bobby, since the 18th snap of the season.
That's a long time.
Wow. That's like
insane.
the Patriots. In the Patriots during Deflategate, not lose one.
Right, it was. Let's see. Fernando Mendoza has attempted 332 passes this year. His receivers have dropped 6 of them. 6. CD dropped 4 in the opening game. Teams drop 6 passes a game, let alone 6 an entire season. They have been called for 2 defensive pass interference penalties. 2. The entire
whole year?
The whole year.
That's where their budget's going. Right to the refs, sounds like.
Because they've been leading all these games, they've faced over 400 pass attempts.
Cuban couldn't pay off NBA refs, so he went to college.
They haven't had an errant snap all year. They have not had a single bad snap. They are second nationally in the fewest penalty yards per game. They average 27 penalty yards per game.
Has this combo ever been done?
So.
There's no way this has been done before.
The next, they've got a total of 380 penalty yards this year. That is 164 fewer than the next least penalized team, which is Ohio State. This is such a well-coached team, and if I'm the Raiders, I am calling up Coach Cignetti and I'm saying, "Come coach our team."
Ooh.
Right now, we're going to draft Fernando Mendoza, be our head coach.
He would be, as it stands now, obviously the hiring cycle's got to finish, but he's never worked in the NFL at all.
Ever.
He would be the second oldest head coach in the NFL behind Andy Reid. He's going to be 65 at the start of next season. The numbers, I was looking this up the other day.
Spring chicken compared to Pete.
Depending on how things break out with this current hiring cycle, as it stands now, with what is it? There's 8 jobs open.
Yeah.
So 24 jobs in the NFL right now. 14 of them, I think, of the currently held head coaching jobs, those head coaches were hired at the age of 39 or younger. Like, the NFL has shifted so aggressively towards young, like, I want you here for 20 years. And a lot of these older coaches have been part of the cycle. Somebody had the note, I think it was that between 20 and 2022, there were 22 coaches hired in the NFL. 18 of those coaches have been fired already.
God.
And I think they're just like, no, we're going young and just trying to work it out with somebody.
Have you heard anything about him?
About Cignetti? Like, just as the type of coach, it's super intense and like a really bright offensive mind and somebody who knows how to I
wonder if
talent.
He'd be too much of a beatdown like Saban was to the pros.
He comes from the Saban tree. So, he may have learned some of that. His big thing that I think would be a check in his favor is Indiana built through portal and other things, so it looks like an NFL model that he could succeed with.
And how would this philosophy work? A Cignetti soundbite that Choppy loved.
When I was growing up, I didn't like when people wasted my time, and I don't want to waste the players' time, and I don't want to waste the coaches' time, and I don't make the coaches stay at night. Maybe that's why I got guys been with me so long. All right, and we start at 7:30 in the morning like everybody else, and you stay till your work's done. And I'm not checking to see who's there and who isn't, right? But I can tell you one thing, when we're in that office, it's all business. It is all business. It's organized, preparation. And we're on that practice field. Look, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, hour 35 to an hour 45. Hour 35 to an hour 45. Monday, walkthrough. Friday, shorter walkthrough. I believe in keeping them fresh and healthy. And our players like the way we run the program. We've had a great culture for the last 8 to 10 years downstairs. And you can't put a value on a great culture. Now, winning helps, no doubt. But the right kind of people believing in your process, your blueprint, your plan helps too.
I mean, I could see why, he is just listening to that, why he has been successful. He is. I mean, there's attention to detail, keeps things short. I like that.
Cut the fat.
Yep, cut the fat. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, these 18-hour a day coaches sleeping on the cot in the office. I mean, you're not productive for 18 hours. It's humanly impossible to be productive for 18 hours.
And of course, they have my future son-in-law, who's just making it rain sprinkles at the podium again. The layoff, it's a problem for many. You know, everyone's complaining about all the rust and the top seeds getting knocked off.
No surprise they were the only team without a layoff problem.
Not for my son-in-law.
The 26-day layoff at the bye week, although it hurt a lot of teams, I would say personally helped myself a lot as it gave me a break between the Big Ten Championship and the Heisman and then all the way to Alabama. There was a lot of media attention during, especially after the Heisman. That was grateful. I can't thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ enough for that. I mean, that was a great honor and award for all of us as an IU football program and team. However, really stepping back and keeping to my process and keeping to my routine and not changing too much, and also not really having social media. I only have LinkedIn and YouTube on my phone right now. It's really helped put things in perspective and keep all the opinions of in the building opinions. So I'm not online reading, Fernando's great, Fernando sucks. I'm listening to what my quarterback coach, Coach Chandler Whitmer, says and thinks, and what the quarterbacks in our room think. So that is where my focus is, and that's how I've been able to play my best football so far.
You know what my number one goal right now for my son is? I want to maintain his innocence. I don't want his innocence to be robbed, and that's how I'm feeling about Fernando. I hope he's dog enough for the National Football League. I hope you have a nice guy / killer that goes and succeeds, because I love the boy.
Yeah, he's very. The comp everybody keeps throwing out. He's Cousins. Like, it's very Cousins-like the way he seems to approach things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tebow and Cousins.
Because Cousins and Russ, I feel like, had that kind of energy, but Russ always felt like it was kind of fake. Cousins felt like that's just him, and he's a little nerdy or whatever, but that's him.
Yeah.
They had Sports Illustrated did their Sports Person of the Year for 2025, and they gave it to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, which it's about achievement and it's about sportsmanship and different things that they do. I think there should have been a case that, like, if that's the definition of the award, like, Mendoza should have gotten it. Mendoza's like doing what he's done to historically help turn around Indiana, winning the Heisman, doing what he did while being Tim Tebow levels of nice. He leads their team in Bible studies. He's a big advocate for the National Multiple Sclerosis Society because his mom has it. And he's just rave reviews across the board of just like super nice guy who's also really smart and still really competitive without being a jerk about it.
What does Tyler Smith's return to left guard mean for the rest of the offensive line? Bobby has that and more in Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys next. But I get the same message every Friday from the...
Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Defense. What if the Cowboys' first pick in the draft is offensive line?
Ugh.
How excited would y'all be for that?
I would not be.
Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. The reason why everybody feels like right
Unless
now.
you told me that Panay Sewell is dropping to us.
Well, see, there is. There's a good tackle who will probably be there, but I don't know if he's Panay Sewell. The reason why everybody feels like the Cowboys need defense is because of the defensive failings that ultimately led to the firing of Matt Eberflus. So the Cowboys are in search of a new defensive coordinator. Todd Archer had the report yesterday, which, by the way, I did go back and look at it because I'd asked this at the end of Crosstalk yesterday. There had only been one interview scheduled across the entire league for a coordinator position as of yesterday, and it was for
and you pointed that out in Crosstalk, which made me apologize to Jerry and Steven because the dominoes had not started falling. Everyone's waiting for their head coaching news to come out.
So it was Patrick Graham as the defensive coordinator interview in Washington was the only one, which Dallas would not have been interested in him. I believe by the time these were put in yesterday, the Cowboys did end up being like the first defensive coordinator requests that were made across the NFL. So they were ahead of it looks like. Archer said that the Cowboys have requested permission to speak with three different individuals: Minnesota defensive pass game coordinator Durante Jones, Denver assistant head coach pass game coordinator Jim Leonard, and Browns safeties coach Ephraim Banda for their defensive coordinator vacancy. They did also request for Jeff Ulbrich from the Falcons. They were declined on that. I kind of wonder, even if they weren't intending on bringing back Ulbrich, would they block him anyway? Because Arthur Blank still hates Jerry Jones, it feels like. And
Arthur has beef?
Oh, yeah. They were the ones who fought really bad over Goodell getting his extension. On the Cowboys DC search, Todd Archer says that the Cowboys said they would cast a wide net. The names learned today will not be the final list of coaches that they talk to for the job. So the Cowboys are kind of opening this up a little bit and trying to identify some people. Now, these three names, we've talked about Jim Leonard a lot. I think it's relevant to note that Connor Orr from Sports Illustrated, every year he does a list of the top NFL head coaching candidates for the future. So not the people for this cycle, but for the future. And then behind that, he goes, and here's some other people that are on track to be coordinators eventually. All three of these guys that they got interviews with yesterday were on Connor Orr's list a couple weeks ago as future names that will progress in the NFL. On Jim Leonard, he calls him a likely replacement for Vance Joseph if Joseph receives a head coaching job. Leonard is a former NFL defensive back known for his involvement in game planning, even as a player. Leonard served as the interim head coach for Wisconsin in 2022. And then you had on Durante Jones, who's been on this list for a couple years now. He said Jones is 47 years old, one of a handful of coaches on Brian Flores' Viking staff who are in line for defensive coordinator consideration. He has experience at the high school, college, and professional levels and coordinated a defense under Ed Orgeron. And then the final one, Ephraim Banda. He says Banda, the former Utah State defensive coordinator, has been under Jim Schwartz in Cleveland for the last 2 years or 3 years. Banda was on the interview list for Shane Steichen this past offseason for defensive coordinator before the Colts eventually went with Lou Anarumo. So a couple different guys who look like this is the track that they're supposed to be taking, legitimate candidates, it looks like. Now, everybody at this point kind of feels like, I think I'm this place, I think you guys are this way, I think the fans are all this way. Your draft capital, any serious draft capital you have, should probably be used on defense.
Yes.
I mean, if it's there, right? If it's there.
Considering they need everything on defense, they're like, it's not as narrow as like, you need a linebacker, let's use it on a line. Like,
my BPA is being sacrificed if it's like 1 or 2 spots or maybe 3 spots.
I have no problem with that.
Like, it's got to be a really big gap for me to go BPA over team need.
Look, you know me, I'm a need guy anyway, because I don't think that
you are.
Yeah, because.
You know he's needy.
They're all the same.
They're all the same. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like I don't think that these guys are any good at what they do anyway. I don't, so like they don't know.
Take that stack.
Yeah, they don't know what's better and what's not. But I will say this, and because you brought up offensive line, it is by far the highest hit position in the first round. Not even close. 70% of first-round offensive linemen average 10-plus starts per year their rookie year. Nobody, the only quarterback is the only other position above 50% from the first round or second round, I should say, both of those. Nobody else. Then you got DB 49%, all the way down to running back at 39%. So, like, it's safe. It's definitely safe.
So this was one of the more fascinating things that came out of the press conference to me. And I know you highlighted it yesterday, Sean, was the way Shoddy talked about Tyler Smith.
Oh. And I think this is Schottenheimer, to me, most unlikable moment by far. And I usually
did you not view it as, and I get what you're saying, but like, was there any part of you that also, or could potentially interpret it as like, well, this is just him like laying down the law of like, this is what it is, guys.
Yeah, I get that. I mentioned that yesterday, and I also think fans will eat this up. I thought this was insensitive to the business, and I don't want Tyler Smith to get taken advantage of, even though it will end up costing the Cowboys more money if they haven't played tackle, because Tyler Smith, by all accounts, is a dream kid, and I don't want them to take advantage of him. I just didn't like the way Brian came off.
Yeah, no, I agreed with you.
You gonna play it?
Yeah, we're going to play it right now. So this was Wednesday when Brian Schottenheimer was asked about Tyler Smith looking for clarity about what position he'd be playing.
But at the end of the day, you're such a good player that at the end of the day, we have to play the 5 best guys. And in no way, shape, or form do I think that we can't, with a full year of Guyton and Nate Thomas and those guys and getting those guys going. But Sis wants some direction. And I said, right now you're a guard. But at the end of the day, we're going to do what's best for the Dallas Cowboys winning a Super Bowl. And that, just like we did the last 3 games, if we got to move you to tackle, we will. And excuse me. What I love about that is Tyler and I were able to have that conversation. He's like, makes perfect sense. I understand.
Okay. Well, as long as you're fine with having a contract negotiation and types of delays, and be fair to him and tell him, and don't screw him over right before training camp and say you got to play left tackle after you train for a guard, and all that comes with that, different size and everything. This is the pros. This isn't you're going to just play that spot. This isn't switching from X to Y to Z at receiver. All right, this is I just got paid as a left guard, and it's a different price and tax bracket at left tackle. So no, you're not just going to make me the left tackle, and that's fine. Maybe behind the scenes they had that conversation. Nick Eamon has said there may be clauses in it. I've heard other people say no, that cannot be done in an NFL contract. So I don't know which one is right now. I heard Jesse Holley, he's like, no, that's not possible to be done in a contract. I tend to, go with our boy Nick, but just don't come across and be like, no, you're going to play left tackle at guard money. That ticks me off, and usually that's an RJ take over the business side of things.
Yeah, it's
pay the guy that comes with it. And again, let me qualify and say maybe that's all understood behind the scenes already. But this ain't pee-wee football where no, you're going to do what we tell you to do, because many other people around here have rejected that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, they have. There's
on that offensive line.
We see this in baseball. They'll move the right fielder to center field.
This was 3 off seasons in a row with Michael Young. Him going, I don't want to do it. And they went, tough, go.
Yeah, they'll move shortstop to second base to shortstop, and obviously shortstop is thought of as a more important position than second base. Center field, more important position than right field, and they've moved guys. It happens, that's you're doing what's best for the team. Like it's a tough tug of war because the fans, don't care.
Oh no, they love what Shoddy just said.
They absolutely love,
and they love hearing. Well, Tyler just said fine, totally fine. I'm okay with it.
Right. So maybe there is something behind the sines. We have no idea. This is one thing though, because
I guarantee I get destroyed on the fan text for this, but it rubbed me the wrong way. And I don't want Tyler Smith to get taken advantage of.
If this came up in his negotiations, even if it didn't get negotiated in there, but it just came up like, hey, am I going to play tackle at any point, or is that y'all's plans? Like that, and I'm sure that conversation would come up. I'd be really surprised if they told him in those negotiations, well, the only thing we're ever going to be able to give you is just an answer from moment to moment, because we could literally change it at any second.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't imagine it was positioned that way. But the fact that
when do they have to tell him what he's playing for next season?
I would think now at the start of his offseason workout.
Ask Manyweather But when do you absolutely have to know, and what goes along with the training differences?
If there is a difference in training, off-season training,
there has to be,
I would
and
think
a difference in size.
And a difference in size. He needs to know yesterday.
He's got to be leaner. He's got to be lighter, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's gonna have to. He'd probably have to drop a little bit of weight, become a little bit more toned.
So don't screw me over and flip flop me back and forth on a whim. Well, maybe not. Maybe I don't want to keep going about it because I love Schottenheimer, but it just irritated me.
Well, let's just assume he is playing left guard, and that is what he's going to be doing, and Schotty means that, and that there's not going to be a change. If that's the case that he's playing left guard, there are 5 potential outcomes now to the Cowboys' offensive line and how this will play out. Number 1, Terrence Steele is returning. That this means that the planned 2025 O-line that they'd gone in with, that they were injured a lot of the year, they're going to run that back in 2026. I still think that's probably the best and most practical solution for them because of just the resources that I know a lot of people go, what do you mean? Terrence Steele said. The resources that you have and the holes that you have, I don't know that you can afford to create more. Just in the name of I don't like him very much. You're going to have to get by there in a lot of ways. And I do think it's been oversold how bad he was. So if he isn't back, that's just one outcome. If he's not back, these are the only other ways that this could impact the Cowboys' offensive line. They plan to start Nathan Thomas and Guyton at the tackles, which you heard Shotty mention, Thomas and Guyton. They were a lot of growing pains for Nathan Thomas this year. And I think projecting him to grow, even if you think one day he can become a starter, projecting starter growth in one offseason is a really bold call for a team that wants to win right now. The other one, they're planning on drafting a tackle in the first round. So they've had success with first-round offensive linemen. But again, your resources you need on defense. It's really tough to swallow the idea that you come away with one defensive player in the first 3 rounds of the draft after they were that bad. Next one. They're signing
buy everyone in free agency.
They are signing one of these 3 players, and they've already made up their mind on it. Braden Smith, the right tackle from the Colts, or Kelvin Beachum and Jonah Williams, the 2 right tackles from the Cardinals. Because you would not commit to Tyler Smith at guard and cutting a veteran starter like Steele unless you're absolutely well-versed on who you believe you're getting in free agency, know how they fit, don't have any questions about them, and have the relationships that you can have back-channel discussions to know how open they would be to them. Those are 3 offensive linemen that Clayton Adams has worked with extensively. And then the last option, they've got a trade target at tackle. This would seem to be the most unlikely one because teams are so busy this time of year with so many other things going on that they don't generally have time to hey, let's talk about a trade we can't do for 6 weeks. So I think that the 2 most likely options here, the best one is to just run it back and don't cut Steele, I don't think. $8 million is not worth creating another hole. But if they do, I then wonder if they are looking at Braden Smith or spending at right tackle in free agency.
Below, the belt, right here every day on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ, along with our insider Roberto. 1 hour to go. Back to football at the Red Zone at 9:20. But 9 o'clock on Friday is time for the losers. What a loser! Worst take nominees and losers. Is it Mel Kiper? He cannot let go of his Shador love. Is it Matt Eberflus? Is it Jerry Jones? Or is it the quarterback at Washington? Nominees and winners/losers for worst take is next.
105.3 The Fan.
Trying to break that pressure, does. Stop and go, dribble drive, step back, elbow.
Take back. Win-win. Last night for the Dallas Mavericks. I know Kevin Hagelin won't like to hear that. We'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Strong week. And I'm going to give someone the MVP of the week here momentarily after Worst Take. On Sean and RJ, we got Bobby Belt, we got Peyton and Aiden on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Is it a win-win when Anthony Davis just introduced more doubts into people's heads about, do we want to really trade for that guy?
Yeah, that's the loss. The loss is that you now, it's
not missing him on the floor. It's that he's introduced more doubt.
Yeah, I may cancel out then my second win with AD getting banged up, and I don't think whatever hand injury it is, and no one else has more info. Jason Kidd was just like, it's a hand. I don't have anything else. Did not return, doubling over in pain with whatever happened on the baseline. I still don't have the best view of it. I'm like, that better be a broken finger. That better be a broken hand. But he's done this in the past. He gets poked in the eye, and he's acting like Helen Keller out there. He
needed actual goggles, remember? The whole retina got detached.
Oh, you know what? Maybe two. Oh, okay, two.
But that's a different one. He's had a couple times where he's gotten poked in the eye.
You see the latest? There's a theory that Helen Keller wasn't actually blind, and that's something that was.
Well, she was in an elevator with Shaq too,
floating around the. And I was like, come on, guys, what are we doing here?
Really? So Anthony Davis, hand injury. Mavs lose, but Cooper Flagg breaks out some of that rookie wall. So that's what happened last night.
Mr. Clutch, most clutch player in the NBA.
Oh, yeah?
Well, most clutch rookie ever.
Ever?
Ever. He's got now almost 80 points in clutch minutes. Clutch minutes are a final 5 minutes of a game that's decided by 5 or less, or that's within 5 points. He had 3 more last night. And I think, now, obviously Shea is doubling him up almost everybody else, right? But he's top 5 in the NBA. More than Luka. More clutch points this year than Luka.
Out of studio MVP is always Alec Medford. What?
Because Luka beats teams down is why. He's not in clutch moments. He's beating people by 30.
Rich Paul's going to end up being right, and they ain't making it to the West Finals unless they make some type of move. Alec Medford sending me this. Ian Rappaport, a little bit. Ian must have been raking leaves. While Archer's breaking news. Cowboys will conduct their first round of defensive coordinator interviews today.
Oh, wow.
On a Friday.
That's breaking news. We got the schedule now, the itinerary.
Speaking with Vikings defensive passing game coordinator Durante Jones, and then Browns safety coach. Why am I having
Ephraim?
I shouldn't be having the problem with this. Ephraim Banda. They will speak with Broncos passing game coordinator Jim Leonhard tomorrow, so they're working on a Friday and a Saturday.
I don't care for this. I don't care for that. These weekend interviews.
They're going to hire Jim Leonhard to upstage the wild card round. Joking.
Don't you want to know? Because they're going to do it. So what? Those 2 are today?
Yep.
They want a whole day for him. That's why. They're trying to devote a whole day.
Why don't you care for weekend interviews?
It's a bad precedent to set. Working on weekends.
Oh, God.
We're trying to shrink the work week, not expand it.
You always make the joke that, when free agency rolls around, they're going to be on their boat. They're going to be off living life. They're putting in the hours you wanted.
No. I work during the week, Monday through Thursday.
Through Thursday.
Through Thursday. Don't work on the week. This
10-hour days.
This team hasn't worked on the weekends in 30 years. We know that.
That may be.
Even on the field.
That may be a new nominee for Worst Take.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
That's right. We got Worst Take. We got several nominees for the very first one of the 2026 Worst Take season, or the first full week, because there was some bleed over at the end of last week. In fact, last week, who won was it, Peyton? It was Lane Kiffin, wasn't it?
It was, Lane.
Yeah, it was just kind of a general catch-all for everything he was doing that whole week that was really dumb.
And Choppy was out for Worst Take of the Year.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. What won it?
It was Nico. Yeah, Nico won for Worst Take of the Year.
Which one?
For trading Luka. He did not win. The runner-up, it seemed like, I don't know, Sean had a couple different runner-ups. Hagee and I think we're going towards Paul Feinbaum saying Kurt Cignetti didn't deserve his contract.
Oh, that's a bad one.
That was a really bad one.
That's a bad one.
But ultimately, quote of the year did not go to Nico. DFW Sports Quote of the Year went to the DFW fan for Fire Nico chants.
Oh, that's a good one. I like it.
It was very good. So, all right, for worst take, the first one we're going to launch off with, and there were a couple we probably could have picked from here because everybody was very worked up by it. I know Sean was worked up by some of it, and we're going to go with one Jerry Jones for his press conference performance. You can take your pick. I was going with, because the one that seemed to get you the most upset, and the one that I think universally most people couldn't defend is like, well, that was just ridiculous, was him saying that ego wasn't a factor for him.
Yeah,
that's what it very much is a factor.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
The laissez-faire, though, of the coordinator being so much easier to find than the head coach, that was number 2 for me. I don't know which one. They could alternate, 1 or 2. Where it's just like, guys.
I'm beyond ego was the exact quote. I'm beyond ego. A lot of people got influence on me.
Yeah, that's a good nominee. That's the nominee.
All right, Chop, you got the NBA that you're going to nominate here?
Really, it's college basketball. It's really Scott Drew at Baylor. That's really what it is.
I waited for you for this story.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you. So
means we're late on it, but
well, we are. It's quite a bit late, but he did make his debut this week.
We have a hire real quick in Miami.
Head coach?
No. Dolphins are finalizing a deal to hire. You want to guess the team that they're hiring their new GM from?
Bears.
Same division.
Oh, the Vikings.
It is from Green Bay, John Eric Sullivan. Dolphins are working to hire him as their GM. That's coming out from Schefter and Rapsheet. Thank you, Medford.
All right, very nice. This is James Inaji. He is a basketball player, 7-footer. He's playing for Baylor now. Made his debut for the Baylor Bears in a loss. Now, you may know this name because he was last year traded for Karl Anthony Towns. He was drafted in 2023.
What?
And now he is playing college basketball. And when John Calipari and Rick Pitino and Tom Izzo tell a coach, shame on you for doing this, you know you done messed up.
Yeah.
And shame on Scott Drew for allowing this player to play. Shame on the NCAA. These coaches, you should have a look. There's a no. It's a no. It's just a no. I'm not taking somebody who's been in the G League, who was drafted, who was traded for an NBA All-Star.
So you're not giving the kid and the program a pass because they found a loophole.
I'm not giving them. No, not necessarily. But
not at all. You said shame on him.
It's shame on Scott Drew. Shame on you. You know better. This is not a college basketball player. This is not an amateur athlete. Shame on you.
He's not really an NBA player either, though. So
no, he's not. But he played the G League. You can't go to the G League. You can't play in Europe and come back.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like a dude who's ever going to do anything.
So what was the loophole? How did they get this to happen?
It's some legal, law process. Same way Diego and others were able to use their JUCO years as basically redshirt years. It's very, very fluid. What an amateur athlete is today is just very, very fluid, and that's just not this is not college athletics. When you have a guy who's gone into the draft and played in G League games and played overseas, you're not eligible for college basketball. I'm sorry.
All right, next nominee here in Worst Take, and I think we're settling on. There's a little bit of, I guess there's a little bit of uncertainty to know this for sure, but it would appear that DeMond Williams Jr. from Washington is the one that needs to be nominated for Worst Take for his commitment, signing a contract, and then 4 days later going DeAndre Jordan and saying, never mind, put a chair in front of the door. I don't want to do this anymore. As he tried to bail out of there, gets fired by his agent, and then ultimately announces that he's going back. Probably at the behest of attorneys, I would guess, is that he was told, no, you're going back because...
Yeah, he's hired, I think, legal counsel after his agent fired him.
So this is just and now you're walking back into... the most uncomfortable of situations, I would feel like. So we've got Jerry Jones for the ego isn't a factor. DeMond Williams for flip-flopping on Washington. We've got Scott Drew for what he did and playing, what is his name, Inaji?
Sure. Yeah,
I think that's what she said.
Vida.
The final one I think is going to win here. And it's one that I saw. It was the last article I think I saw yesterday as I was doing my prep email. And dear Lord, is it bad. This is from USA Today. This is Brent Schrotenborough.
Sure.
Yeah. Something like that. The Sherrone Moore scandal and race.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. This article.
This is Bobby Belt speaking.
This is Brent Schrotenborough speaking. He writes, the two most powerful leagues in college football began the 2025 season with a combined 4 black head coaches out of 34 schools from coast to coast. There were no black head coaches in the SEC. In the Big Ten, there were 4, including Sherrone Moore, the first black head coach in Michigan history. 4 months later, only 1 remains, Mike Locksley at Maryland. The others were terminated, most notably Moore, who fell from grace in the kind of scandal that can unfairly affect perceptions of other black coaches in the ways that don't affect white coaches after similar scandals, according to experts spoken to by USA Today. And so this whole article then starts to pause, which if you want to take the angle of, hey, there's probably not enough representation of black coaches at the college level, that's a fine thing to explore to me. Like if you want to look into that and go like, is this being represented totally equally and representative of the coach, the assistant coaches that are there and the players that they represent, that's a fine discussion to have. When you then turn it around, though, to like basically flip it to say that it's a sad thing that Sherrone Moore and others similarly are not getting second chances moving forward. They write, in all of college football history, only 5 black coaches have been given second chances as non-interim head coaches in the Power 4 conferences after previously being fired from another head coaching job in the FBS. They said Tyrone Willingham, Mike Locksley, Kevin Sumlin, Carl Dorrell, and James Franklin, who was recently hired at Virginia Tech after being fired from Penn State. Outside of the Power Forward leagues, it says that in FBS history, only second chances have been given to Charlie Strong, Willie Taggart, and Derek Mason. But they then point out, in the context of Sherrone Moore, they say, by contrast, 17 current white head coaches in the FBS are on their second or third chance, some of whom had been arrested or had issues off the field. They said new LSU coach Lane Kiffin, who is white, thank you for that note, even was considered the hottest candidate on the market after previously being fired as head coach of Southern California and the NFL's Oakland Raiders. And the two that they really highlight here is the ones that it's like, these guys are just not going to be given second chances, were Sherrone Moore and Mel Tucker at Michigan State. Sherrone Moore broke into somebody's house and threatened to kill himself.
I don't know if I like that
and
one.
ended up in jail. Mel Tucker got fired after a really bad scandal at Michigan State where a rape survivor, Brenda Tracy, said that Mel Tucker had been making inappropriate sexual comments to her. And these are the two that they're like identifying as like, look, these guys are not going to get the same chances that other people have got. I think 2 worst examples possible, and they gloss over with James Franklin there the fact that James Franklin had a ton of scandals at Penn State and got hired no problem back at Virginia Tech instantly. So I think this is an awful take.
There's definitely a case to be made that a black head coach doesn't get second chances. I with you, like it's
100% worth exploring.
Yeah, 100%. These examples, bad examples. Sherrone Moore isn't getting another job for at least 15 years. At least.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he might go and do the coaching rehab clinics and work his way back because he's young. He might work his way back by the time he's 50.
They banished,
but it ain't going to be ever.
They banished Art Briles. Art Briles was never allowed back.
Bobby Petrino, did he get another job, head coach job?
Petrino did.
What, Western Kentucky or something like that?
It took a while, but he came back eventually. PJ Fleck. If PJ Fleck does what Sherrone Moore did, just to take a random up-and-coming white head coach, if PJ Fleck did what Sherrone Moore did, PJ Fleck's never getting another job again either. This is explicitly about how things were handled.
He'll be rowing his own boat out of town. That's what he does. Row the boat.
Go.
That's his mantra.
Let's vote.
There are your nominees. I am going to vote for the worst take of the week is Jerry.
Oh,
ego not a factor is just there that you can't say that with a straight face, and I think he was kind of believing it.
My vote is Jerry.
PP.
I'm going to go Scott Drew on this one.
Oh,
I'm going to go Scott Drew. Oh,
and the Tolos.
Sherrone Moore has got a lot of late votes here. We had one for Scott Drew, a couple for Jerry at the beginning of the segment. I think Sherrone Moore though leads.
Yeah, Sherrone Moore's getting the most of the votes on the text.
There it is. Well, the writer.
Yeah, or the Sherrone Moore writer, USA Today, Brent, whatever his name was.
Bobby, I'm going to take a second to highlight your work this week.
Hell yeah!
Monster MVP performance.
Oh, thank you.
I was thinking back of all the stuff that you had dropped on the air. I think I'm forgetting a few things. in the Eberflus and Cowboy fallouts, things that I had not heard anywhere else. Eberflus signed off on the Micah trade. He signed off on other personnel. He signed off in putting in the head of the Joneses, you can scheme up pressure. McCarthy let Diggs get away with much more than Schottenheimer, even Trayvon walking out of meetings. Schottenheimer will make the next DC hire, explained how Eberflus lied when hired, highlighted the two coordinators you think they would hone in on. Jaden Blue's patience held him back, and then all of your TISM graphs, charts, and videos and stats while you're supposed to be spending time with your family. So, well done.
Thank you.
Way to deliver.
I thank you. I appreciate it. Is it all canceled out by saying BS on the air and walking out, though, on Monday?
Yeah, acting like a little biatch on that. That could cancel it out.
Damn it.
All right, it's the Red Zone, where you're going to get all football all the time. RJ, with his football degenerate picks, next for college and pros on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you on over to...
833-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone every weekday at this time here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands. Return it on, leave it on. We'll crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece with the story that I've been looking forward to actually the most throughout the entire day, and we have not brought it up. It's so salacious. Mm-hmm. It may be so untrue. It may be so reckless that I had to save it for crosstalk at 9:40, even though someone kind of heard behind the scenes that it may be true. We'll get to it with Kevin and Corey, but of course, it is playoff weekend. What?
I thought I knew what you're talking about. Now I no longer know what you're talking about.
It was on the text last night.
Oh, okay. Then
RJ at the very end.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. You just didn't think I had a hockey inside.
I didn't.
Well, I may be exaggerating to sound connected. But it'll come up at 9:40. It's an amazing
salacious
rumor. It's crazy. Playoff weekend is here. College semifinal tonight, tomorrow, the pros, Sunday and Monday night. The 5 things RJ Choppy wants to see.
All right, number 1. I want to see Josh Allen show that he is the best quarterback in the NFL.
Okay, so you're kind of like rooting for Josh Allen.
I'm not rooting against Josh. I want him to show that he is the best quarterback in the league. Because if they lose to Jacksonville, and like I said, I do think these are the 2 best teams in the conference. But if they lose to Jacksonville, he becomes not only the NFL player, but he becomes the professional.
So you think, who did you have a hard time excluding from that conversation? Was it New England? Was it Denver that they can't be better than Buffalo or Jacksonville?
It was both of those teams. I think the Bills and the Jags would win regardless against either team.
I know you would, but did you have a hard time? Was there a tough decision like Jacksonville over New England, or Jacksonville over Denver, or Buffalo over New England? Or no, it's easy for you.
It would be Jacksonville over New England. It would be the tougher one. Because if Buffalo wins, they go to Denver. I don't believe Denver can beat Buffalo.
Okay.
But I want to see this because if he loses this game, he becomes the professional athlete that will be labeled the guy who can't win it. He'll be the biggest loser in all of sports.
And it will almost help that Lamar wasn't in it,
right?
So he doesn't get knocked out. Because I would think of Josh worse than Lamar in terms of playoff failure, because he'd be losing the playoff game. Lamar wouldn't. That's just my own mind.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
Is there anyone else that would come close?
In the NFL?
No, sports.
If they were to lose a playoff game this year
or series,
I mean, there'd probably continue to be chatter about Luka if he got one and done.
Okay.
Aaron Judge.
Tougher in baseball, but I get it.
Tougher in baseball. Ovechkin was it until he won finally.
Yeah. Josh Allen. Anyone else close in the NFL?
Yeah, it's Josh, then Lamar, and then it's a little bit behind that, probably Herbert.
Number 2, I actually want to see if this Jacksonville team is for real. They played a really good schedule, but you're going up against John Wayne here. If you're for real, you don't necessarily have to win this game, but it's got to be like a heavyweight fight. Trevor play well for us to buy. Like if this thing is like a 31-28, Bills win on a final field goal, I think people will buy the Jags a little bit. But let's see if they're real. Number 3. A coming out for Caleb.
Finally.
He could disappear in some games, but you could also see the talent there. They win this game. I could see them making a run. I like the Chicago team. Number 4, more drama with the Eagles. I love drama.
Yeah.
Somebody else's drama. Nothing would make me happier than see the offense stumble.
I think you love drama too.
Yeah, I do. And the Eagles be left with an offseason of question marks around the quarterback and maybe even the coach on the hot seat, even though I like Nick. I like Sirianni, but he might be on the hot seat. And then number 5, I actually want to see Pittsburgh and Aaron Rodgers win. I'm not ready to say goodbye yet, but knowing if he wins, it means Denver likely moves on.
So
if all the other higher seeds win.
When did you change, and what changed about Rodgers to you?
It's just he's an old man. I like to see old men. He's my age. You know, he's 2 years away from being in a gym locker room with a blow dryer nude with his leg up on the table.
Gross.
Like he's just a couple of years away from that. So I want to see him because chalk one up for the old guys. That's kind of what it is. There's your 5 things.
All right, 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Let's try to make you some money to go along with all the football.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 selections. In the NFL, I got one for college today, too. That's the night game. We'll do that one right now.
Did you bet last night?
I did not. I did not. I was going to, if I did, I would have taken Ole Miss plus the 3.5. Would have lost. But glad I didn't. All right, so.
I think that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to live bet. Use my in-game football expertise.
There we go.
To read what's happening and going on. Like I got lucky with Miami last night.
I like Indiana minus the 3.5 tonight. I do like the Hoosiers. They already won on the road in Oregon. I think they're a better team today than they were back then. I also think Oregon's a little bit better today. I think Oregon is the defense is much, much better.
Who do you like, Bobby?
I like Indiana too. Wasn't it Miami 3.5 yesterday? And I mean that was dead on. It was a 4-point victory for Miami. So I think Indiana. Pretty solid bet, but I mean Oregon can absolutely win this football game.
They can. I like Indiana, but
what's going on with Oregon's back?
So they have one guy who's hurt, but another one of their running backs put himself into the portal. And Jaden Lamar, he's entering the transfer portal now. This is not a guy who started a ton of games this year. He does not have a ton of carries this year either. But he did have the longest reception in the game against Texas Tech. And because they have an injury to one of their other running backs, he'll move up the depth chart. I just hate this, man. I really hate this when you're putting yourself into the portal and you're going to skip the freaking Final Four. You just played a couple of snaps in the previous game, and you're going to skip the Final Four? That's gutless. That's gutless, man. Wait. You can't wait 2 days?
I will say, as much as people are like, oh, it's professional now. It's like free agency or whatever else. It's like, yeah, but I mean, at least in the NFL, it's not like game 16. They're like, by the way, I'm going into free agency right now. I'll see y'all later.
How long are we from, by my voice correct?
I heard it.
How long away are we from a guy who is an impending free agent in the National Football League that does not have a contract signed for next year? Get into the postseason, and he's like a third or fourth wide receiver, right? And to say, I'm going to skip the playoff game because, A, I'm not getting paid for it, and I'm going to get prepared for free agency. We are less than 10 years away from that happening.
Well, you would get playoff bonuses.
Yeah, I was going to say, why wouldn't they get paid for the playoff game?
Well, you don't get your regular salary. You get a bonus, but sometimes it's not as high.
And wouldn't you miss a game check?
Yeah, you get game checks and stuff for that.
A full game check?
It's like a fixed
Dak
amount, but it's good.
Dak's getting $3 million.
No, it's like a fixed amount, but it's good. Like they're making money. Okay. Like a third or fourth receiver, I would imagine, is making money. Now, somebody getting near the end of the season who's just like, I don't want to go out there. We don't have anything left to play for.
You're in the playoff hunt.
No, but yeah, I'm saying teams who are not in the playoff hunt. I could see guys doing that where there's like, I'm sitting and I'm not doing this anymore.
All right, NFL. Carolina plus 10.5 against the Rams. The other three, this is the largest home dog in playoff history. The other three all covered. I like Carolina plus 10.5. I also like the over in this game. It's 45.5. The last time these two teams played, it was like 31-28. So I like the over 45.5. Jacksonville plus 1.5 against Buffalo. Give me the Jags there. Give me San Fran plus 5.5 against Philadelphia. I don't want it. But Houston minus 3 against Pitt. And one other thing, a little note, if you're going to make bets that aren't on here. Since 2004, 70% of wild card games played outdoors hit the under. 70% of outdoor wild card games. And that coincides basically with Vegas going to a computer model to make a lot of their wagers. And outdoor, they usually use like stats for that, obviously, and the stats don't account necessarily for a drop in weather.
There it is, Degenerate Pigskin Selections from Ralph James Choppy every Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, let's get to a mock draft.
Oh, it's mock draft season. And this is always my favorite time of year, is just to see the different players that we'll get excited about and then ultimately don't end up here. Like last year, it felt like we did that with Tet McMillan every single week for a couple months.
And he ended up being a baller.
He did. Yeah, it would have been nice to have him here. But, I mean, they ended up with a good pick anyway because he's, Tyler Booker's a good player. All right, so leading up to the Cowboys pick, number one pick projected in Jordan Reed's first mock draft over on ESPN. Fernando Mendoza going to the Raiders. Obviously, that would be a big one. You got the Giants taking another receiver in the top 5 like Malik Neighbors. They take Carnell Tate, the wide receiver from Ohio State. The Commanders at 7 get David Bailey, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. He's awesome. That would be somebody who, if he's sitting there at Dallas's pick at 12, I'd be all over David Bailey. But Dallas's pick comes up at 12, and they end up taking Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles, who's good player, good in coverage, about 20 years old. Like, he's young, he's a captain, but freaky athlete, still a little raw, though. And there's stuff that he's got to clean up on that front. Dallas right now, they don't have their pick fixed, obviously, with Green Bay. So Jordan Reed was projecting how the games would play out and then assigning where Dallas's pick would be. So he thinks Green Bay is going to win this week. He has them at 25. And he has Dallas, and this would make me upset, I think, taking Tennessee cornerback Jermod McCoy. Jermod McCoy's tape is some of the best corner tape we've seen in recent years.
Wow.
Jermod McCoy was putting that tape on there when he was 19 years old. He was a teenager doing this against teams like Ohio State. Jermod McCoy's tape is older than Ezekiel Elliott playing for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, he sat out this year.
He sat out the entire year. Zeke played 2 more games in the regular season the last time that Jermod McCoy played. He tore his knee in training, and there's been a lot of just cloudiness about how he's dealing with the rehab and different things like that. I don't love the idea of going, let's do the whole corner rehabbing a knee thing again that hasn't played in a year. Let's throw that out there because that works so well with Revel. You have no idea what it is. He's really good.
He's a great player pre-injury.
If you can tell me the knee is 100% fine, there's no problem, he's ready to go, he's a great player, I would take him. But I don't think you can get that certainty at all.
Mock draft season underway on Sean and RJ, your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers, and the 940 crosstalk with KNC, the insane hockey rumor that took over last night. And we'll crosstalk with the fellas as we move closer to the weekend. KNC crosstalk is next on The Fan. But I just sat there and...
Hey, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk. Man.
Oh, thank goodness.
Bobby Belt, the KNC masterpiece. I've been complaining about, well, number one, not having a clock in here. That never gets fixed. But this studio and the way it looks like a frat house behind us. But this monitor in here, I've not been hearing like on-air stuff coming back from break. I've just been relying on the headphones.
Yes.
And I'm like, that's going to get someone in a lot of trouble.
Yes.
In a lot of trouble. And it's probably going to be Bobby. I know G-Bag doesn't talk to each other in commercials.
I get in more trouble when Bobby's around because I have a similar sense of humor to him.
So here's the only thing that'll save me.
Is this thing not working? Like, should I mess with this? I don't like to mess with
this one
I'm like
louder.
Corey, from a technology
I don't hear that one very well either, but Kevin hears everything from Eric on this one.
This one works well. I think that one's just like shorted or something, but that one works.
It's a new studio. Why would things not work?
I don't get burned by this.
We got the AC fixed, I think.
I would have gotten burned by this at some point over the last 3 years or something like that if it was not for like
me.
No, well, I mean that too, but also be like super, like the way I get the little spectrum side of my brain that is just like going to be obsessive about like this is a 6.5 minute break and I know exactly how much time's allowed. Like that.
Yeah, my colon. 100%. I know exactly how long 100%. I have.
Did you not see the text?
You don't catch yourself.
I sent you a run sheet of G-Bag's comeback times the other day. That's how obsessive about the time I was getting.
Yes.
How are they doing?
Awful.
And you're not doing too hot either. I'm surprised.
Mike would die in this because Mike would talk right up to the last second, and so he would probably be the one.
Oh, you mean like cursing coming back?
Well, he didn't curse much, but he'd say something that just made you go, Mike.
The closest I ever get burned is the Jerry interviews. Because we come right back in and Peyton turns the mics on like as the music turns on. So I don't get any second to like go, oh, there's music, I should shut up now.
What about G-Bag? Who would it be? Because I heard you guys laughing it up the other day coming back talking about things I know that were not appropriate.
Yeah.
Is it anyone in particular?
All about the tuna.
I feel like maybe Eric, because he'll drop in those zingers that hit pretty freaking hard, man.
Yeah. What's coming up, Corey?
Guys, today at 12:20, our friend, the man who can make a pork pie hat work, David Keckner in studio, otherwise known as Champ from the Anchorman shows, or Packer from The Office, or Anton Phillips from Dirty Work.
Wait. You shouldn't have to look this up, RJ. Have you not seen Anchorman?
I've seen parts of it.
Really?
Oh, it's Will Ferrell.
He's still never seen Remember the Titans.
He does have moments where he gets confused with the dude that was in Ballers and Hot Tub Time Machine.
Oh, Cordry?
Yeah, and he's
Rob
like, people will walk up to him. They'll be like,
confuse them?
Yeah, they'll be like, because they're bald, and they'll walk up and he'll be like, hey, Rob, and he's like, oh, that's not me, it's the guy from Hot Tub Time Machine. And you're like,
I know him.
Yeah, they're the same guy.
See, I wish they would embrace it. Like, I've told you the story of, I was walking with Craig Ludwig, and somebody ran up and was like, can I get your autograph? And then I heard him walk away and go, I just got Brett Hull's autograph. And I told Craig that, and he goes, story of my effing career.
You know Timothy Oliphant? He has a story like that. Him and Josh Duhamel get confused a lot for each other for whatever reason. So one day he's at a Dodgers game and Josh Duhamel's there.
Just go with it.
And him and his family were there, and he was like, Josh, will you take a picture with my family? And so Josh Duhamel hops in a picture with his family, and he takes the picture and makes it his Christmas card for that year.
Oh, my goodness.
And he goes to his mom's house for Christmas, and that picture is on her refrigerator, and she
couldn't tell the difference.
She's just going on and on. He's like, not even me, Mom. Not even me.
Jesse, when Jesse was broadcasting from Andy Albert's SportsCon thing one year.
Jesse who?
Holly. He had a piece of paper that he had folded and put in front of him that said, I am not Isaiah, stand back.
Okay. So I need to ask Jesse about this because I swear this is him. The black guy at the airport counter when they're like, the athlete's coming my way. That's Jesse, isn't it? Do you know who I'm talking about?
This is like a week ago?
Anytime. Anytime it's like such and such is coming to my city, such and such, we're
ready to
signing
work the
him.
mornings, Fred
and they
White.
show this guy. Look, as long as Jesse doesn't care, so I'm good. But I'm like, that's Jesse Holly that's standing at the airport counter. You guys know what I'm talking about? You're just going to try to hang me out to dry.
I'm not hanging out on you on purpose. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, it's a meme. It's a pic.
Oh, no,
it's a picture on Twitter, and it's always the guy. Someone tweeted to me so I can show it to the fellas.
You
and
better
I'm like,
hope it's Jesse Holly now.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. Jesse would laugh. I'm cool with Jesse like that. But I'm like, I think that's Jesse Holly. But there he is saying I'm not Isaiah Stanback. Okay.
Oh, okay. So let me see here. I don't know who that is.
It's Jesse.
It kind of looks like
Jesse.
Let me see it. Is that the one?
Yeah.
It does look
Standing at the airport counter solo?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's just like it's similar to his braids, but his head's kind of turned.
I've seen that.
You've never seen that?
I haven't either.
I mean, it's
You
turning
guys
up,
don't see color.
That's a Jesse Holly butt right there, too. So
It's turning up a bunch of results, but I'd never seen it before.
All right, let's get to and Jesse, let me know if you're listening, if you've gotten that before, and if that is or is not you. Let's get to this Ottawa Senators story. Did you see this?
I got nervous. I didn't hear the Ottawa part.
Well, you're gonna be nervous.
Oh no!
I think.
My hockey group chat sent this to me.
Jesse said no. Period. It's period. Not exclamation with laugh emojis.
Are you sure?
That's dead ringer though.
So remember, Jesse, that was Sean who said that.
So hold on, are you trying to convince him it might be him?
Yeah.
Like, that looks like him.
Yeah.
So,
Remember when you were flying from New England to Cincy or Cincy back to DFW?
So this was said to me on my hockey group chat. Go effing Otters Utters. That's the name of the group chat.
Okay.
It said it's a screenshot about a rumor from Ottawa, and quote, insider news: Linus Ullmark would always come home from road games and out the guys who cheated on their wives to his wife. Lo and behold, he had a side chick who ended up calling his wife and outing him. Then his wife outed all the players cheating on their wives to the other wives right before Christmas.
This is playing out during and after
Christmas?
This is playing out during and after the bowl game on Senators Twitter.
So Julian McKenzie, who works for The Athletic and is a reporter, posts, the Ottawa Senators currently do not have Linus Ullmark on their roster, according to their media site, and at Puckpedia, which I think is a Wikipedia for hockey.
Wow,
just took him off
detective.
Their Senators active roster. Even as a non-roster player, they still carry his $8.25 million cap hit. He remains away on personal leave. Okay? A few moments later, the Senators come out with a statement.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Our organization was extremely disappointed to read the completely fabricated and false stories that are spreading around social media about our hockey club. Linus is away from our team for personal reasons, and he has asked the entire organization's support. We ask that people respect his privacy, but clearly that request has not been heard by the lowest forms of trolls and sick people.
They put that in their statement?
Yeah, cool. It's in the official statement.
Wow. That is very unlike a club.
It sounds like I know somebody who would tweet this and then at the end would say thank you for your assistance in this matter. He said, but we ask that people respect his privacy, but clearly that request is not heard by the lowest forms of trolls and sick people who scour the internet, disgusted that outside forces are intended to disrupt our hockey club. This state will put an end to the ridiculous speculation that is spread online.
Wow. And people are like, the fact that you addressed it means it's true.
Wow.
Yeah, like imagine that screenshot we've talked about before that like was going around over the last couple of, like if the Cowboys would have responded, that would have been weird.
Yeah. Yes. And did the Senators get smoked last night?
I don't remember.
Yeah, 8-2. They
see.
lost 8-2.
Damn, 8-2. So we had a 9-0 game a couple nights ago, and now an 8-2 game.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Personal lives, they're distracted.
So your thought is, because they put out the statement...
It's not my thought. It's Twitter's reaction.
Okay.
It's like how people always go, which I don't believe it, when people say, such and such is safe as the head coach moving forward. People think that is, you're dead. You're done. It's over.
Yeah.
And I don't always agree with that.
I gotcha.
So people are like, why would you even address it? Why would you even acknowledge it?
Do you buy into that line of logic for this specifically?
Yeah, I buy, I don't want something serious to be happening in his family, like a death.
I get you.
I almost feel like I would have to come out as that person and say, someone's sick, someone passed away. This is why I'm gone.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, why isn't he there?
Yeah, the team dropping that, like putting that out there, unless they were 100, that's a ballsy thing to do if you're not 100% certain that that's what it is. Because then if it comes out that you're wrong, you look really, really bad.
Man,
and then people are coming up with random. People are coming up with random posts about why he's out. Like this one guy was like, "Hey, the reason he's out is he took a bite of my Junior Baconator." You know, just like making random comments about why the guy is missing time out of
That's not as bad. I thought it was going to be something that you're like, well, I mean, like, what if his wife had cancer or something? You'd feel like a jerk for doing that. But if it's just like something silly like that, that doesn't seem so bad.
Okay, what's the weather supposed to be this weekend? Is it hot? Is
I think
it cold?
it's cold.
Is it raining? Is it dry?
Back to cold.
We're back to cold.
Cold, high of like 50s.
High of 50s.
I'm the mid to late 50s.
On any
lows of 33.
On any given day, what percentage of the time would you say you know how cold or hot it's supposed to be when you wake up?
Pretty low.
Lately, it's been. I
think it's like
76.
one out
nice
of
in the
every like
mornings.
50 days. I actually know what it's supposed to be outside when I wake up.
I'm like Medford. I heard Alec the other day, like, it's just messing with his head. Like, I'm getting a Scottie Pippen type headache right now. I don't get headaches. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I have one right now,
hot,
too.
cold, allergies, this, that.
Did you bail out during the most important part of the show?
Which was what?
I don't.
What do you think is the most important part?
I think all.
It was a
4
Scottie
hours.
Pippen.
That's a
joke.
Pippen. It's a Pippen coup coach thing.
Remember when he was like, "Oh, I can't."
Oh yeah, I remember. I was just trying to trap
Pippen
you,
played
but
all
you
day.
But it didn't work because I
exposed
said
me.
all 4 hours.
Yeah, you made me look bad with the sports reference.
Bobby, what you need to do every morning, wake up and look at Dan Brunoff's email, and you'll know exactly what the weather's going to be like. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it.
Is it more important? I think it's more important to know what it's like when you're going to sleep than when you wake up.
Why?
I just
Temp setting.
I wake up.
You're that Patriots player.
I wake up and
You change your temp that often in the house? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You ride it.
Oh yeah. Like right now, upstairs with no one there, it's 78 degrees.
Do you have 2 different air conditioning systems?
Yes.
What a flex! Hey, you've seen those ceilings.
That is a nice house.
You see those ceilings, that elevation?
I should have even more.
I wake up and I look at the
My bill.
Amazon Echo Show, and I just see what is the temperature on that screen when I wake up in the morning. And then I dress like that.
I just leave upstairs off. I don't know. I never turn it on. I never
All
go
right.
up there.
Everyone have a fantastic weekend. Enjoy all the football. Yeah, who's rich now?
Can we
and
revisit?
upstairs he doesn't
I
even
just want
use.
to revisit that at some point. He's like, I don't even go to my upstairs to my house.
I know. The dog used it as a bathroom, so there was just landmines everywhere.
And you never cleaned it.
Did you just leave it up there?
It took about 4 months for us to clean it.
Because you didn't know.
No, because we never went upstairs. We just put the gate up and said, we're done. We're just going to leave it there. And then, when Zero Res was coming over,
And these are the
I
people
cleaned it up.
who don't flush their pee. The shower habits.
Oh man, I forgot.
Dirty and
I
grimy.
forgot about that.
I haven't. We have been flushing. Okay.
Oh, good job.
And then we left
What
it in.
changed? You got yelled at for talking about it on air.
I'll tell you what changed is that when you leave it in there, the toilet gets a really bad ring.
No,
really
dog!
bad ring.
No,
and I kept
Here
having
was
to
more
clean it.
breaking news from the
But,
beginning of toilets.
I started to smell
Yeah,
it.
it
I was like,
smells a little bit, too.
it stinks, especially because we
I
eat a lot of
started
asparagus.
to smell it.
We eat a lot of asparagus. A lot of asparagus.
Let's get out of here. KNC is next. Everyone have a great weekend.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And for the first time in a while in a non-holiday capacity, we are back in the studio on a Friday. Let us know how you're doing this morning. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, listen to that mic move, Corey Majors. And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
WD-40 might help out, or maybe I just adjust things with the microphone off. That's a possibility, but, life happens. Kevin's in the middle of an ad, and all of a sudden his microphone just starts spinning like a pinwheel.
That did happen.
Things are good right now. I am wondering, 877-881-1053, as you were saying, do you miss us? If you've been out with us at the Taco Buenos and Uncle Julio's and Freebirds all over DFW, do you miss seeing our faces? Or are you like, nope, faces for radio?
Aw.
A lot of people say that.
That's hurtful.
They think it's a funny joke.
Yeah.
It was.
It's like whenever you go up to somebody who's got like an unusual name and you make that joke that they've heard 8 million times.
Like Adrian?
Yeah.
Adrian, yo, Adrian! And she's like, yep, never heard that one before.
You have to decide, are you going to humor that person or slap them in the face?
She does that. She's like,
Don't slap people.
She gently says, yep, never heard that one before, and smiles, and they always think that she's telling the truth. When in reality,
she's just nice.
She has mentally stabbed them in the chest.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come
do
to
that
that
for
today.
real, Kevin.
Yes.
You can do that in the mental world, but not the physical world.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Mr. Medford, how are you doing this morning?
I was doing great until I decided to take a piece of gum and chew on that, and then I bit the inside of my mouth twice within like a 5-minute period. So now I'm just mad at myself because I'm like, I clearly didn't learn my lesson. So here we are. I'm in pain.
Never bite again.
Kevin Smith.
Is that the lesson you would have learned? Don't bite anymore?
You know what? Good point, Majors. I'm just not going to eat.
Hey, well, okay. See, I think that was a little more extreme than mine.
Eat. Your skin and bones.
Another thing I heard all the time growing up. That was like, ha, yeah, cool.
And that's why he bulked up.
Exactly. I was tired of
mass.
He's jacked.
Yeah, and I can't wear shorts. All right, let's go ahead and start off. Give me cut number 2. We will build to the crescendo of last night's outstanding college football playoff game.
Here's one of those second downs and 6. Beck feeling some late pressure. Launching downfield. Wide open is Marion. Another bust. And Miami back on top, 52 yards.
Man, there's a text that I really hope Corey gets to respond to.
I do not. Look, I'm sorry. I don't know. No.
Okay, because we probably can't read that one on air.
They messed up the first one and then sent a second one, and we're like, that one's definitely aggressive.
Man, that was freaking aggressive. All right, so last night's game. I know we talked about who won. Did you have a particular rooting interest, or was your rooting interest revealed as the game goes along? I don't know if you've ever felt that before. It's like, you're like, I don't know, I'm indifferent. I just want to see a good game. But then as the game goes along, you're like, ooh, okay, no, I'm definitely rooting for this team along the way. Did you find yourself in that situation?
Alec and I both picked Ole Miss yesterday, and then after Alec picked, I was like, well, I think I'm going to be wrong now. And then,
you were right about being wrong.
I was right about being wrong. And it wasn't your fault, Alec. It was more me.
It was the fact that Miami got to run 90 offensive snaps against them.
Dude, and that's what I think I love the most about this game. And I was talking to the program director from KRLD, and I was like, hey, he was like, how'd you like that game? He said, I would have never expected before the season to be that excited about a game like that between those two teams going before the season. And I said, yeah, I was rooting for Ole Miss because of everything they have going on. Like, that's a bad position to be in, man. To have your coach go.
For sure.
You're basically now
who's allowed to stay and coach your team?
You're the kid with divorced parents.
Yeah.
And they're pulling you back and forth the whole time, and you're just like, let me just go out there and play the game I love.
And Chambliss out there saying, Maybe it's my last game. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'll play again next Monday for the title. There's a lot going on in that game.
Fact is, though, you have two teams that are extremely talented. And that turned into an awesome football game. That's what it ended up being for you. So, Kevin, I got past that. Like, yes, there was part of me that kept going, I'm hoping Ole Miss finishes with the win. But every time that one team scored, I was like, I can't wait for the next drive. Like, I want to see what this offense does now. And I told you this morning when I walked in, I wanted two things to be true. I wanted that Malachi Tony reception that wasn't a reception to be real. I wanted it to be a catch, Alec, because I wanted all of us to have that highlight for the rest of our lives. Be like, one of the best effing catches you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah.
And I wanted pass interference on the end of that so we could get more football. I know we couldn't kick a field goal to tie it, but it would have given us another play. And I just wanted more plays out of that game. You're right, though. They did a fantastic job. Miami did a wonderful job of beating down Ole Miss's defense, tiring them out by the fourth quarter, and having the ability to having the time on the clock. Ole Miss scored a little too early. They had the time on the clock, and they drove back down the field and left nothing left except for the 18 seconds for Chambliss to say 2 passes, I'll get us in range.
Okay, so, and I want to get to that in just 1 second. From the 214, this is interesting. I guess this didn't bother me, but I know people have they can have widely differing opinions about the commentary. Man, the commentary was horrible trying to sell this game as legendary. I guess I didn't feel that way because I thought it was a super fun game that was really competitive with unbelievably high stakes.
Yes.
Like, if you're Ole Miss...
Yeah, they're going to the national championship game.
And Miami is looking for their first national title in 24 years. Ole Miss was looking for their first national title since the 60s when they got bumped out with all of the stuff that you talked about. This is now the third straight year with no SEC team even in the championship game. Man, I thought, and then meanwhile, the quarterback who scores the winning touchdown is in his 7th year of college football. Like, I thought there was a lot going for the game. And then, Corey, you referenced it. One of the greatest incompletions ever. I don't know if that sounds like a stupid sentence, but when they first ruled that Tony had made the catch, in real time, I thought, get the hell out of here. Yeah. There's no way that's a catch.
He looked too out of bounds.
Yeah, it looked like he was a good bit out of bounds.
I could have believed the ball was brought in, but I couldn't believe that he was in bounds.
Which, by the way, let's not undersell how amazing it was for him to bring that catch in, let alone try to get his foot down. But then when I became more impressed by the catch that wasn't a catch upon slow-mo replay, because I saw that he kind of almost sort of got in bounds. He got half his foot in bounds, which is a miracle. I thought he was like 2 feet out of bounds.
And my brain tells me, like, and they explain it, and I knew it, but my brain was like, with the first part of his foot was down first. And then I was like, but the whole foot, if he'd have just left his toe, which would have been impossible because he was trying to protect his body, it was an awesome non-catch. Michael Irvin said he's just going to consider it a catch because it was so great. And Michael, that's not possible. But we all kind of want to.
Yeah.
It was that cool.
Yeah, no, I get it. Absolutely.
I think the concept, like, we could all pray that most of these NFL playoff games would be that exciting.
Or even tonight's game, right?
Dude, I have a great feeling about tonight's game. After what we saw last night, I think it's going to be a blast.
By the way, you know what's super cool? 4 more straight days of playoff games.
4 more years.
I said days.
Days. 4 more days.
You're going to get us in trouble. But yeah, with college tonight and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, NFL. How cool is that?
Yeah, no, it's exhilarating. But
all right, question right now. Is last night's game going to be the best game?
No.
Of all of them?
No.
Ooh.
Every game from here on will be better. So tonight's game will be better. Tomorrow night's games will be better. And then the next day, every single one of them, it's just going to advance like a stair step, dude.
Okay, well, good news. When we come back on Monday and then Tuesday, we'll be reflecting on the greatest run of football ever.
I guess I didn't have too much of a problem with the broadcast at all.
I didn't either.
I thought the moment was. I thought they were describing what was going on in the reality of it all very, very well. I thought, man, the coaching back and forth, Cristobal was fantastic. He called perfect timeouts for his defense. He made just some exceptional calls offensively. We talked about this off air, running the ball whenever you are near the goal. Like, that was brilliant to go ahead and do that. They did a great job. Miami did a wonderful job defensively. It was tough because Chambliss was on it, dude. He looks every bit of the part. The confidence that goes along with that guy, dude. I want him and Weiss. Bring me both of those together. Yeah. And we will win all sorts of games because we will have a Brian Flores defense.
And honestly, he might be in the draft. He's waiting to see if the NCAA accepted his waiver, because otherwise he's already agreed to return to Ole Miss, but that's only if they accept his waiver. When did you think that Miami was going to win the game? Because I'm going to go back to the 3rd and 8. I still thought best case scenario right there in that moment, Miami was playing for a tie. And then you got the face mask penalty, which once again, I'm glad that they give you all the different camera angles you do, because when you see it again, you're like, oh, wow. Yeah, he definitely grabbed that dude's face mask and whipped it around. And that's, maybe he was going to make the catch, maybe he wasn't. But that's clearly a penalty. And it wasn't until that penalty and they got new life and a new set of downs that I was like, okay, maybe they are going to win it right here, right now.
So your question is, when did I think Miami had completed the win?
Are you going to say when Beck ran the ball in?
No.
Oh, okay.
When Chambliss, when it wasn't called pass interference, like that one for me came down to the last second because I thought that they could. You saw the passes, dude. Yeah, he throws strikes two in a row, and all of a sudden they're in position.
Unbelievable.
That was amazing for that. I did have something, Kevin, on for today's 1 o'clock C block. We are going to do the level of concern. And one of the things that I had after his early 57-yard kick was, are you concerned, your level of concern for the future of the kicking game after how easy Lucas Carnero makes kicking look? And then he banks one off the pole and then banks another one off the pole that falls in. And Adrian was like, how often does that happen? I was like, God, you got to watch more football with me. And he's been fantastic.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Yeah.
And that malfunction for just a slight moment just brutal.
So you mentioned the last drive from Ole Miss, but before that, Miami they're trailing 27-24. I thought their 1st and goal call was freaking brilliant to run the ball, especially because of where the clock was and your timeout situation. You get 5 yards right there. I thought they should have run the ball again, like a design run. I know they ended up running the ball, but I want to go ahead and play cut number 7 because,
you wanted Fletcher to run?
Yes, exactly. Excuse me. Cut number 3 because Carson Beck gets the touchdown, and he makes the right decision twice in this play, and we'll talk about that in just a second.
3 receivers bunch to the left. Beck is looking that way. And still looking. Takes off running. Carson Beck with his legs.
Now, Alec, I don't know if you felt this way. We discussed it before the game. I thought almost straight away in the play, Carson Beck should have peeled off to the left, and I thought he would have scored. But then when you see the play again, kind of the all-22 version, you're like, okay, is that linebacker would have caught him? And then it looks like maybe he's going to get sacked, and then he navigates through and scores the touchdown. I thought that play was amazing.
It was just a theme of the night for Miami is in the trenches they won in every single fashion. The protection that he had in this game was absolutely incredible. Even when it looked like on that play specifically, it looked like it was going to fall apart for a second. Yeah. But then they he does drift off to the left, and that gives them time to reposition, set their shoulders again, the offensive line, and they seal everything off. They sealed off an entire 2/3 of the field in front of him. So he had all day to make that decision. I thought he took too long to make the decision, but it was still the right decision because it won them the game. That's how great the protection was.
I'm so glad that you said it took too long because I thought that along the way, but then I also thought he should have pimped his score a little bit and taken a few more seconds off the clock. But then as soon as he scored, I was like, who cares? What difference does it make? And then Corey's right. Boom, boom, back-to-back passes from Chambliss, and you're like, holy moly. And man, they had a look. They had a real shot thought in that last play, and I know some people wanted pass interference, I like the way they called it mutual combat, because I thought that the receiver was doing a lot of grabbing and hand fighting there as well.
So you can look at this score and go, how is this a good defensive game? And then you look at the first and third quarters and go watch, and then say, watch the defenses play. Like, they played their asses off last night. We got what we wanted. We knew we were going to get big plays out of, like, good running out of Fletcher, a big play out of Lacey at some point, a big play, a game-breaking play out of Tony, and then you got two quarterbacks last night that delivered clutch, big-time throws over and over and over. Both of them were 23 for 37. Like, that's like, both of them were that, but it was. I don't know what more you could ask out of a college football playoff game.
Okay, so you walk away from this game being like, hell of a job, Miami. You're a damn good football team. Yes?
Yep.
All right.
And Ole Miss.
Yes, agreed. Regardless of who wins tonight, Miami will be a decided underdog in the championship game. They have been installed as early 3-point underdogs against Oregon and 6.5-point underdogs against Indiana. Now, it's complicated because it is in their home territory, but because of the corporatized nature of the national championship game, it's not going to be nothing but Miami fans there.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And then Cristobal shut that down in the postgame. Oh, now you get to go play for the championship at home. Yeah, that's great. We just need to focus on going 1-0 again, which is probably how you get to that point to begin with, by 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, but still feels
that kind of an
tiny
underdog.
Bit disrespectful.
Do they know that his team had the flu all week and that they were dealing with that, the injuries they overcame throughout that game? Come on.
And you can only say the flu thing if you win, right? Uh-huh. Because if Ole Miss trotted out, well, we all had the flu afterwards, you're like, boo, take the loss. But if you win, oh, wow, they won and had the flu? Mm-hmm. Amazing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, I hate to do this snarky of a tease. Coming up next, Mavs and Jazz, and guess who's hurt again? Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation.
that, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You saw when he spun in the paint, Jackson, another player to guard him. Bryce! Bryce, baby!
Like ice!
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk some Mavs Jazz, and the rest of this was going to be, have you been watching and enjoying the maturation and improvement of Cooper Flagg? But
heck yeah.
I agree, but there was another thing that happened in the game last night. Should I assume? Well, I guess I shouldn't assume. I'm going to take a poll here.
You know what happens when you assume, Kevin?
That's right.
You could be wrong.
And I don't want that. All right. What was the hierarchy just between our first two segments of watching for DFW sports fans? Were you Mavericks, then college football playoff? Did you flip it the other direction? I realize you can try to watch both either on multiple devices or flipping back and forth, but what was your decision?
I get what you're saying. You assume I was watching Mavericks because it's local. I understand. But no, Kevin, I was actually watching the football game.
That is actually kind of what I assumed.
Because we talked about it first and I had so many thoughts on it.
Right.
But I was keeping up with the Mavericks game in a couple different ways, multiple devices, as you said. And there was one pass Anthony Davis had where he ripped the ball off like a rebound turn. Didn't even feel like he looked down court and just sent it, and it turns into an easy layup on the other end. I was like, dude, that's great to have a power forward / center who doesn't want to play center that can do something like that can pass the ball with that kind of accuracy up court, because Jason Kidd wants to be able to move the ball, right? Like he doesn't want to be a stagnant offense. That's what he was. I mean, that's one of the things I think he didn't love about Luka. He would mention that frequently. He was like, look, we have to have all of it. You got to be able to have tempo. You got to be able to play half court. You got to be able to do all the things. And so last night that was an awesome pass to see. And then watching that play with Flagg, pushing it up court, dishes it to Nembhard. Nembhard floats it back up, and he finishes. I was like, dude, I'm saying dude a lot today. For the future of the Mavericks, this could be a lot of fun with those guys. So that was my hierarchy, was definitely that, but I was keeping track of what was going on.
Did it end?
And what happened? What did I tell you? We need to beat the good teams and lose to the teams that we're better than.
Well, that is exactly what happened yesterday, and I was going to ask, did you get what you wanted because you got an efficient shooting night once again from Cooper Flagg, but you still lost the game to a team that theoretically it looks like you're going to be jockeying with for lottery positioning.
Yeah, now instead of being 15 wins, you're at 14 and they're at 13. So
I got
that's a positive thing right there, Kevin. You lose to the bad teams. It doesn't tell you anything about yourself. It just keeps you close.
But on the flip side, in a game that was in the balance, Anthony Davis was sidelined for the final minutes of the Dallas Mavericks' loss to Utah. He hurt his left hand. Afterwards, Jason Kidd said he hurt his left hand. That's all we had.
He looked like he was in serious pain.
And I'm not disputing that he was in pain. It's just frustrating at a time where you're like, we're so close, and the Hawks cleared out the room, and they still have the assets that we want. Maybe you could make that happen. This is the worst time for you to get hurt. Like I'm not saying that Anthony Davis is faking it or anything like that. It's just disappointing because you're like, damn it, man. We were so close. The team wants you, and you were out there.
It was nice. I agree with you on this. And do you still feel like Clay is a tradable piece at some point? Whether or not you're going to get 2 first-rounders for him, like that's a different deal.
I would trade Clay Thompson in a heartbeat. I just don't know what you're going to get from him.
You got 20 points in the first quarter out of him. In his 900th game, which is pretty cool. Congratulations to him. So you still highlighted that. I know you're right. I'm not desperate to trade Anthony Davis.
Okay,
I'm not desperate to do it. I know the rumor has been there and it has popped up, and I'm like, whenever they do it, I'll be fine. I want to enjoy the player while he's here for a couple reasons. One, I always wanted the player here in the first place. You know that. We discussed the opportunity a long time ago of trading Dirk so that we could get the Anthony Davis in the first round pick. And people lost their damn minds because why would you ever trade Dirk?
Right.
And they're right. And they would have been right ultimately in the grand scheme of things. Don't forget, Kevin was the one that created that segment.
That was like 12 years ago.
That is true. That is actually, it was right after the championship, so whatever.
It was even longer.
Anyway, so I love watching him. I really do. I want him to be healthy so I can watch him while he's here. So it's very unfortunate that happens. I just assume at some point he's going to be gone, and I'll be like, I never really got to enjoy that because there are nights when that dude can do something special and this team can be special. So that stinks. It stinks a lot for me as a fan, but it also stinks for the part of me that wants to continue to be a team builder.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it, but I guess at least if that is the case, then you did lose the game. So
yeah, that's a positive.
That, yeah, I suppose.
It's a positive. And again, watching Cooper Flagg continue to grow into this role. Yesterday, Rolando Blackman said something, Kevin, that stuck with me. And that is the part of we need him to get to the point where he understands he's the leader of this group. He's the one driving this train. And then when Kyrie comes back, he's still that guy. Like, Kyrie doesn't need to walk in and say, guys, it's my team, because everybody understands what the impression and the imprint Kyrie's made on this team. They understand it already. But now seeing the future is this kid's. It's his Ferrari to drive. You're seeing that. And him not let up on his aggressiveness as a player, that's the maturation, Kevin, that I'm continuing to follow and hoping builds up. And thank you to Rolando Blackman for pointing that out yesterday.
So I had a few things that I wanted to break down about Cooper Flagg because I decided to kind of do a research project over the week about the evolution of Cooper Flagg at Duke versus what you've seen in the NBA, right? Mm-hmm. And so I kind of capped it off where we ended off in December, but I can pick it up again with the last few games at some point. So let's go back to Nikola Jokic a couple weeks ago before he got hurt in the game and when they were playing the Mavericks. Jokic said, I'm going to say about Flagg, he's got the poise that he played with. He doesn't feel like he's so young out there. He seems like he's played meaningful games and was winning before. That's my opinion. He looked really mature out there. So if the best player in the game gives a thumbs up to the guy that you're now building your franchise around, that seems like a pretty positive thing. But let's take a look at what he did at Duke and how it evolved to the NBA. First half of the regular season. At Duke, Cooper Flagg, 16 of 52 from three. That's 30.8%. Not good. Not good at all. Second half of the regular season, 27 of 62 from three. That's 43.5%. Mm-hmm. That makes you a lethal three-point sniper in this league. And then in the NCAA tournament, 9 for 18, 50%. So you saw throughout the season at Duke, his three-point percentage got better. Why do we mention the three-point percentage? Because that's clearly been the weakest part of his game so far in the pros. All right, October and November, NBA, 19 of 75 from three. Ooh, 25%. Not good. December, 13 of 39, 33%. Still not good, but you jumped up 8%. So you're at least starting to follow the trajectory of Duke. But what about across the board? October and November, 17 points a game. Scored 20 or more points 6 times in 20 games. Last month, 23.5 points per game. Scored 20 or more points 9 times in 13 games.
Wow.
So that is a huge jump up. And probably most importantly, although I know we just discussed people might want this team to lose, October, November, this team was 6 and 14. December, 6 and 7. So you've seen the three-point shooting improve. So obviously you've seen the overall scoring improve from Cooper Flagg, and then you've seen the team get better record-wise. Now, I know some people listening might be like, that's great. I want those first two, but not that third one. You can find a way to keep losing games, which you kind of did last night. But the point is, you're already seeing how much better he's gotten in these 3 months.
Well, and then add in he's more positionally sound right now.
For sure.
Did you love hearing Rolando put you at ease of the things that I was telling you earlier in the year, Kevin? He's not a point guard.
He's not.
They needed him to learn the point guard position for the sake of learning what everybody else needs to do, because he can play all those positions.
Yeah.
So in his mind, the way that he processed that is, I know I need that guy to do that. When I'm there, I will do, because he sees the game that way. He understands every role on the court. And I know I don't want to, I'm not bashing Luka here. Luka was the team. Luka was not I'll be here for this and let me know whenever I'm useful. Luka was everything for this. This is now a player that is useful to everybody on the court in every facet, including defense.
And we talked about that leading into when the Mavericks made the finals. It felt like Luka was on the cusp of breaking NBA history because no player with that high of a usage rate had ever won a championship. And you're like, oh my gosh, now we're one round away from making it happen.
Right.
And if people still want to reflect on, I wish Luka was here and everything, I get it. But unfortunately, that's not.
I'm just looking at
change.
the difference of what we have.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing that we have a very this is an interchangeable piece on everything on the court, and he knows a little bit about how to run the point if necessary. And at some point, Kevin, I bet he takes that role on. I bet at some point, if they don't get a guy, he takes that role on and he's like, I got this. Let's just build a lethal team around me and we'll figure something out. But right now, the fact that he sees the game the way that he does, and he's aggressive and he's capable and he's mentally right there in it, dude, this is an awesome time for Mavs fans that are in on this bit of where they're going.
And that's why I'm still kind of stuck, because I love seeing Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg play together. I think that Kyrie Irving is the perfect point guard for Cooper Flagg to play off of. So I realize everybody wants to, whether you want DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer, whoever. I get that. I do. But I can't stop thinking about, man, I want to see more of this combination. When you talked about, I want to see Anthony Davis. I go back and forth between, can we make a run at a top 3 or a top 4 pick, or I love watching Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg together. Or what Rolando Blackman, again, yesterday, Kyrie's going to come back. That combination is going to be amazing, but make sure everybody knows that you're still the dude. And I keep thinking about watching those two play alongside each other, and I'm thinking, but for what? Do I think they're going to make a run at the title? Or do you just strip the team out and be like, all right, so we've got the dude, and so let's just start building around the dude right away with young players?
Well, we'll find out.
We will find out. We're the KNC masterpiece, hopefully, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got too much football, so no baseball nuggets today. Instead, props and predictions for NFL wildcard weekend next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
First and goal, use check in motion. Leading the way from McCaffrey to the edge, to the end zone. Touchdown, San Francisco. CMC TD.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for props and predictions for the NFL Wild Card Weekend. We will get through as much of this as possible, and if we don't finish, we'll pick up some more of it in a bit. Now, in Week 14, the Carolina Panthers were 10-point home dogs against the Rams, and guess what? They won. This weekend, Carolina finds itself as the biggest home underdog in the history of the NFL playoffs. Think about that.
Are you serious?
Yeah. They won their division. They're the home team. They're underdogs by 10.5 points.
Dang.
But
that's not good.
Isn't it?
I don't know. It sounds like not good.
It does sound not good. But let's take a look at what happens in these scenarios.
Let's dive deeper.
All right. The 3 prior largest road favorites. So that would be the Rams. They're favored by 10.5 points. The Bucs in 2020, -10. They beat Washington by 8. The Saints, 2010, they were 9.5-point favorites. Lost to Seattle. The Steelers, in 2011, they were 7.5-point favorites, lost to Denver. So the 3 previous biggest road playoff favorites, none of them covered, and only one of them won the game.
Dang.
With that in mind, I have presented you information that should lead you to think that perhaps the Carolina Panthers are going to win this game. Gentlemen, who do you think is going to win the Carolina Panthers-Rams game?
Rams.
Oh, come on!
Carolina Panthers. Well, I mean, all right. I understand all the things you said. Carolina Panthers did have the 23rd easiest, 23rd hardest schedule. So that would make it like the 10th
easiest.
Yeah, sounds good. 9th, something like that. I don't know.
10th.
32 minus 9.
It's 10.
All right. What
Count it out. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32.
I think you added a finger there somewhere.
I might.
Yeah. Don't ever say that again and look me in the eye.
It didn't mean it like that.
But then I wanted to kind of look at their schedule. They beat the Falcons twice this year. Meh.
You know who else they beat?
Hold on.
The Rams!
The Cowboys. They also lost to San Francisco and Seattle late this year. And like they beat New York, they beat Miami. A lot of their wins.
Who else did they beat?
The Cowboys
and
Green Bay
and
the Rams.
The Rams
in a game that was chaos. Like that was an absolute chaos game. If you watched it, it was a lot of fun. I just don't think that Los Angeles is going to lose this one. I just don't.
Alec, Corey's a hater. I gave you all the information. This is prime for an upset. Panthers and Rams, who you got?
Yeah, the history shows that this is actually going to be pretty tough for the Rams, except it's not because they're the way better football team in this scenario. So they're going to go in there and they're probably going to cover and they're probably going to win because their defense is way better, because their offense is way better, because their coach is way better. Now, the Panthers, I feel like they'll remind you that, hey, we have an idea. We kind of know what we want to do going down the road with this quarterback and this staff, but no, the Rams are going to win this.
Kevin, let me ask you.
I'm rooting for the Panthers
because from the 817, they will not win this game, but they will cover the spread. I believe that. I think they will cover the spread.
All 3 of the previous ones
did. That's a big number. Because they do play tough defense. They're gritty offensively, too. I think if they revert back to being strong with Rico Dowdle and Hubbard and run like that, they can be good. Terrell McMillan's been a fun receiver. But I ask you now, because you're flailing about and you're furious with us for our take.
Yeah.
You go in and make a play on Carolina to win this game?
Next up, how many quarterbacks making their debut in the playoffs will win? Your options. Well, you've got Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, and Drake May. Over under 1.5. All right, so Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Drake May, all making their playoff debuts. How many of them will win?
Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Drake May.
I already know you don't think Bryce Young is going to win.
I think 2.
Okay.
I think 2 of them can.
So you take the over.
Yeah, I'll take the over.
Alec, I know you think Drake May is going to win, so it kind of feels like the pivot point comes down to the Bears and the Packers, where the Packers are actually favored by 1.5. You going over or under?
I understand why the Packers are favored, but I don't think they're better in this situation. Rather, I would say, give me the over.
Okay.
Give me the over. I think 2 of them will win.
Now, this is a very unique playoff wild card round. 4 of the 6 road teams are the favorites.
Wow, that is impressive.
Usually, you'll get a Carolina type, but 4 of the road teams are favored.
I know, like the New England is. Did I say they were undefeated on the road yesterday?
That is correct.
And so, like, that's a big factor in that for sure. That's a curious thing, though. And I guess a lot of this year has been some really good road teams. The Bears are 5-4,
but they're both at home.
Yeah, they're at home. Oh, hold on. This is flipped the wrong way. Oh, okay.
Oh.
They screwed this up on the chart here.
All right, I got another question for
you. I
you.
did have a question, though, for you. With the Patriots and the Chargers, do you think that Harbaugh is like consoling his brother this week, and he's letting him cry on his shoulder, and he might lose a little focus on his playoff goals?
No, because he is already thinking about next year's Super Bowl, because he said he wants him to be in the NFC so they can redo the Harbaugh Bowl. So it seems like he's processed all of the emotions of grieving really, really quickly.
So you don't think that he's just spending a lot of time sitting around?
Even like, a little bit.
It's going to be okay, pal. Let's go play some catch.
No, he's like, if you live in the general area of Los Angeles and can play offensive line, come on down.
Please.
All right, so I'm going to follow up with those same rookie quarterbacks, Young, Williams, and Drake May. Will any quarterback making their playoff debut reach the Super Bowl?
I don't think so.
Alec? Drake May.
Yep. He's making it.
2.5 to 1. On your money if you think any rookie quarterback will make it to the Super Bowl. Not even win the Super Bowl, just make it to the Super Bowl. And then, if you look at this field, there are 4 number 1 overall picks in this playoff field. Which quarterback drafted number 1 overall will have the most turnovers this weekend? Trevor Lawrence, Matthew Stafford, Caleb Williams, or Bryce Young?
Man, I think this is interesting because it's between Bryce Young and Trevor Lawrence for me.
Ooh.
Trevor Lawrence has a tendency to fumble the ball, and that's something that stands out for me. So I think it's between those two. I will go with poor Bryce Young because of the defense that he has to rock up against, and that's not going to be fun for him.
Well, unfortunately, poor Bryce Young is, in fact, the favorite. And this is the order it goes. Bryce Young, Caleb Williams, Matthew Stafford, and then Trevor Lawrence is actually the least likely to have the most turnovers. So 4 to 1 on your money if Trevor Lawrence gets the most turnovers. But what we've really learned is Vegas thinks that the Carolina Panthers are going to get murdered, killed.
Well, they think the NFC South doesn't belong in the playoffs.
But you need them to win this game.
Why?
Because then when the Packers lose, you get a better pick.
Let's do it. Poor Bryce Young.
Yeah. You should be rooting for the Panthers and the Bears.
If we have poor Bryce Young, can there be a poor man's Bryce Young out there? Like, he's a poor man's Bryce Young. If we already have poor Bryce Young?
J.J. McCarthy. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
He was the sixth pick, right?
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will probably have to get back into this because there's still a lot more ground to cover at another point in the show. But coming up next, for the final time this season, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And the famous Alec Medford. And for the final time, what?
You all right, buddy?
Yeah.
Your allergies been kicking your butt?
Yeah, they really have.
You need an Allegra?
I might, if it doesn't make me fall asleep. And for the final time this season, unless tremendous news breaks, which it very well could, we bring you, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Golly, you sound very finality about that.
Yeah, sorry, I might have made that.
This is the end.
Too much of a grandiose discussion. And in fact, while we should probably start with the Cowboys, I want to know how locked in were you on college football last night? Because obviously, I know you are super into the Mavs as well. Did college football take precedent for you last night? Did you try to balance both? How'd it go?
College football had the big screen TV on. The small TV had the Mavericks on.
Okay, right on. Mm-hmm. What when you watch Trinidad Chambliss, your thoughts about him as a draft pick, not for the Cowboys, just in general, your thoughts about him as a professional NFL quarterback?
He's going to get gobbled up as soon as he's declares for the draft. If he plays one more year or is allowed to play one more year at Ole Miss. But I would imagine he has created a pretty good path for himself into the NFL. If you're looking at what teams are trying to find in their quarterbacks, I think he fits the bill. He's awfully sharp. He sees the field. He can use his legs. And he can throw in the pocket. He can throw on the run. He's phenomenal.
Yeah, man. He's just got that it factor that goes along with it, like the confidence, the way he steps into his throws. I love everything about it.
And this is somebody.
And he's a guy that people want to follow.
Yes.
Right? You can see it.
How important is that as a quarterback? Because especially as the NFL has evolved more and more quarterback-centric, it feels like you want and maybe you need a quarterback that people are ready to follow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that he's just got the right personality, the right character that when you hear him talk, it's not all about me, right?
Right.
It's always about the team and everybody else. And you can see he. I don't know what it was like before Kiffin left, but he seemed to have filled in a void for the offense that, hey, just come along with me and we'll get this done, right?
Yeah.
And that was a phenomenal game last night. I can't remember seeing one that went back and forth like that with both teams playing at a pretty darn high level.
Now, we had lamented some, I'll just say me, I definitely lamented about I thought the Cowboys were being a little bit of a slowpoke to get some of these interviews set up, but it turns out they might have been leading the pack, whether it was requesting to interview Durante Jones from the Vikings, Jim Leonard, who we've talked a whole lot about.
I think it's him Leonard is what we're going to call him from now on.
That's Corey's guy, is Jim Leonard or him Leonard, and then getting denied on Jeff Ulbrich from Atlanta. They've set up several interviews to get the process going.
Yeah, I think so. And you take care of some of these guys that you can talk to. It doesn't mean, they're at the top of the list. I think that, I could remember them going through several interviews, regardless of if it was a coordinator or a head coach, because now it's an opportunity to pick the brain of guys on other teams to see not only what they think on certain aspects of the game, but you can also ask them about your team. What do you know about my team and where we can improve? So sometimes it's a fact-seeking mission more so than, okay, this is one of my top guys I want to interview. because there's so many more guys out there. But again, a lot of these guys are going to end up getting interviewed for head coaching jobs, right?
Right.
And they're not going to rush in to say, okay, I can be a defensive coordinator again, right? No, they're 8 jobs open now?
Yep.
And a lot of these guys are looking at that, and I bet they look at it first. Now, do you want to wait on those guys to kind of sift through, or do you want a guy like Leonard? And I'm with you on him. The more I dug into his history, coaching, playing in college, in the NFL, the fact that Schottenheimer has some sort of knowledge of him when they were with the Jets together. I think that he sort of fits the bill as an up-and-coming guy that has not only been Denver's pass game coordinator, but he was the assistant head coach. And obviously, Sean Payton knows everything he needs to know about the guy, and the Cowboys still have a good relationship with Sean to pick his brain. Now, again, in that case, though, their defensive coordinator, Vance Joseph's going to interview for head coaching jobs, right?
Yep.
And the Broncos might say, hey, not so fast, right? Because we might want to promote this guy to our defensive coordinator. But that one intrigues me. And the fact that, you remember Jerry talking about he likes guys that have to kind of pick themselves off the ground and establish themselves.
Yeah.
Well, this guy was a walk-on at Wisconsin, right? And then he was a defensive coordinator in college for 4 or 5 years. So I think, if you look at his background, you're going, okay, this might be a kind of guy that you can take a chance on. Now, having said that, you also might want to hire somebody on that defensive staff that maybe is not the coordinator, but maybe some sort of consultant that has some experience of being a coordinator, and just somebody to bounce thoughts off of if it's a first-time NFL defensive coordinator.
Anybody but Jonathan Gannon, you know what I'm saying? I'm just kidding, Mick. I'm just kidding.
Shot at what I said about him? Or
Mickey, you weren't too hard about him yesterday.
I'm
kind of
just
came off that way just a little bit, but it's all right.
Just kidding.
I am kind of curious, Mickey, like looking forward now too, though, because a lot of people get caught up in best player available no matter what. Stephen Jones has been very adamant about BPA at position of need. Well, the position of need is defense with this team. How heavy do you think that this Cowboys team should go in that draft whenever they're looking for defensive players? Because they've missed with some players.
Providing the draft provides them that,
yeah,
right?
It looks like it's going to. I think this is a pretty good one.
Right?
Yeah.
You should, at number 12, have probably a pretty good selection of defensive players. And, and I was looking at, I can't believe somebody's already got a mock draft out, but I should believe it, right?
Yes.
And I started counting, and I saw, couple quarterbacks, couple wide receivers, two offensive linemen, and I'm sitting there going, okay, if that falls that way, then by the time you get to 12, there should be a bunch of defensive guys. Now, there was about 3 or 4 projections for defensive ends, which you could go that way, but I like the fact that there were some middle linebackers available, and it looks like one more just came out, right? The guy at Ohio State.
Yep.
So yeah, and I don't know if there was a bunch of cornerbacks, but hey, one of each. At some point in the draft, I think that you would make yourself happy. Then again, and Stephen pointed it out in 2020 when they were dead set on drafting a defensive player with their first-round pick at 17, and all of a sudden CeeDee Lamb's sitting there right in their laps. So you can't be just totally committed to saying, I got to have that, because you don't know how that draft's going to pan out. And you've got to be flexible enough to say, but this guy is such a great player at that spot, I can't pass him up.
Now, I know we've talked a lot about the defense, but I saw this stat, and on the surface it seems like a positive thing, but I also feel like this is a bad thing. Brandon Aubrey made a field goal in every single Cowboys game this year. He was the first Cowboys player to get a field goal in 16 games in franchise history, and then he hit it in the 17th game in franchise history. So while we do need to pour resources into the defense, an offensive discussion that needs to be had is, man, oh man, we can't just keep getting 3-3-3 next year regardless of who the defensive coordinator is.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at it and where the deficiency was offensively, because you're kicking field goals, right?
Yep.
But you're also moving the football pretty consistently. You just weren't getting in the end zone.
Yeah.
And a lot of that sometimes have to do, and I know they've spent all these resources on the offensive line, but I think you have to make a decision there. What are you going to do at the tackle position? And if you happen to move somebody to the tackle position, then what am I doing at the guard position? Now, you're not going to probably draft a pure guard in the first round, and I caught a lot of heat when, they ended up doing a guard in the first round with Tyler Smith, but he had tackle capability also. I think that's something maybe in free agency. You can find a veteran guard if you're moving Tyler Smith to left tackle. And again, that's got to play out. You got to see where it goes. But to me, one of the reasons you ended up kicking so many field goals is you moved into field goal position. You just had trouble on third down too many times. And I think a lot of that has to do, while you had a 1,200-yard rusher, very rarely did you run the ball into the end zone from afar.
Now, somebody has texted this in for quite some time, and we haven't asked it, but they want to know from your time at was it the Jackson Daily News? Yes,
it was.
Did you cover the Jackson Mets or the Jackson Generals? This person has texted this in a bunch. They have been very patient. Did you cover either one of those teams?
I covered the Jackson Mets, yes. As a matter of fact, I was covering them when Darryl Strawberry first got to AA.
Wow. Did you know he was going to be...
And he started at AA, if I remember correctly. He was a first-round draft choice of the Mets.
Did you know, pretty straight away, holy cow, this guy's got all the potential in the world?
I figured he wasn't going to be there very long. and you know what? He was... And I don't know if, you go to New York or whatever, if it changes your personality, but he was a pretty personal guy. And I guess, he was probably at that time maybe 18, 19 at the most. And he was engaging. And I remember I would have to think real hard who the manager was then. But he had pointed out to me, he goes, well, you know what this Strawberry guy does on his off days? He goes, if my wife and I want to have a date, he babysits our kids.
Wow. Really?
Now think about that. Darryl Strawberry babysitting your kids, right? You wouldn't have thought twice about it now, but back then, that was him. But yes, I did cover him for, I want to say, 2 years at least. And I also was the official scorekeeper for those games, right?
Wow.
And then I did it for maybe a year and a half. And one day during batting practice, I'm out there, and the catcher comes up to me and he goes, hey, you're a little hard on giving guys errors instead of hits. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, in this league, to move up, you got to improve your batting average. And if you give a guy an error out there, then you're not helping my guy's batting average. And I immediately walked to the general manager and I said, I resign. You got to find somebody else.
Well, and look, Mick, it only took about 40 years, but now baseball hardly ever gives out errors. And so they help out with that all of the time.
I thought I was doing the right thing. I spent my childhood going to White Sox games, right? And I knew what an error was and what a hit was. but they wanted hits, right? Didn't matter what was happening. But yes, I did do that, by the way.
Man,
awesome. What a cool story.
A fella for all seasons.
And I also covered Ole Miss. And I could remember writing columns, and people wanted me to run out of town because I told them they would not improve. I wrote a column about you will not improve your recruiting because at that time Steve Sloan was having problems getting black players to go to Ole Miss, or at least the top ones. And I said, you got to get rid of Colonel Reb. You got to get rid of the flag. You got to get rid of, singing Dixie and all this stuff. And, it was you, Yankee, you go back to the North, But it took about 15 years, 10 years, and then they finally came around. And now look where they're at.
Mickey's ahead of the curve in all sports, covering all teams. Man,
are we going to bring him back as an insider for Mavs and Rangers and
actually,
Stars
Mickey,
this year?
People are demanding your return for Mavs and Stars and other Rangers content. So we might just have you on like once a week just to talk about other sports things.
Well, back in my newspaper days, before I became the Cowboys beat writer, I was the backup on all those teams.
So I'm talking about.
Obviously, the Stars weren't there yet.
Right.
But the Mavs and the Rangers, I did all that stuff.
Hey, Dallas Times Herald forever, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Thank you very much, good sir.
And by the way, thank you guys. This was a fun season to be on with you guys. And I know a lot of times my opinion doesn't go with everybody else's, but you guys put up with it whether you agreed with me or not. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely, Mickey. Absolutely. There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Look, man, I love talking to Mickey. I love that acknowledgement right there. He goes, hey, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, he's telling everybody that's listening that sometimes disagrees. There's some people out there that do. Some people love it. And I always say this, the ratings tell us what to do. And the ratings are good whenever Mickey's on, so I'll keep rolling with that.
There's a reason he was on all week. All right, Mickey brings the listeners. Yeah. He really does.
And I like Mickey. I know, like, I worked with him a long time ago, and he kind of gets me a little more now. But I like that he's kind of loosened up on this show. He has some fun with us. We don't just talk certain things, and he gets into it with us, man. So I enjoyed a lot.
And he is the new Mike of Masterpiece of the Week.
Yeah, somebody just pointed out this is the last week that he could win Masterpiece of the Week.
Well, it's a powerhouse back-to-back set of segments because coming up next, talk about drawing in the viewership, or I guess the listenership too. It's time for AM on the FM. It can be both.
Oh, I like it, but I also like the question of the day. Plus, Rick Carlisle did what to recruit who to the Mavs? Next on The Fan.
The more time you give.
or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Remember, at some point in the show today, we will do another ticket giveaway for TNA Impact on Thursday, the first ever live edition on AMC at the Curtis Culwell Center.
Any specific time?
I would probably say not when Alex is about to do a segment. I feel like for Alex's sake, that would be better to not.
So right before question of the day.
I think he will hate you for that.
I would.
But right now, not you, Corey, not you, no, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, Corey Majors.
Alec, can I say it? This is at least partially my fault, because there was one time that I know you'll remember, and I'm sure Corey will remember. I don't know if our listeners knew this at the time, but I didn't make it clear that we were going to AM on the FM, and I was like, it's time for this, and then Corey goes, let's give something, and I was like,
I'm a Pavlov dog, dude.
Yeah.
I do whatever my brain says I'm wired to do, and I was conditioned to, let's time for this, and I was like, oh crap, that's what I'm supposed to do.
And so I will readily admit there was a time that happened that I totally messed that up.
Well, at least we didn't this time, because it is time for AM on the FM. We got the question of the day, yes. Coming up in just a second. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah.
I kind of like it.
I kind of like it, too. I don't like what Corey just made. That sounded weird.
Well, I stopped eating the sandwich.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
It wasn't for you, it was for me.
Oh well, felt like you could have let him have that.
Jeez, that was a toxic
Hey, Corey,
sentence.
you feel like the type of person who won't let people have that nice thing that they should have gotten, and they're like, oh, that's nice, Corey, and you're like, no.
Alec, it is not just with you, because I think we appreciate each other enough, but with a lot of people, the biggest, most significant sign of restraint for me is whether or not I say that honest joke. I'm like, I gotta hold this one back because I think it's gonna be hilarious to crush whatever their dream is on this.
Yeah.
But I know if I do it, it's gonna really hurt them because they're not you guys. They don't get me the same way y'all do.
Oh, he gets us. I like it.
Oh, like Jesus.
That's right. We have the question of the day. You can answer that 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Plus, this might be the weirdest Rick Carlisle story I've ever heard.
That covers a lot of ground.
Yeah, that time that he apologized to me.
Oh,
and then forgot who I was the next time.
That's nice. Not. It's from DeMarcus Cousins.
In.
We'll hear from him in just a few moments. He told this story about 40 minutes ago on national TV, and you guys need to hear it because it's weird. We'll get to that in just a little bit, but we're going to look at the National Day calendar for today, but we're actually going to focus on a holiday for tomorrow because it spawned a great idea. There's a lot going on today. It's a Balloon Ascension Day, so shout out to the balloons.
Okay, so every year, Corey, you'll have to help me out if this is still a thing, but they would do like the Plano Hot Air Balloon Festival.
Yeah, every year they do it.
And so it was always cool is that Friday night, if you were going out to cover a high school football game in the general, Plano, Allen, Frisco, like Collin County area, you would see that when you were driving off as all of these balloons going up. But it was really neat.
Yeah, and also one more, dude, I don't even know why. It wasn't like it was, maybe it was around that time. I took the boys one morning to go watch the sunrise, and I knew over at Collin College, they kind of sit up on a hill, and the sun would come up from that general direction. Ooh. So we're sitting there watching and everything, and out of nowhere, behind this line of trees, a hot air balloon starts like blowing up and growing in front of our eyes. Whoa. And we're like, what's happening? And then all of a sudden I see 2 or 3 more, and there were a few that just launched that morning. It was so awesome to watch them take off and then disappear off into the sun. I hope they didn't actually go into the sun because that could be damaging.
Yeah, it feels like you would have died long before you made it to the sun.
I don't know. I've never been up in a hot air balloon.
Me neither.
I don't know if I want to. I'm
don't.
so terrified.
I don't.
What? Because you think you'll fly off?
Because how do you control it? Yeah, okay.
Pull the little
now I'm
handles
going
and the fire
directly into a
goes.
set of power lines, and guess what?
That's right.
Terrified.
Don't you usually have somebody who flies the hot air balloon?
Do I trust them? How long have they been flying? You know?
What is your prerequisite for how long they need to have been flying?
64 years.
That's okay. Fine.
They need to
you
see
want
everything.
some 82-year-old named Chet going, well, sir, I'll tell you, I started in Missouri, but ever since I got here.
You know what? I take it back. I need 64 years of experience in a body that is that's still senile.
Oh. I do not know if you know what that word means.
Not senile.
I do not know if you know what that word means.
Just Nile, then.
Okay,
just Nile. My apologies.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to save this. I'm going to run through.
I also think Corey should not go in a hot air balloon now.
Yeah, that's probably safe. I'm going to kind of quick hit the rest of today's International Choreographers Day, because there's a lot. National Apricot Day. National Austin Day. So shout out to Steve. It's also National Carter Day.
In your face, Bobby.
Are you serious? I didn't text my son.
Yes, you should.
10 people.
It is National Faith Day, National Law Enforcement Day, National Word Nerd Day, and then my favorite maybe, National No Pants Subway Ride Day. Because, of course, we all celebrate.
But you need to make sure, let's make this clear, right, Alec? You need to make sure that that is authorized in the place where you're going to do it. Because I do not think that's going to fly in a court of law where you're like, well, officer, it was, or Your Honor, it was National No Pants on the Subway Day. I don't think that's going to fly as a legal defense.
I mean, it's a national holiday. How can I deny the literal calendar, Kevin? That's my defense.
Okay, well, just whenever you need bail money, let me know.
Okay, appreciate it. Let me know where the nearest subway is.
I didn't say I would give you the bail money. I'll give you a stern talking to.
Oh, well.
And leave you there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work at this age.
If I'm going to give you a stern talking to, I'll get you out of jail.
If my kid's in jail and it's late at night, he gets to stay the night in jail.
Let me tell you something.
I'll talk to you in the morning, buddy.
Even though I was really young, when I went to jail, I would have preferred that. Like the other person that I stole with, they got picked up first, and I was like, that's fine. I don't need my mom to show up.
Oh, you're going to feel that way whenever I finally do pick you up.
And I tried to say something to her in the car, and she goes, shut up. I don't want to hear a word from you. And I was like, yeah, all right.
All right.
Yeah, it kind of adds up. Tomorrow, on January 10th, it is National Houseplant Appreciation Day.
Oh.
And that got me to think of today's question of the day. What is something in your house that annoys the absolute hell out of you? 877-881-1053. I appreciate the plants and what they do, but sometimes it's the stepmom that collects all of them and takes care of them.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes when I come home, they are all over the kitchen, covering the island, all of the counter space, all of the dining room table, and sometimes into the living room so they can get watered and get their nutrients and stuff, but they all have to be taken down at the same time for whatever reason. So the entire kitchen is just plants, and I can't set a cup down somewhere. I can't wash any dishes. I can't do anything until the plants are taken care of. But I will say, the quality of air in the house, fantastic.
I love having plants in the house. It is wonderful to have them around.
But if your house turns into an arboretum and you have trouble stepping in certain places because you're like, why is there a freaking plant here? And then theoretically, if you married somebody who loves plants but is not good at taking care of them.
Oh, Adrian does not have a green thumb.
Yeah.
She knows
what do they call it, a black thumb, right?
But her dad is a master gardener. So he brings us all these amazing plants, and then I'm stuck trying to master garden, and I'm not very good at that. And every once in a while, the dog will pull one down and throw it off into the pool, and I'm like, what's happening here? And I got to try and figure out how to get that thing back to life.
Yeah.
And she doesn't know how, so I just throw fertilizer on it, or Miracle Grow, or some whatever.
This is a great text from the 321. Hold on, Alec needs forgiveness for hating plants. First, Jacob hates the earth, and now this station wants to doom this planet.
Hey,
come on, guys.
I like the plants, and the air quality in the house is fantastic because of it. Very fresh air. It's great. But when they are all over the kitchen and I can't maneuver, that's a problem.
Are you ever worried that Mark Wahlberg's prophetic words will haunt us all when he's like, "Oh, it's the plants."
Did you ever see that movie?
That movie
Happening?
is stupid.
What a waste of our time.
It's so miscast with Mark Wahlberg and Zooey Deschanel, and there's something, it's the happening, and there's something going down, but there's this moment where Mark Wahlberg is, "It's the plants," and you're like, oh no, I've wasted my time.
It's my garage. I love my garage door. Thank you to Tolbert Garage. They actually they hooked that up. It looks amazing. It works so fantastically too. But it's when we open the garage, I love a tidy space.
Yeah.
It's for my mental health. I need things to be tidy.
Yes.
And when I open the garage, my kids have thrown cardboard boxes that they didn't break down. Bags of trash are just sitting there. My wife will leave her coats and boots and purses on the weight bench. And I'm just like, guys, this is the entrance to our home, essentially. Because Avery parks out front. We usually park in the back. All of us go in through the back, through the garage door. Why do we want to walk into an area that's so disgusting? Fix it! And I can't, for the life of me, get them to help me do this.
Even if you ask nicely?
Oh.
Or do you ask nicely at first?
You know what, Kevin? Maybe it's the fact that I just start, breaking boxes down and cussing is the reason that they're like, oh, he'll do it. Maybe they find that entertaining.
Stupid, no good, ungrateful kids.
Yeah.
Maybe you should get a job, Avery.
Yeah,
exactly.
You grown man. But guys, pretty much everybody is saying some combination of the wife, the kids, and the dog, which is kind of sad.
Yeah, have you seen this? Because you've seen that little meme or whatever, and it's like, "Dad, can you pick me up from this sleepover? It is the absolute worst, and I don't want to be here anymore." And the dad's like, "No, son, because that is your wife and kids, and it's not a sleepover, and you can't leave." I always think that that's a funny
yeah,
thing.
I get it. Like I said, the kids don't do. They'll leave messes sitting around. The wife is going to be on you about something. She's going to be like, "Hey,
well."
I would like to judge you for every single thing that you've done.
Man,
I don't have to be expressive about it. And you're like, you could have not said that.
That's true.
I don't say things all the time.
And something that,
Do you find that to be true, Alec? I don't know if I do find that to be true.
At times, sure. Yeah, I kind of like it. That sounded weird, though.
Thanks.
But something that Rick Carlisle said to DeMarcus Cousins. I'm going to play a truncated version of this clip because it was about a minute long, but you'll get the gist of it pretty quick. Boogie was on FanDuel Sports Network earlier this morning with Lou Will and Michelle Beadle, and he was talking about some of the weird tactics that Rick Carlisle has used in the past.
It was a period in time where Carlisle was really trying to push to get me to the Mavericks and, to speak on those quirky ways. Rick Carlisle would send me weird selfies and stuff and just say, I'm thinking about you and I really want to, coach you and things of that nature. So it was a little weird. I don't know Carlisle.
No.
Said he would send him weird selfies and just say, "I'm thinking about coaching you."
That's hilarious.
And so they went on and they're like, "No, wait, was there any kind of emotional message behind this? What's going on?" And he was like, "No, he would just say he wanted to coach me and send me these weird selfies." And he was like, "I don't know what that was all about, but..."
And he goes, "I didn't even really know him."
Yeah, he's like, "I don't even know him like that." And then Lou Will had the greatest thing that I agree with. He was like, "Man, my kids don't even have a selfie of me." He was like, "I gotta really like you if you get a selfie of me."
Wow.
Dude, I would be a little freaked out if all of a sudden there's Rick Carlisle's face and he's just like, "Miss you. Thinking about you. Wish you were here."
Of coaching you.
Oh my, no.
Yeah.
I don't like the way any of that just happened.
Well, it did.
Okay, we're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which NFL playoff game are you most intrigued by this weekend? We'll get to it next right here on The Fan.
Grapevine. Back-to-back number one Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The rookie Bashal Tootin is the back. Lawrence the fake. Floats it out there. It is a touchdown. It's Quinton Morris. His first as a Jacksonville Jaguar.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Gridiron Gravy in just a minute. But first, we go to Corey for I'm not quite sure what.
Oh, good. Kevin, I saw a post on Facebook just moments ago. And it was from one Marlin is her name.
Okay.
Not one Marlin, but her name is Marlin.
Gotcha.
I don't know if she wants me to say her last name.
Oh, dear God.
And it says, it's a post of a memory.
Oh.
And it says, January 9th, 2017. He proposed to me with both of these rings. Corey and Kevin and everyone at 105.3 The Fan, thank you for making it possible. And then she said, on top of it, over 15 years strong. So this was 9 years ago that he proposed.
Hell yeah.
Happier than ever. That's almost half of our lifetime together. I still can't imagine my life with anyone else. Congratulations to them. Kevin, you brought them together. You tried to break them apart. And then the bond was too strong.
That's how you know.
You tried to get a chicken nugget ring as the ring that she would wear.
Would it end up being like an onion ring?
No,
Does their last name start with an R?
Yes. Yeah, it was the loop off of a keychain.
Oh, that's right.
And he proposed that night,
That was
and
cool.
now they're still married. Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations to them, and look at the impact that this show has made on people's lives.
That's nice. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and sip it.
Now, what's really funny is, do y'all have any remotes coming up now that you're done with Taco Bueno? Because, Corey, at first, did you think it said, do you have any
more
remotes
Taco
coming
Bueno?
up Taco Bueno?
I think our next remote is going to be in San Francisco, Radio Row, whenever we're there for the Super Bowl. We're going to be doing that. And then the one I know of after that is in Arizona, where we'll be covering spring training and your Texas Rangers, who feel pretty comfortable with their roster right now.
But if we have anything else come up, we will let you know.
Well, you need a Tolo.
Yes, turn it on, leave it on. All right, let's start with this. The Commanders are interested in Coach Wells, the tight end coach from the Dallas Cowboys, as a candidate to be their next offensive coordinator. So they have requested permission for that. And I believe if it's a step up like that, you cannot deny that permission, unlike the Cowboys got denied permission with Ulbrich, because that would be theoretically a lateral move. All right, my question that I want to go from there, what's the one wild card game that you're most intrigued by? Like, I know there's a lot of good ones, but if you had to boil it down to, I only get to watch one game, NFL playoffs this weekend, what is it?
It's probably Jaguars Bills.
I could see that.
That's right in my wheelhouse of what I want to see. I want to see Trevor Lawrence and company. I want to see if Liam Cohen has them figured out. Can Josh Allen
win a road playoff game?
Yeah, can he transcend and be that dude? So that's the one that I'm probably most intrigued to see. I think there's some really good slates here.
Could you see the other 3-6 game being the next answer?
No.
Oh.
No, because I hate both of those teams so much.
Okay. All right.
I hope that the game doesn't happen, you know? I hope that they're just like, guys, we've decided both of these teams are eliminated from the playoffs.
Okay.
That it would be the Eagles and Niners, by the way, and we are moving on. We're just vacating the thing altogether. No, the next one would be the Bears-Packers.
Okay.
And then the next one, it's not because of the Steelers, it's the Texans. I'm fascinated by what the Texans are.
You think they could maybe...
I think they could be very good in this run.
All right, Alec, what is the most intriguing wild card game for you?
Well, now that Kevin has this new fandom for the Panthers,
100% going to cheer for the Panthers tomorrow.
I'm actually intrigued by it now, just because of the point spread being so massive. And road warriors like that usually end up prevailing in the playoffs. So if the Rams do end up just handling business and covering that spread, everything's just perfect in Rams land, I think they could run the table at that point because they've shown me everything I need to believe in. But just because I want to be the first to text you whenever the Panthers do lose by 10 plus, I actually am more intrigued in that game than I expected to be.
I'm going to underdog plus 10.5 for the Panthers. We've given you the history. Now it's time to put some money down on it. By the way, promo code Masterpiece, $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 play. Is there one? I know it's the playoffs, so like they're all interesting in their own right. But is there one that you're the least invested in?
Eagles-Niners. I want that game to not exist.
Yeah. See, because I think mine might be the Texans and Steelers, because I kind of think the Texans might dust them, man.
I can see that. Do they blow anybody out, though? It feels like they play tight games.
Yeah, they find a way to win, but they play a lot of close games. I hear what you're saying.
I don't know why I'm giving so much disservice to the Chargers-Patriots game. I'm like, it's one of those AFC games that I might not care about.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a good game.
Because it would be the second above 500 team the Patriots have beaten all year. And
that's why. There it is.
Yeah. And for the Chargers, look, I know their offensive line is banged up, but this would be yet another year in the Herbert career where you're like, hey, that's great. What do you do in the playoffs?
One of the games that might be the best is the Seahawks and the bye. Like, that might be one of the most intriguing ones because will they even be acknowledged during that time?
If I would have told you the Seahawks were playing somebody this weekend, you might have been like, oh, for real?
The hell's happening? Are you serious?
All right, let's go to that. From that to Mickey referenced this a little bit earlier, Arvell Reese declaring for the NFL draft. He is no doubt going to be a very high pick, though. I mean, if you look at some of the scouting reports, potential on him is very, very high, but he looks like a potentially high ceiling, low floor player because of some of his college statistics. But there is no doubt that the potential is there.
Ohio State's given us some players, right?
Oh, for sure.
We're going to get some good stuff out of these guys.
No, absolutely. I think so.
I think that's what a lot of people are very excited about, the Ohio State linebacking group.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, you could pluck one of these if you're a Cowboys team. You might be happy.
Yeah, Arvell Reese feels like the kind of player that gets you a promotion or looking for a new job.
Right. No, I think there's other guys that I would prefer.
Yeah.
He's got this build of 6'4", 243 that you're just kind of like, wow, is he really an edge? Like a defensive end kind of guy? What are we looking at here? But then you're right. You got a really good point there. I just think there's other consistent tacklers at Ohio State that I like a little more.
Oh, man, that's a great point. I'd forgotten about that. That Steelers-Texans game is a Monday night game.
Yeah.
And then the Steelers, we just saw that, haven't lost at home on a Monday night since the early 90s. So, ooh, all right.
Why?
Yeah, that's a great question because I don't think there's like a consistent answer. Fernando Mendoza, pretty heavy favorite right now to be the number 1 overall draft pick, followed by Dante Moore.
I have a Fernando Mendoza note, Kevin.
Oh!
According to Shane Tuttle, NCAA, Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza says his dinners consist of dino nuggets and mac and cheese the night before a game.
I hope they win it all. I can't tell you why, but a dinosaur nugget is more delicious than a regular chicken nugget. I don't know if scientifically that can be proven, but it is.
Which dino nugget do you like more, the Stegosaurus-looking one or the stand-up?
The stand-up one.
Yeah, not the Bronto either.
No, the stand-up one is better. It kind of looks like a velociraptor, sort of. Not big enough to be a T-Rex, but I guess you can't really make giant dino nuggets yet. But yeah, when people make fun of my palate, that's fair, but this is where I thrive. Give me the stand-up dino nugget over the Stegosaurus. Do I eat them in parts? Like eat their tail and then their feet? Of course.
I always eat their head first.
Yes. And by the way, since the Bills are selling nearly everything from their stadium before demolition, they're also selling the urinal troughs, knowing that their fan base will put themselves through tables and flaming tables in the snow before games. Do you think the urinal trough will be a big seller for the Buffalo Bills fans?
Yeah. After watching Touchdown Story.
And they'll put it in their house, right, to use?
After watching Holiday Touchdown. A Buffalo Bills story. And finally seeing that those two did get together. That's the biggest concern. I learned a lot about Bills fans and how ridiculous they are.
Yeah.
And I liked it because, hey, they're avid. They're all about that thing.
Yeah.
And yes, they will put it in their homes or build outhouses or they'll have it in their backyard. But yes, those are going to be huge sellers.
And the fan text is on fire this morning from Bailey the Bird. The Dino Nuggets have more angles and edges, thus to be more crispy. Scientific fact. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Let's keep the football discussion rolling because I've got more wild card.
Let's give something away!
Oh, 877-881-1053. I did not know that was going to happen. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see TNA Wrestling at the Curtis Colwell Center on Thursday. It is going to be Impact Live, the first ever edition on AMC. Sure to be plenty of surprises at the Curtis Colwell Center. This courtesy
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I told you our fan base was on point today. Hey, Kevin from the 817, do you role play and pretend you're a dinosaur when you're eating the dino nugget? Have I ever done that? No. Am I going to do that now? 100%. And also from the 214, from the 214, Kevin, they do make Mega Dino Nuggets. They aren't as good, though. Now, it's the ability to discuss that, the fact that David Keckner is going to be in studio in about 20 minutes, and our ability to talk NFL Wildcard Weekend football that makes this show the #1 show in its time slot in the Metroplex. Thank you guys very much for making that happen.
Yes!
All right. I've got some more odds and ends from Wildcard Weekend for you guys. Will the Pittsburgh Steelers get shut out in the first quarter? Before you answer, consider this. I found this to be shocking. Did you know that the Steelers have been shut out in the first quarter of 6 straight playoff games under Mike Tomlin?
Oh.
In that run, they have trailed by a total of 73-0.
Dang.
So
I'm going to go with yes.
Yeah, I get it. And so when I was thinking about what that person said about, hey, the Steelers don't lose Monday Night Football games at home, they suck in the first quarter of playoff games.
And the D'Amico Ryans defense is fantastic.
Agreed.
They hit, they're fast, they're on point. Dude, watching them the last couple of weeks, I've been very impressed. So that just kind of bodes well for that to be the kind of situation you're going to run into in the first quarter. Is they're going to be on fire and ready to go, and knowing they're going after this. It's going to be nice.
You got Houston winning that game?
I do.
Me too. All right, follow-up. If Houston does win that game.
12-9. Okay.
Yeah, maybe so. Will Mike Tomlin be fired if the Steelers lose this weekend?
Here's what I don't understand. He's a good coach.
He is a good coach.
You have crap quarterbacks.
Agreed.
Aaron Rodgers is too old.
Yep.
He's out there. He's not capable of what a Trinidad Chambliss could give you.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't fire him if I'm Pittsburgh. If he wants to leave, that's a different story.
For sure.
But no, I don't think so.
So the betting odds 3-2 that he will get fired, and only 1-2 that he won't. So I mean, obviously, no is still the favorite, but
those are closer than I thought they'd be.
Exactly. Good call. All right. Will there be a first-time Super Bowl champion? The Panthers, the Bills, Jags, Texans, or Chargers?
I know you're really rooting for the Panthers more than anything now.
Yep.
Because of poor Bryce Young. I don't think so.
Okay.
I have 2 other teams I think are more advanced for it.
Okay.
And that is the Broncos and Rams. I still think have better shots for me.
All right, we'll get back to that in just 1 second because
Broncos have won before.
Yes, but I do have a follow-up.
The Rams have also won before.
That is true.
In LA and St. Louis.
Alec, 2.5-1 on your money. Will there be a first-time Super Bowl champion? That means in the field of 14, you get the Panthers, Bills, Jags, Texans, and Chargers.
Absolutely not. I don't see it happening. But I will say, if I were to go, okay, I've been riding this Patriots train for a while now, for a few weeks, but if I were to say, if anybody was going to pull off the upset in this scenario and be the first-time winner, you could sell me on the Jags. You really could. I believe in Liam Cohen. He has unlocked Trevor Lawrence. I think that defense is better than people realize. Yeah, I could see the Jaguars, but I'm still going to say overall no.
Dude, the Rams have won 2 Super Bowls in different cities since the Cowboys have won. You know how difficult it's got to be to move to another city and then be like, you know what, we're starting all over.
Almost as difficult as having Jerry Jones as the owner, apparently.
Could be finding our next head coach instead.
Ooh.
You know how tough that would be?
All right, Jags, Bills, who you got?
I got the Jags.
And Alec, you said Jags?
Yep, I'll take them.
All right, I'll take the Bills then. And then Patriots, Chargers.
I got the Patriots in this one. I think it's going to be close, though.
You're picking the Patriots.
I think it's a 17-15 kind of game.
Ooh, 5 field goals?
I don't know.
Okay.
You're the one that figures out how to get it there, Dave.
Okay. Alec, you going Patriots or Chargers?
But I'm going to have a hot take here and think that touchdowns will be scored in this game. And I will say that the Patriots score more. Yes, I think the Patriots are going to win.
Okay. All right. And so under that scenario, that would have y'all Broncos-Texans, which, man, what a slugfest
awesome.
That thing would be.
That's going to be awesome.
And then Patriots and Jags.
Mm-hmm.
Now, under mine, it would be Broncos-Bills. And I think that would be super intriguing. And then Patriots and Texans.
Dude, if seemingly in your scenario, it looks like the Bills would have to go on the road the whole way.
If the Bills beat the Jags, I think they're beating the Broncos.
Wow, dude.
For whatever it's worth. All right, so that leads into my next question. Will at least one number 1 seed reach the Super Bowl? Broncos or the Seahawks?
Oh, the Seahawks are a number 1 seed?
They are.
Wow.
Indeed.
Who knew that?
Huh.
I think the Broncos stand the best chance for me.
Okay. Alec?
I didn't even know the Seahawks were...
Shut up. You should. Interestingly enough, Alec, the favorite on this is no. So at a time, and I know it doesn't always follow this path anymore, but you would get number 1 seeds consistently making the Super Bowl, or at least the 1 and 2 seed when you go back to the 2-bye scenario. But will at least will at least one number 1 seed make the Super Bowl? The favorite is no. That either one of them will make the Super Bowl.
It feels crazy just on paper to say no, but that's where I want to go. And it's insane that Vegas agrees with that just because the number 1 seeds kind of stumbled their way into those spots. And it's almost like...
Did the Seahawks stumble their way into that spot?
I just feel like because people weren't paying attention. That's why. It's kind of like it's like a spot in wrestling, in a battle royal where everybody's in the corner duking it out, and there's that one guy standing in the middle of the ring like, I guess I have nothing to do.
Right.
That's how I feel in that scenario where the Seahawks were just like, we're just existing and we're thriving. It's cool. Y'all can do the heavy lifting. We'll just keep winning.
All right. On the NFC side, y'all said Rams. Who wins? Eagles, 49ers.
I'm gonna go with the Eagles on that one. I think that
I'm gonna go Niners.
The Niners have been beat up. I still think they're a good team, but I don't think that they loved finishing the last game the way they did against the Seahawks and getting beat up like that either. So,
Alec,
I think this is the Robert Saleh masterclass. I think the 49ers are going to shut down that Eagles offense and win this game.
Bears Packers.
Dude, I want the Bears to win.
For sure. Are you picking them?
I'm picking the Bears.
The Bears.
All right.
Sorry, Aiden.
In this scenario, then, Corey would have the Eagles against the Bears and the Rams against the Seahawks. And then Alec and I would have the Seahawks against the 49ers and the Rams against the Bears. So either way, it sounds like obviously a really fun football slate potentially next weekend. But before we get to any of that, will a wild card team win the Super Bowl? Wild card teams include Houston, Buffalo, the Chargers, the Rams, the 49ers, and the Packers.
No. Sorry, Kevin. I know your dream is for that to happen.
I mean, look, especially if people bet like 1,500 to 1 on some of those Super Bowls. All right, no is a slight favorite. Alec, will a wild card team win the Super Bowl? Houston, Buffalo, Chargers, Rams, San Francisco, and Green Bay.
I will say no as well. I got to stand tall on what I believe in. I do think that it will not be a wild card team. I think one will make it deep, but I don't think they will make it all the way.
Now, this is a great question from the 254. Why aren't y'all doing these picks Battle of the Beast style? We should start this segment over.
I don't know. No. Battle of the Beast is the dumbest thing. There's no way that
unless you love winning money.
It doesn't work. It doesn't, unless you love winning money. It doesn't work. You basically made up your records each week. Nobody knew.
False. False.
Nobody knew what the answers were.
Libelous and slander.
Oh, can a charge actually beat a Patriot? And you're just like, electrocution.
Think about it.
Ben Franklin and the key. And I was like, he lived.
All right, fine. If Los Angeles was going to play Buffalo, you don't know who's going to win, but I do, because you can charge as much as you want, but eventually you have to pay the bill.
Oh, my God.
See? Just saying. You're welcome.
Is that what you want, people? Is that what you want? More of that?
Of course they do. Have you heard this show? Have you seen our audience? And by the way, it works so well with Colby, and it's weird to do that segment without him. All right, do we have time for mini baseball nuggets?
Yeah, I think we do.
Okay, mini baseball nuggets, here we come. All right, let's start with the Texas Rangers. They reached deals with Josh Young, Jake Berger, Josh Smith, and Ezekiel Duran. Why is that important? Because they avoid arbitration. So for I believe it is the 26th straight year, the Texas Rangers will not have a case in arbitration. That is not looking like it will be the case, as Tarek Skubal with the Tigers, as Tarek Skubal and Detroit, they failed to reach a contract before Thursday's deadline to avoid arbitration. That is going to set up a big-time arbitration case. The two-time reigning American League Cy Young winner is seeking a record $32 million in salary arbitration. You know what the Tigers offered?
18.
$19 million, causing a $13 million spread if the case goes to mediation.
That's good. In Jerry's terms, they have as much spread room as they want.
Yes, but for a team that wants to keep Skubal, look.
If you want to keep him, pay him.
And
pay the man. He's freaking awesome.
He's two-time defending AL Cy Young, so I know he's seeking unprecedented money, but this feels like a pretty unprecedented scenario for arbitration, right? What's your case? I would just bring in my 2 Cy Young awards and put them on the table and be like, that's my case.
Mm-hmm. And then just have behind those Cy Young Awards film of you striking everybody out every game.
But that's one of the things about why the Rangers want to avoid mediation every single year, because you know what the Tigers have to do? They have to go in there and have a representative to talk about why Tarek Skubal isn't good enough to deserve that money.
That was probably one of the most fascinating things I learned having baseball people up in the room with us and talking about that with Frank, too. He kind of broke down how they have to sit there in front of you and tell you, you're terrible at this. Yeah. And then when you agree to the deal, they're like, all right, now we need you to go win a game.
It's weird. It is definitely weird. And then one more note for the Texas Rangers. They did bring back Patrick Murphy on a minor league deal. Patrick Murphy is one of the players that we talked about last year in spring training, having an outstanding run in Cactus League play. 13 2/3 innings pitch, .66 ERA. He will get another go around in Arizona this year. And remember, we'll go to the Super Bowl in just a few weeks. And then the month after that, or 3.5 weeks after that, we'll be in Arizona for Texas Rangers spring training. We got you covered everywhere you want to be. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Like Visa.
Yeah, that's right. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with actor, comedian, and the man who could make a pork pie hat work. It's David Koechner in studio. We will also try to get some Forgiveness Friday into the Expressway. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every...
Yankees right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm excited for our guest coming up, but something did get brought up off air that I'm very terrified about. Jerry Jones ruling over the Dallas Cowboys forever. But we're not going to focus on that right now. Instead, we're going to focus on actor, comedian, man who can make a pork pie hat work, but man who today can make a cowboy hat work. It is David Koechner in studio. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm clearly local.
I like see.
Yes. I got a sweet hat.
You got the boots?
Dude, I always got my boots.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that. Those are sharp.
Oh, I love it.
Those are Pirauka, or
too.
as my boot guy goes, Pirauka.
Nice.
And it's a fish out of the Amazon, and I can tell a lie of a story if you want to, but let's talk about my hat. I came to town, and you always like to contact local people who might help you promote your show. There's a guy named Dallas, I believe we're in that town, who lives in Fort Worth, so there's some irony there, and doesn't say anything nice about this town. I'm kidding. And
no, you're right.
Not. Yeah, I got it.
I know there's a rivalry, and it's Kansas and Missouri. So he's got a hat company called DNA Hat Company.
Okay.
And he says, I'll give you a hat. And I go in, I'm like, I'm excited because I'm a hat guy too. And so this is a felt hat. Now, I get that. So I've never had a hat made for me except on Anchorman 2, but they'd already made the whole hat. They just fitted it. When you get a hat in Texas, it's just, what do you call it, the stock hat.
Yeah.
It's your size, but it's round and flat. And I thought that was the hat, and I thought it looked amazing. I'd never worn it. They're like laughing at me, like, no, we're going to shape it. And so they shape it at it's sombreros there in near the stockyards. And I just got more and more excited. He goes, you like an open road? I wear an open road. So he starts trimming it that way. And now, I don't know, can I say... Can I say the word like erector set on the show?
Yeah.
So I have an erector set going on while they're making this hat.
Yeah.
And I could not be happier. So yeah, I got this. This hat is sharp.
It is very sharp.
And then Dallas and I went out for dinner that night. It is at the place, the Mexican place, Joe's.
Joe Garcia. Joe T. Garcia's.
Joe T. Garcia's, and he and I are waiting for our table, and a gal, stoic like we are, because I'm always quiet, and some lady comes up, and she's about, I don't know, she's a young gal, like 50, and she goes, can I just say, you two look so dapper tonight? And I'm like, thank you.
Nice.
And then so she left her husband, and so I don't know, but maybe by Sunday night I'd be married. We'll see.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, here's hoping, right?
So that's what I'm doing this weekend, guys.
Okay, so... That also,
it's
doing...
a heck of a hat.
Yeah, that makes sense.
4 hits at Hyenas in Fort Worth, and I've always wanted to know this, and since you're right here, you've got an earlier show and a later show.
2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday.
Does the later show, is it more intense, darker, what, like...
Here's what, it's just the next show.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Comics can have a judgment about what this show's going to be, all right? I have a job to do. These people, I have so much gratitude. People paid to come see me.
Right.
All I care about, my job is to entertain you for this hour, right? That's my job. My job is not to presuppose who you are as an audience. All I know is, like, we all got in the same ship. I'm going to captain this thing. It might list to the right or left at some points, but at some point we're going to catch some wind.
Right.
And you're all going to depart and go, that was good.
Yeah.
That's my job.
I like that. How much do you, I mean, it's evident partially in that answer, but how much do you appreciate those people who are there like, I'm going to take my hard-earned money, I'm going to pay to see you?
It's got to be your primary gratitude. It's got to be your primary concern. I mean, you can't, dude, we're in show business. Are you kidding me? That's a good day.
Right.
The 3 of us right now are in show business.
Right.
Or we love our work. This is a good day. I'm here to do my job. And thankfully, my job is to bring some joy.
Yes, it is. I have more hat questions.
Yes.
Did you choose? Did you choose black, or did they say this is the season for black?
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
He brought me chocolate.
Okay.
It's a color, folks.
Yes.
And that's good color. And he brought me black. Both great colors. And
Johnny Cash started going through your mind, and you're like,
people. Once I start wearing this hat, people are going to forget Johnny Cash. Now, is that a bit of a reach? I don't think so. Can I sing? No. Can I play guitar? No. Can I fake it? So, Yeah, it was chocolate was the other one, but why should I put this one on? I'm like, oh my goodness. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
I can't say on air what I said when I looked in the mirror, but I'll tell you guys off mic.
I appreciate
and you
that.
saw the erector set in the mirror. That makes a lot of sense.
All men are 12 years old, and you're not going to get any woman that argues that. All men are the mature age of 12. If you find a 13-year-old, maturity-wise, you're going to marry that one.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, for sure.
I actually the other part of stand up I've got on stage once.
Okay.
Froze.
Yeah.
Completely. Never did it again.
All right.
I've been on stage to do other things, but never comedy.
Sure.
Crowd work.
Uh-huh.
Now I know the office trivia is kind of like that. Do you like comedians that do crowd work?
Well, I don't have an opinion. And whatever works for them is fine. Here's the thing. Look, as long as people are bringing people into comedy clubs, I'm happy.
Yes.
People people want to go, well, TikTokers shouldn't be doing comedy clubs. Yes, they should, because that audience has never been to a comedy club. Now, whether or not they have a good experience that night, they got inside of a comedy club and they go, oh, there's more than just this. Now, whether that guy's successful that night is good or whether he's not successful, it's still good because you went to a place you've never gone before and you're probably going to take a chance to go back. So I got no judgment. Like, it's like, should I say X, Y, and Z shouldn't be a type of music? Come on. My daughter loves Sabrina Carpenter.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, what if I declared, dude, I'm obsessed with Sabrina Carpenter.
Go ahead and say
when you
that.
go, ooh, that's kind of creepy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes sense, yeah.
You're not making that declaration, right?
No.
Okay, good.
She
But if
seems
somebody
like a
declares
sweet kid.
they're obsessed with you, that's fine, no matter what.
Right. Well, no. I'm just saying, I'm just made the idea of like what you like is up to you.
Yeah, right.
Like people go, is Taylor Swift, why can't she like Travis? Why can't they have love? Why does it bother you who's in the booth up there rooting on a team?
And she's not a TV executive. She's not the one who says, one shot on me right now.
No, and plus, what are you guys, why does that bother you? They cut to owners who, I'll tell you what, there's plenty of owners who are horrible people. There's plenty of owners that are amazing people. The Hunt family is an amazing group of people who are filled with grace. That's who they are as a family. I'm going to tell you what happened at last year's Super Bowl. I'm not talking about the game. Before the game, they have a pregame party or something, right? Get-together, gathering. The Hunt family did a step and repeat, which means pictures.
Yes.
For an hour and a half.
Wow.
That family is amazing and wonderful and sweet. And they sat and took pictures with anybody that was invited to that party that wanted to come up and take a picture. And they remember you, they know you. That's a great family.
Last year at the Super Bowl, I saw Gracie Hunt.
Sweetheart.
She was standing about 15, 20 feet from us. Kevin goes, go see if you can get her on. And because we're doing Radio Row, and I walk over and I said, hey, we're from Dallas, introduce myself. Would you like to come on? And she goes, what do you want to talk about? And I was like, your charity.
Nice.
And she said, I have time. Yeah. And came and sat down and did an awesome segment. Yeah. And she was amazing.
Now, the year before that at the Super Bowl, our other former co-host who is now calling games for the Texas Rangers,
that's baseball.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked to Clark Hunt. We had him on for an interview.
Sure.
He made a not so vague insinuation that wouldn't you like to see your backup quarterback get injured so Shane Buechele, the son of former Rangers great Steve Buechele, gets in the game. There's an actual thing that he said to the owner of the Chiefs. It didn't go over the best.
What did he say?
As you could probably imagine.
Yeah, I mean, that's awful.
He was like, no, I don't hope that happens.
I'm sorry, you want my nearly $1 billion investment to what? What happened? What happened?
Yeah.
Do you want me to wish pestilence upon your family? No? Well, what kind of question is that?
I don't know.
The only way to answer that question is like, why would you ask that question? I'm not going to say you're rude, but that's a rude question. I don't know what your intention is if you're trying to get a rise out of me, but I'm filled with grace and love, and so I'm going to give you a good answer because that's who that family. I brought you back to that's who that family is.
We both
notice he's not here anymore.
Yeah. We both looked at him and go, Mike. And he was like, what? I was just curious. So I'm with you on that.
Root against the Rangers, I guess.
No!
Root against the Rangers. Well, what do you want me to do? I just heard this disparaging story about these people that I like.
He did play for the Rangers too, Kevin.
And
so
he's a really nice person. It's just sometimes the filter. He knows this.
Yeah.
The filter doesn't go.
Again, folks, that's baseball, not hockey.
Was it a tough year then for you with what happened with your team?
How long can you be on top, gang? I got no complaints. This is the way that the league is designed. it's smart. It's smart. Look, here's the thing that bothered me a little bit was nobody started griping about the Patriots until year 9 of their dominance.
Right.
Like, why are you guys getting mad at us for year 7 or 6? Because we're going to go 3 more. So shut your mouths and take it. Now, so we're taking a little break.
Yeah.
You can't listen. If you keep consistently getting, lower and lower draft picks, that's the way it goes. And now of course, once you have that team, you got to pay your everybody. It's economics. It's all economics, gang.
I get it.
Yeah, we're trading horses.
Now, you do have
Trying to keep it local. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're talking with David Keckner right here on 105.3 The Fan. You do have a playoff rooting interest, though, do you not, with the Bears?
Kind of. I lived in Chicago for 10 years. Yeah. But to be completely honest, I'm not invested because the Chiefs aren't in there. So now, do I go? Do I want the AFC to win? Is the real question. Right?
Yeah. So
I did.
A fun debate. Yeah.
Sorry, I did live in Chicago for 9 years, and I've got a ton of friends that love the Bears.
Okay.
And it's been a minute.
Yes.
But, I mean, they're not going to make it. The fact that they got to the playoffs is great. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to pretend that they're going to be in the Super Bowl.
You think they're losing this weekend?
It's not about them. It's about Seattle.
Okay.
Look, I'm right. Come on, dude. Who's not going to root for Sam Darnold?
That guy right there.
Well,
that guy right there.
He's got a great story. Come on, man.
Tell me the story then so that I can buy in.
Oh, he gets drafted by the Jets?
Uh-huh. That was a miserable place to go.
And now he's not there?
Uh-huh.
That's the whole story. Now he gets drafted high by the Jets. Did they draft Wilson the next year?
They jetsed it up.
Poor good Lord. You're talking about bad ownership. He lets his sons who play Madden, and this is real, his sons who play Madden give him football advice, and he takes it. Okay. Yeah, let's let you have $1 billion that you inherited from the Johnson & Johnson company. I have no opinions.
In your face, Corey!
Then Sam goes to Minnesota, helps them out. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not good enough for you? Does he quit? No. He then flourishes. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on. I like that Minnesota coach. But anyway, goes to Seattle. No one's watching all year because it's Seattle. Like, I forgot you're even a state. Are you part of the United States?
It's like he's been listening to you,
part
dude.
of Canada? Oh, that's right. There is. Oh, right. There's a Vancouver in Canada and a Vancouver in the United States. But I forgot there's just a Seattle in the United States. Right. And it's the toughest waters in the United States, and that's why the Coast Guard trains there. But point is, you have a baseball team that almost made it, heartbreak. But now you got a football team, and they've got the second loudest venue in football behind the
Arrowhead.
What was Arrowhead Stadium? Now we say "Yeehaw!" And anyway, that's why I'm rooting for the Seahawks.
I'm so glad that you talked about people forgetting about him. Corey, tell David
go on.
Where the Seahawks were and you originally were making your playoff power rankings.
So we power ranked the 14 teams. I got to number 10 and forgot the Seahawks.
Forgot they
of course
existed.
You did. I just said you forget Seattle's even in the United States. You think Mariners cute, nice, cute. No, you ain't gonna make it. Why don't you give it to Canada, where you're from? Oh shoot, Toronto's in Canada, not the United States. I mean, if we had to swap Toronto for Seattle, it'd be like 51% to 49% in the United States, because this country does not know what to do.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm so glad that you brought that up, because we've had this argument throughout the week. Now, one of the things that you were talking about earlier is not making any, not presupposing anything about your audience.
Right.
Yeah, and I was curious, in your regular life, is that difficult at all when you meet fans who might suppose you're Champ Kind, Todd Packer, or like you have those personality qualities? Do you get that with people?
Dude, I mean, what a gratitude that someone. Here's what people go. People ask for a picture.
Sure.
And they go, "I bet you hate this." You know what I say? Wouldn't it be so much worse if it didn't happen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So every time it happens, that's just, think of it as money.
For sure.
Paid in gratitude.
Yeah.
But no ego, but here's my favorite thing. Someone sees me in the airport and they start going, "Who do I know them?" And then they smile. I'm like, "Oh my God, how lucky am I?" They see me and they go, "Do I know that guy?" And then they smile. I'm like, "Yo."
That's awesome.
That's not a bad.
And then they go, "Hot tub time machine."
No! No!
And you're like,
kidding,
you
right?
son of a gun, get out.
He is
here.
kidding.
You are kidding.
You have to
I'm
learn.
joking.
He's trying to
I
troll
love it.
you.
I love it because I do this in the office trivia show about halfway through the show. No, about nearly 7/8 through the show, I ask how many people in the audience have loved my performance in Hot Tub Time Machine. And usually about a third of them clap. And I say, that's funny because I'm not in Hot Tub Time Machine. I've been in front of you for an hour, you racist. You can't tell the difference between one bald white guy and another. That's Rob Corddry.
It's not often you hear, all the white bald people look alike.
And Rob gets it too.
Yeah. Do you guys have a relationship at all? And
we've seen each other a couple times. I don't think we've ever been. Oh, no. We were in a movie together. I think we're both in. It's a movie about kids stranded in the airport, Undeclared.
Okay.
I think we're both in the movie. I just had a couple days on it, and I think I didn't remember what he had, but it's the only one we've both been in together, to my knowledge.
Because I was just always curious if you got a kick out of sharing those kind of stories.
We don't see each other that often.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Now, we talked a lot about football. I wanted to ask about baseball because I know you joked about how it would take 150 years.
Yeah.
But going to see as many ballparks as possible or going to take your kids and everything like that. How has that gone if you've had any time, and what ballparks do you appreciate?
Thanks for your question. I haven't had time.
Oh,
I got 5 kids, so I just go and earn and come back home and give them the money. And here's the thing: my boys are into the NBA.
Okay.
Right. So I tried as I might to get them into football. I hate to say this, my oldest son, when I took him to a Chiefs game years ago, we're in a suite, and he's back there sleeping. I'm like, dude, get off, dude.
Oh, goodness.
But also, everybody lives their life. You want to sleep through it? Fine. I'm not bringing you back. I'm never taking you to a Super Bowl.
That's true.
But, and my second one tried to get into it, and I took him to a couple games, but they don't sit and watch with me.
Who's their hoop star? Who do they like?
Oh, they like the Lakers. Yeah. But these days, all the kids like all
Luka.
the players. It's different than when I grew up.
Yeah.
You had a team, but now the players go everywhere anyway, and everyone's playing. Is it 2K, right?
Yeah.
And so they're just choosing all the players. So who cares? They get in the debate about who's the greatest of all time. And if you want to get off Wilt Chamberlain, then just shut your mouth. Come on.
Would you listen to Kareem at all?
Would I listen to him?
Yeah.
Well, if Kareem would talk to me, I'll listen to it.
No, I mean, as the best of all time.
I don't know. I can't get in the weeds that deep. Kareem against Wilt. Wilt bench 500, right? How much Wilt bench?
Yeah,
okay.
All the way.
What do you want to do?
Yeah.
You want to do? You want to get under the fucking?
Dump.
We got it. I got a button too.
That's okay.
You want to get under the basket? Who's got a bigger rump? What's going on? Oh, who's going to push who out?
You don't feel like
he's
hear
got that gimmicky sky hook and
Okay,
everything.
who can deal with the sky hook? Wilt Chamberlain. Oh, you're going to sky hook me? Mm-hmm. Okay, my elbow in your chest? I just put 200 pounds of pressure in your chest. You're going to call the foul? No, we're playing.
Yeah.
I think he's taking Wilt.
Okay,
Come on.
it sounds like it. So
How can you not? Now, this new kid that can shoot threes, how tall is he, the kid?
Wemby.
Yeah.
7'5".
Yeah, Wemby Stadium, right?
Yeah.
7'5",
Very good.
shoots threes. Now what?
We're screwed.
We're all,
That's
the whole world's
amazing.
in trouble.
But there's going to be, now how soon before the whole league is 7'5"? Right?
I don't think that's going to happen but I'd
really?
love to see
You
it.
don't believe in robots?
Or technology. Yeah, technology is making advancements.
Oh, ask him about robots taking over.
My big thought on robots is that we just turn the sprinklers on. We're going to be fine. We just got to make sure that we keep some exposed wires.
Okay.
Doctors or scientists or whatever y'all are.
No, you don't need those.
Yeah, just the ones that are creating the robots, just make sure that
they'll be killed by the robots.
Oh,
That's the movie.
That's going to be tough.
The movie is that the robots kill their creators and then keep moving, and then it really becomes Terminator.
The question is,
that's what the war's about.
Do they just take us all out, or do they infiltrate with us and we don't even know?
It's their choice.
Yeah.
Well, there's always some messed up human who goes, yeah, I want to be part robot.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, if we're going that route, are you surprised we're not all wearing the silver jumpsuits or eating our food in pill form yet?
Oh, it'll happen.
Okay.
Food is such a pleasure. I don't think that'll ever go.
Mm-hmm. Talk with David Keckner right here on 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to ask you about a role that I'm curious how much you get recognition for this. I love the cartoon American Dad.
Nice.
And I know it's making its way back to Fox and everything. How much recognition do you get for that? Because I'm sure you hear a lot of the same stuff, which is a privilege, but do you get a lot of American Dad love?
That's only people that love deep cuts.
Okay.
Now, here's the movie I thought you were going to say, The Goods. People that are deep cuts comedy fans love the Goods.
Okay.
Now it's less and they're upset that the Goods isn't as popular as Anchorman. But it's people that really get comedy on a deeper level that go to the Goods. And
that's the used car movie? Okay, I know that one.
Directed by Neil Brennan, who was the head writer for the Chappelle Show. Yeah, who's a brilliant stand-up as well.
That was a fun, I enjoyed that
If you watch Neil Brennan on the Mark Twain Award with Dave Chappelle, that's just pure genius.
He had
amazing.
A joke that wonderful. I thought was so clever. He talked about dating a supermodel, and he said, it's like having a dune buggy. It's great at the beach and a pain everywhere else.
Oh, my God.
And I just thought,
how good is he?
Yeah, that was
good is he?
So clever.
That's so good.
Yeah. Do you have a lot of, I'm guessing, yes, based on some of the stuff you had, do you have like a big plethora of comedians nowadays that you like, that you're like, oh, yeah, if you support me, great, but also go support this person?
Well, are you talking about lesser known comics?
Yeah.
I'm not going to get in the weeds about that, because here's the thing. Once you start a list, if you leave someone off the list,
I got you.
Because everyone's ego driven. What about me? What about me? What about me? But so why go ahead and get into that?
Last time we talked, I brought up Anton Phillips. That's one of my favorite movies.
From
Dirty Work.
Dirty Work. Norm Macdonald. Yeah.
Yes, I just thought that was a brilliant movie. I laughed the entire time through it. I was watching that scene 2 nights ago. My wife and I, because when we started dating, I would go home and we'd pop the VHS in and watch that, and so my kids were like, what the hell is happening right here? Like, I just keep hearing this guy talking about dead hookers in the back of a car, and I'm just cackling, laughing, and I was like, we got to watch it.
How old are your kids?
My oldest is 18.
Okay.
My middle son, he's 14.
So you started early.
And I was like, let's rock this. And then I went back and listened to...
14 is the perfect age.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yeah. You got to get a kid who goes, oh, this is what comedy is.
Yes. Exactly. Yep. And that was the moment, because my middle kid, he's the funny one in the house.
Okay.
He's the one that walks around. My oldest just turned 18, and he's the one that's like, you're a grown man living in your parents' house. You need to get a job. And I just think it's the funniest thing. I cackle about that, too. So that one's the other one, dry sense humor, very dry like me. His delivery's dry, and you're like, was that a joke
Reads
or
books.
not? Yeah, exactly. Going to college. When I was watching that, I was like, man, this is in the top 3 for me for like the movies that I loved. And I was wondering, do you have like you need to show your kids these movies? If you want comedy, these are the ones.
You got to be careful, because if you show them Monty Python and the Holy Grail when they're 10, they won't get it.
Right. Yeah.
And then I messed it all up. It's like, oh. And at 10, it's also too early to see Apocalypse Now. But I did it.
That's for sure.
But I did it.
So, all right. So let's
Blues Brothers.
Off.
Yeah, that's
is transcendent.
One. Yeah.
Now it seems goofy, but I tell you what, it's so progressive. When you think just think about that when you watch the movie, what they're doing was so progressive at the time. It's 1980, and you've got these white guys that are in love with blues.
Yeah.
And then they bring all this different whole world and culture into it. It's amazing. And there's so many great jokes, and it's just so brilliant. I love that. I wore grooves in that album. Man, I loved it so much. So that one's up there. But I'm a huge Monty Python fan, but you got to be sure.
You're right, yeah.
You show them other stuff. Show them Candy first, and then give them to that. So, and like that, I don't make a judgment on comedy. Like, a lot of it's not for me. But I like, stuff that really hits on a couple levels. But if anyone's a fan of comedy, we're all winning.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
It's kind of amazing to see how difficult comedy is to create ones that are like every scene is action-packed with funny. Like, you're going to get joke, and it's just coming at you. Yep. And then some of them are just this burn that takes some time, and then all of a sudden the joke hits you, and you're like, damn, that was great.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
For me, Life of Brian is the perfect comedy, because they're all playing all these different parts, but every scene works. No scene is thrown away, and they're all playing different characters throughout, and every scene matters. That's what you want in a movie. Like, it all builds up to something, and there's a beginning, middle, and end to every scene. And in movies, they're supposed to, you either start low and go high in a scene, or start high and go low in a scene. Basically, it's a triangle thing. But anyway, it's just the way writing works for tension and everything else.
Yeah.
But that movie is so brilliant. it's beyond compare for me. And it ends with, such great songs too. And it's silly and it's brilliant. And the writing is so brilliant. If you ever watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail, Dennis the Constitutional Peasant, there's no better speech in comedy for me.
And even a great name while we're at it. Now I feel bad because I don't think I have seen Life of Brian. I've definitely seen
But I'm talking about
Holy
Monty Python.
Grail. Yeah.
Old woman, I'm a man. Old woman, a man. What? Who cares? Like, oh my God. I'm your king. Well, I didn't vote for you. Oh, it's just brilliant.
Man, that feels more relevant maybe now
Oh
than
my
ever.
God, it's where I got my politics. It's the most beautiful.
I was.
scene.
Are you a Stranger Things person?
I was until my kids binged without me.
Oh man,
they did? That feels like a violation.
Because when it came out, I don't know if they dropped all the episodes at once. The first season, right?
Yeah.
So we watched 1, and then we watched 2 together, right? 3 comes out. Oh well, what? You already watched it? I mean, I can't sit and watch all of it because I got stuff to do.
Busy man.
I mean, and then you're like, I'm just alone.
Yeah.
I'm not going to watch alone.
Right. Because
But you also don't want to watch with somebody that's already watched it because they're like fidgeting, trying to hold back.
I'm fine if just do anything with me.
Yeah.
I'm
You want the kids to
alone.
be around.
Oh.
But we did watch The Boys together. You watched The Boys?
Yeah, boys.
Wow.
Yes.
Intense.
Wow.
There's
Talk about your mix of action,
Yes.
comedy,
So
social
good.
commentary.
Can we talk local? Landman.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, Billy Bob. Look, Billy Bob is the greatest.
Yeah.
The greatest, the greatest American, well, the greatest human being. Yeah, he's lovely, but it just, I mean, I can't. It's so watchable.
You know, he said the number one city in America he'd want to live in is Fort Worth.
Well,
Probably because of hyenas.
Yeah,
because hyenas is there.
I've been there all week, but I mean, I can tell you, I understand why. It is a cool town. It really
It's awesome.
is.
Funky town's
It's
great.
a great town.
Allie Larder is great in that show too because she just like commands everybody's attention, not just because of the outfits, but because of the acting and the speeches. And
the writing's great.
Yeah, it really is.
And he's got 3 or 4 or 5 storylines going all the time, and he clocks them so well. I keep saying this to my kids. They probably don't like to hear it. There's a new complication. Do you understand? He keeps adding complications, and that's the hardest thing. He keeps adding complications, and that's what you want in a drama. How are they going to get out of this one?
Yes.
It's a puzzle. More complications. You know? It's so well done. I don't know how Taylor Sheridan does it.
Yeah.
Because everything he does is great. I mean, what's going on in that? He might be an AI robot.
That maybe so.
He's Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
We solved the puzzle.
And he was in Landman season 1.
was.
Did you ever feel like some of the end episodes of Yellowstone were padded out with too many country music concerts?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, sorry.
All right.
I can't comment.
'Cause I'm a big Taylor Sheridan fan, but I feel like eventually I was like, we could shave like 15 minutes of concert out of this episode.
Well, the thing is, that's what he's got. What he does is rare. He has that broad audience and everybody's happy.
That's
That's
seem to
hard
be the
do.
case.
So sometimes you might have to sit through the thing that you might not like, but that might be the thing that brought someone else to the table.
Okay,
So,
and that kind of
like our show.
I could see that.
Yeah.
That kind of pulls it all back together for this evening, for tomorrow. Hyenas
100%.
Comedy Club.
Yeah.
Look at him.
HyenasComedyClub.com if you want to get tickets.
Fort Worth, not Dallas.
Exactly.
This weekend.
Fort Worth, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock today, and then tomorrow, 7 o'clock and 9:30. I'm sure lots of people listening have been like, oh yeah, I've been to comedy shows, or maybe they've even seen you in person. Why would you recommend those? Somebody's listening and it's like, you know, this guy's really funny. I've never been to a comedy club. Why would you recommend like going to check it out?
Well, you just said it. This guy's really funny.
There you go.
Your words, not mine.
True.
And you know, it's a great evening. You know, it's a great atmosphere. We're just here to have fun. We're all here to just come and relax, and you know, put down our mind for a second. Let me fill it up. Let me fill your mind up. Twist it around, put it in the washing machine, dry it, put it back in the washing machine, hanging on a clothesline, and let it go in the wind.
So you're an air dry person.
Yeah, I'm both air and I'm a hot dryer too. Let me inside your mind for a minute. Let me get in there.
The way he's looking into your eyes while he's saying this.
I've been asked worse.
Let me mix it up for a second here. Here we go. That's right. Close your eyes. You're going to feel just a little pressure, and there we go. I'm inside your mind. I guess that's why.
All right.
I'd show up for that.
Okay. Well, you have the opportunity tonight. Hyenas Comedy Club in Fort Worth. 8 o'clock showing.
What's
10
up,
o'clock
my
showing.
nerds?
Tomorrow, 7 o'clock showing.
See that package I left under your desk?
It was poop. Go
You
to
and me should get an apartment together. I miss your Musk.
David Keckner, Hyenas Comedy Club, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, 105 for the fun.
There you
we go. That's what I'm talking
go.
about.
Thank you very much. Coming up next, you'll like the name of this segment. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
The level of concern next.
weekdays on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. And gentlemen, welcome to the program. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We've been with the program all day, but I do appreciate you welcoming new listeners.
Fair enough.
Because it's not just us three doing this show, along with Aiden. Thank you, Aiden. Except for, but he's a Packers fan, but that's okay.
What?
You didn't know this about him?
No.
Well, now you do. Now you do.
You know what I will say, though? I think Aiden's glasses are kind of awesome.
Okay. All right. That's nice.
So
that's nice.
I don't like. Okay. So pro and con. Pro, badass glasses.
Yeah.
Con, Packers fan.
Well, we'll have to find the next thing because that balances out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I guess
Not
so.
all pros and cons are created equally.
Before we get into the level of concern. Nope.
Oh.
But I appreciate you. Did you see this story from the Seahawks? Kevin, they're a football team in the NFL.
Man, I cannot
They play in
believe
Seattle.
that David Koechner made reference to people forgetting about Seattle, and I looked right at you, and I was like, yes!
That was pretty awesome. Julian Love, who was traded to Seattle, said he and former Giants teammate Leonard Williams were hugging in the locker room after they beat the Niners. And they said to each other, "We made it." At which point, GM John Schneider,
oh no,
the only broadest intern ever, walked by and said to them, "You're welcome."
Oh,
I kind of love that.
Me too.
The GM's like, "I know you were in a crappy situation over there playing for the Giants.
Wow.
And I got you out of that, and look where I put you."
I love it
right
too.
Here in an invisible city where nobody knows that y'all are playing. A lot of people think y'all might be playing this week, but they would forget to watch anyway.
They're not. Yeah, that's awesome.
So that was pretty cool. But now, gentlemen, it is time to dive in on the level of concern. Kevin, I know you're very concerned about this because you're like, it's Friday. Level of concern plays on a Tuesday.
Yeah. What's the story?
I believe we had a press conference on Tuesday, and so we had some other things that kind of got in the way. Plus, I had a story to tell about Lucy and the experience she had, which is a lot of people have reached back out since then about that and said how cool it was, and it was awesome.
It feels like Lucy should probably take precedent over the level of concern.
Thank you.
Or anything else, really.
What is your level of concern for Max Crosby, who had arthroscopic surgery and says he expects a 200% recovery? Kevin, I'm not sure if you know this. He said year 8 will be the greatest year yet, expecting 200% recovery. Your level of concern, Alec and Kevin, for Max Crosby's understanding of math.
Very, as high as can possibly be. I don't ever understand. I really don't. When people are like, oh, I'm going to give 100%. Oh, I'm going to give 110%. Okay, well, I'm going to give flibbity-flabbity percent. You're just making up the new part of the scale, all right? Whatever's the top of it is 100% if you're just talking about your level of effort.
There was a wrestling show on MTV.
Ex-Wrestling Society?
Maybe, I don't know. They were basically trying to find the next great wrestler. And I can't remember. It was like the first time I'd ever seen anything like this on MTV back in the day. And I was like, where the hell are the music videos?
No.
And
it got you ready for the future.
Every single person that got on the stage went 150%. 100. And they did a whole montage of people doing 150%, and they do it with their hands.
You know what I would have done? I'd have gone out there and been like, first of all, none of these people understand how numbers work. Second of all, I'm going to give you 94% to start. All right, you don't want to start at 100. You got nowhere to go. Koechner just told us scenes will go from the bottom up or at the top and go down. So I'll build up to 100. And I'm sorry, the rest of these wrestlers don't know how numbers work.
Alec, is your level of concern high, or do you think this is a positive in that if the Cowboys trade for him, they can lowball him on contract because he doesn't understand numbers?
Ooh.
Because we always win our negotiations.
Well, I feel like he doesn't understand a lot of things because for years now he's said that he could win with the Raiders. So I feel like, that could be a good leverage point. But, I'd say my level of concern is about 150% higher than it was before.
Okay, but see, that makes sense.
Look at this
because
guy.
it can work like that.
Math is cool. What is your level of concern for us as we await the process of finding a new defensive coordinator and all these other fan bases looking for a new head coach? Kevin, a lot of times I think we only think about ourselves here.
Sure.
These other fan bases, they've got, you know how we hang on every tweet and we're just like, good God, are you serious? That guy? Screw that guy. And then, we just go through all these emotions of, I don't want him. I guess I have to deal with, I got that guy as my coach now. All these other fan bases are doing it too.
Well, now I'm only at medium concern because you saw how many interviews the Cowboys set up, and then when it came to coordinator interviews, they were closer to the front of the pack, if not at the very front of the pack. So only medium
for us.
For us.
But for
the rest
people.
of those teams, screw them.
What?
I don't care if they get the right coordinator. In fact, aren't you very invested in them not getting the right coordinator? Don't you want the Giants and everybody else to make all the wrong decisions?
There are some teams out there that I want. I'm like, come on,
like the Eagles.
Good.
I get what you're saying.
No.
Yep. Yeah, I know you're thinking that
wherever Trinidad Chambliss ends up, I hope it's a good place.
Back at Ole Miss.
Oh, I hope that's the place for him. That would be awesome.
We could draft him the next year. I see what you're doing,
dude. Tell me you didn't think about that last night.
Let me ask you a question then. I know this is your level of concern.
Do it.
What would be your level of concern if the Cowboys traded one of their picks to get that second first-round pick back again in 2027 and Trinidad Chambliss had already been granted his waiver request so he could go back to Ole Miss and so he would be in the next draft? Would you be like, I see what we're doing. We're making a play.
That's so far away.
Okay.
It's tough to because you can't guarantee anything there.
Absolutely.
He could get hurt, all sorts of things.
No, you're right.
But if you were to guarantee me somehow that they were going to make that so that they could have him on the team, and then now we're moving on from Dak in this instance, Kevin, which
by the way, you'll be some
people will shoot you for.
You'll be another year closer to being able to wiggle out of that contract. I can get you out of that contract after.
Kevin's been trying to get you out of that contract for quite some time.
And I want to make it clear why. Hopefully once and for all. That's foolish. This is not going to be once and for all. Because I do not think that the Cowboys management is good enough to win on an even playing field. I think you have to win with a cheap quarterback because I do not think management is good enough at putting together this team based on salary cap logic. And so unfortunately, I don't think they can win the Super Bowl with Dak because they have to play on an even
2
playing
minutes ago,
field.
Kevin.
Oh!
NCAA denies Ole Miss Chambliss waiver for sixth year.
Oh, no!
Now you're going to get me out of that contract?
Will there be an appeal?
Probably. Who does he appeal to, though?
Probably the NCAA.
Crap.
It's just it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the NFL, where they're like, oh, you could take it to mediation. Oh, who runs the mediation? Well, we do. It's a different person in the building, but it is still us. Man, I did not see that.
Kevin, it was just announced 2 minutes ago. Woo! So we were very busy doing other things. But we're here we are, making sure we deliver this information to you.
What's up, Mike Adams? He's listening.
Let's go to Cut 10 here, Alec. Cut 10, this is Peter Schrager on Vic Fangio.
I talked to all these coaches. And the name that isn't mentioned enough on our shows everywhere that gives them fear. And I'm talking, Shanahan has publicly said it. McVay tells me often. They lay awake at night thinking of Vic Fangio.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
That man
yes.
is a genius.
Yes.
And what he does to opposing offenses is makes them go out of their comfort zone and try something different to try to get a step ahead. It's a constant chess match with him. Now, he was a head coach in the NFL with Denver. Didn't go great. Goes to Miami for a year, and now has finally found this spot in Philly where he's good.
Kevin, what is your level of concern for the head coach's amount of sleep that they get because they have to think about Vic Fangio's defenses?
I mean, it's pretty low. Right. You don't need a lot of sleep right now, right?
What do you mean?
Well, I guess if you're still in the playoff. But
are you saying don't sleep?
No, I'm saying you should be working. All right? Sleep once the season's over.
Get your work done and then rest.
You got nothing to do until
May. You can do
May.
both. You don't have to stay up and wear yourself out. Sleep's good for you.
If you care about being a champion.
But what if your body needs the sleep so that you can be a champion? Cortisol levels rise.
You know what? Actually, that's a good point, because didn't Shohei say he slept like 12 hours a day?
Yeah, so, he's a champion.
You know what? He's done pretty damn well, so I would like to rescind that opinion. Go get a lot of sleep.
What is your level of concern for the future of Chris Collinsworth's career? Kevin?
I don't hate Chris Collinsworth like other people do.
That's fine. However, it seems like NBC does.
Oh.
NBC Universal and the league both called to share their thoughts on the audio, but NBC Universal and Peacock have now made it available to use Dolby Vision and Atmos products to do lots of different things to the game. You can change the score. You can do all these different things to it. One of the things, maybe let them turn off commentary completely if that's what they want. If they keep track of all the people that turn off the commentary completely, do you think that they'll say, man, nobody likes Chris Collinsworth?
Okay, because then you think there's going to be a chart, right? And they're like, during our research, we have determined that 7% of people tune out for Al Michaels, but a whopping 34% tune out for Chris Collinsworth. Oh, yeah.
They keep up Mike Tirico, but they turn down Chris Collinsworth.
I get you. Yeah. I get you.
That's a concern, dude.
Okay.
I guess I need to start setting a scale.
Look, I'm going to say
level of concern 1 to 7.
It's a 1.
Okay.
Because I am not locked in with if Chris Collinsworth has a job.
All right.
Like, I don't wish anybody to be unemployed, but I'm also not
That's true.
like
we never would do that.
Yeah, I'm also not like, man, I can't pay my mortgage because they took away Chris Collinsworth's commentary. You know.
But he would be like, oh, man, why do they keep taking me off? Your level of
because of people like you.
Your level of concern, Kevin. Oh, man, I can't decide which story to go with. For this woman or the child that she creates with this man.
Oh, dear.
The world's most, or at least eligible bachelor is 79 years old. He's a multimillionaire named Sir Benjamin Slade.
Okay.
He is seeking a young woman to have his heir and inherit his fortune.
Sure.
I understand, Kevin, that he is in a pretty significant amount of debt, but he is willing to pay $65,000 a year salary to the woman that he is going to.
Hold on,
bed.
He's in debt?
Yeah, it's in his whole, like, everything that he has is kind of a mess too. But he's like, I want to have a baby. I need somebody to carry on the lineage. So find me a young woman that wants.
No, this isn't going to work because he doesn't have.
Nope.
Oh, dang it.
$65,000 a year salary.
No, that's not enough.
To be with him.
No, that's absurd.
And manage his estate.
That's absurd. That's too many jobs.
Mm-hmm.
At a 0, maybe I'll think about it. But this is where biology is unfair, right? Because people will be like, oh, that lady's a gold digger or whatever. Are you telling me Alec wouldn't boink some old lady if she could have a baby and give him $1 million a year? You're damn right he would.
Mm-hmm.
Alec could get $1 million a year if he hooked up with a 70-year-old gal and she had his baby for $1 million a year. You'd do that, right?
Coming up next.
Oh,
that's a yes.
Does that mean he's announcing that?
Yeah.
Or are you breaking that news?
No, I'm breaking that news.
What?
But so I'm just saying.
I'm rich.
It's biology's unfair here because people are going to get the wrong idea of these ladies and pretend like men wouldn't do the exact same thing if they could impregnate an old person. They would do it.
I'm married, so I don't have an option here.
Oh.
Do you think? Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay.
What?
Do you think your wife, if you could, like, impregnate an old person, she'd be like, they're going to give us $50 million, and your wife would be like, all right, go do it?
Probably.
You know how women are.
Want that trip to Italy or not?
And also, Does the old man want to have sex with that lady, or just go the science route?
I didn't read. Next one, Kevin.
That's your story. You didn't read it?
No, I didn't read it that far into it. I never got the rest of it. He didn't say.
Okay.
I guess. Last story. This one actually, I don't know. I think Kevin might be stupid. What is your level of concern for low-frequency electromagnetic fields?
Could you tell me more? Hi.
Peter Cohen of Sunlight is Life, at living_energy, tweeted a thread. Low-frequency electromagnetic fields can degrade collagen, weaken tendons, and cause soft tissue damage at levels regulators call safe. We have a real-world case study proving this. An NFL team whose practice facility sits next to a massive electrical substation, the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, I thought for sure you were going to say the Cowboys.
Statistically, the most injured team in the NFL over the past decade since moving to Levi's Stadium in 2014. Top 5 in adjusted games lost for 10 of 11 seasons, 7 to 8 full Achilles and patellar ruptures. League average is 2 to 3.
Oh, goodness.
40-plus major hold on. Oh, crap, I lost it. Major hamstring calf tears, high ankle syndesmosis injuries every single year. No other franchise even comes close to what the San Francisco 49ers injury situation is, and because of what it does, what electromagnetic fields do or whatever, it degrades the tendons and the muscles.
All right.
What's your level of concern about these electromagnetic fields?
Right now?
Low frequency, by the way.
It's a 2.5 because it's impacting the 49ers. But if you're the 49ers, it's got to be a 6. You need to do research into this, right? Because maybe it's nonsense. But your franchise is worth billions of dollars. You can't carve out some money to research this and be I don't know. It's been longer since we won the Super Bowl than the Cowboys. By the way, look it up. That's a scientific fact, and maybe they should do something about it.
He said he went to the Niners practice fields with a Gauss meter. You know what that is. And he said at 11 a.m. on a quiet Monday, well below peak loud, it read 8.5 plus milligauss at the far edge of the fields. Inside the facilities, weight rooms, and recovery areas, potentially 10 to 25 milligogs, spiking during peak grid demand. The typical background exposure is 0.5 to 3, and they're up at 8 plus and 10. Dude. So basically what we're learning is we need to go build low-frequency electromagnetic fields next to all these team stadiums that aren't the Cowboys. I'm not rooting for injury, but we can create them.
Man.
Your level of concern now? I have this plan.
I have questions about some of the things you read, but I'll say a 4.
All right, there you go. That is the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll do some NFL overreaction or reality.
Oh, my gosh, look at this from the 940. I grew up next to an electrical substation in Denton. I've had 5 knee surgeries, and my brother had 2.
I just want everybody to know, when he said, look at this, he was just pointing at his computer, and I had no idea what he was about to say.
I didn't stand up.
So, yeah, I was like, okay. All right. Well, there you go. Then my level of concern's a 6. Coming up next, NFL Overreaction Reality plus Masterpiece of the Week right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Meanwhile, the Rams up 7, 4:55 to go. Stafford looking for more. On the roll-up. Has Parkinson. He's in. Touchdown, L.A.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a minute. But before that, NFL overreaction or reality.
Adrian texted me.
Okay.
She said, do it.
Do what?
When you said last, if I got offered $1 million or whatever, would I do it? And she was like, absolutely do it. Go ahead and do it.
Good to know. NFL overreaction or reality. Dominant defenses, not quarterback play, will be the deciding factor of this NFL playoffs.
I think those go hand in hand.
But you got to pick one.
You can be a really good quarterback, and
like Sam
I think they go hand in hand across the field. And when I say that, like, you can be a really good quarterback. A dominant defense can still beat you. The NBA, we talk with Max Christie, the offense can still beat that. A lot of times it seems like the defense can overcome it. Every once in a while, Patrick Mahomes will make you look stupid, or a Tom Brady's got you figured out. I think you're right, Kevin. I think that the dominant defenses are going to stand up this weekend.
Alec?
I like that same theory, too. I said it with the 49ers game specifically. I do think that's one of those where you could say, one of the, past couple seasons, you think of one of the more highly regarded offenses with the Eagles. They've been sputtering and quietly. Feels like some of these college football playoff teams, the 49ers are like, anything outside of the end zone, we'll give you.
Right.
But you're not going to get in the end zone. So I think you're going to see some of that. I mean, heck, even the Chargers. I think Jesse Minter is incredible as their defensive coordinator. I think you're going to see a lot of tough defense.
NFL overreaction or reality. Alec, I'm going to start with you on this one.
Oh, no.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be in the AFC Championship game.
Screw it. Reality.
Whoa!
Reality. It's like as each day passes, and I keep watching more and more of them because I am so intrigued by them, and I watched a little bit more this morning just out of pure boredom, and I'm like, dude, Liam Cohen is a stud play designer. He really is. And then that defense, nobody's going to talk about. It's just like Seattle, we act like they don't exist in the United States, but they play defense too, and they're actually somewhat decent at it. So they score points. They don't allow a ton. I think they can make it that way.
Alec, he's about to dunk on you.
I know, because it contradicts something that I've said in the past, right?
No, I was going to say, how amped up are you going to be if we do get Jags and Patriots in the second round, which is a very likely matchup?
That's where I would have to put my foot down and say, I am at a push. I have no idea. Because that's the one matchup, if my rooting interest is the Patriots, which it is, I don't want them to run into Jacksonville.
Okay.
I don't.
Would you think, if that was a second round matchup, would you think that was the de facto AFC Championship game?
Yes.
Ooh.
Like the old Cowboys Niners.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Corey, overreaction reality, the Jags will be in the AFC Championship game.
I think their road lends itself in favor to that.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you've heard or not, the Patriots had one of the weakest schedules in all of football.
I have heard that.
And so since Kevin has told me that, now I don't know anything about the Patriots that I can believe anymore. I believe in the Jaguars, though.
All right. This next question might be tailored perfectly for you then. NFL overreaction or reality. The Rams have the easiest path to the Super Bowl. Now, theoretically, they beat the Panthers. They're most likely, though not guaranteed, to play the Seahawks. Right. We know how you feel about that. And then all of a sudden, they're already in the NFC Championship game. So, overreaction or reality, the Rams have the easiest path to the Super Bowl.
All right, so this year, they lost in overtime 38-37 to the Seahawks.
Okay.
And then they beat them 21-19. Jeez, those have been close games.
Destined to be close.
Are we sure that the Seahawks are in the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because they're not playing this weekend, don't let that.
I don't think
bother
the
you.
Panthers are an easy out.
Okay.
I think physically you're going to hate that you had to play against them.
Okay.
But I think you might be right because the familiarity with the opponent.
Alec, overreaction to reality. The Rams have the easiest path to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'd say probably reality. I'm going to go reality here. I like the matchups that they could be facing down the road because I do think that offensively they're better than the Seahawks. I'm not sure about defensively. I'd lean Seattle there. But I do think if they can get past the second round, it's a lock. They're going to the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. I like it. Some spicy predictions from y'all. Right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, you guys are in studio for the first time in like 10 years for this. It's incredible.
I know we talked about it before. Being on the road and doing this segment's embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't have to look embarrassed the entire time. Yeah.
Yes.
It is. It's one of those where you're like, crap.
Well, now you know how I felt at Taco Bueno last week. It is time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week right here on 105.3 The Fan. What's incredible is we don't have anybody to pick on that's not here to defend themselves.
Oh.
It is literally just us three.
No. I don't know if I like that.
I'm going to get to pick this time who we're going to pick on first. And honestly, it's a pretty even split between Kevin and Corey. But I think we're going to start with Corey because he sounded really fed up about this.
Are you telling me that the forest doesn't know what it's doing? Fact.
You stand by that,
I do stand by this.
Okay.
Listen, man, I have never raked leaves up. I have mowed over leaves my entire life and shredded those. I don't bag it. I don't bag my grass trimmings either.
Oh,
quite honestly, it's been a while since I have mowed. So I did decide I wanted to pay somebody. So that is another story for another day. But my yards have always been beautiful.
Okay.
My grass has always been greener than my neighbor's. And he's always looking at it going, the grass is greener on the other side. And I'm like, yeah, it is. Come over here.
Oh, my goodness.
And mow the leaves instead of blowing them into the street, you dummy.
Into the street?
Yeah, that's what a bunch of dummies do. And then it ends up in my pool.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I'm saying. The forest knows what it's doing. Forests have been around forever. All right?
Sure.
Yeah, they've been growing and then they die down and they grow back and die and they grow and they keep doing it and they flourish because the nutrients that those leaves drop it's well known. That and I guess cow poo are the two best things for things to grow in.
All right.
Where do you think soil comes from?
The earth?
Good job, buddy.
Thank you. But remember, Soylent Green is people.
That is people, yeah. We got to watch out for that stuff.
Do you know that reference, Alec?
No, I don't.
All right, so there's this movie from, I think it's the 70s, and they're facing a hunger shortage.
It's called Planet of the Apes.
No, it's called Soylent Green, although the reveal is remarkably similar at the end. And it also stars Charlton Heston. And they have this magic thing called Soylent Green that everyone's eating, and they try to take out Charlton Heston, and he's being like...
Who was in Planet of the Apes?
Carried off in a stretcher, and he's like, Soylent Green is people! It's people!
They were eating humans.
Oh, that's not... allowed? Okay.
Well, not in that world. It was.
Kevin, I don't know if this is allowed either.
You have a preference? I'm sure trying it out in both spots. Which spot is your preference?
I feel like I don't have to answer that.
I don't know who you're talking to in that question.
I do, and I don't want to bring it up.
Was it Alec?
Yeah.
Replay that. I want to hear it one more time.
Do you have a preference? I'm sure trying it out in both spots. Feels like a question and advice all rolled into one.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, try it out. See if you like it. If you don't, then we can come back and talk about it.
Oh, history lesson with Corey.
In Italy, they love beans. This is two facts in a row.
It's so
from Corey,
stupid.
by the way.
It's just the way you say it. And then you talked about Stanley Tucci hung out with poor people in Italy and they loved beans. I don't know, man. That might not be everyone else's favorite. I like that one.
I know your first thought is, I thought they love pasta. They love beans.
I'm putting down in my notes, Italy equals beans.
The rich people get to eat the meats, all right? The poor people
people can't eat meat.
They can, but it's got to be like chicken heart and liver and the bad cuts, basically.
Steakums.
Yeah. Steakums.
I don't know why that came to mind. Remember we used to have a category for Mike specifically that was him overreacting to stuff or his just general reactions? Well, Kevin had an interesting reaction to something I said. It's National Man Watchers Day.
Oh. Oh, man. No.
That sounded like it was your favorite day.
That's fine. I'll address that.
You like watching Man?
No, but I think women should get more of an opportunity to gawk. We live in a society where men are allowed to gawk and they're like, look at that. How come women can't be looking at that stud muffin right there?
It's called Gray Sweatpant Day.
Okay,
remember?
and so I think we should support the ladies or the gay men when they're checking out other men and being like, that guy's a beefcake.
So you're saying that everybody should just be comfortable being gawked at?
Not necessarily, but either you have to get rid of all gawking or you have to allow equal opportunity gawking.
Yeah, because there are big gawks. And then
Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it. I see what you're doing.
I do have a question about this.
No, what is it?
This is your fault.
What about butt pinching?
No.
No, absolutely not.
The 50s ain't coming back.
Jeez. All right.
I didn't say I wanted it. I just had a question about it.
Well, I have a question about what happened here.
If I'd have stopped pumping.
Yeah.
Who knows what would have happened?
Well, once again, this segment should be called Kevin Hageland, supportive co-host, because you play that thing one more time, and I'm there for Corey until the very end.
If I'd have stopped pumping.
Yeah.
Who knows what would have happened?
Well,
nobody knows. Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of bailed on you a little bit at the end. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't even know how to set this one up. This is just weird.
But you maximize those four for her.
Yeah. Back on track. Double yeah.
Yeah, those two yeahs.
Yeah.
What for?
Don't answer that. I'm going to pivot before we can...
It's a lot.
I don't even remember this one, so I'm going to play this one.
Meh.
Yeah.
I don't want Gladys. I want this hot new thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, Gladys,
All right.
Gladys might be awesome. I don't remember who we were talking about.
Let's say you're Alec. You're a youngster.
Yep.
You're out at the discotheque. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. All right. So you're at the club and you are dancing with these two girls. And girl A is 7% more attractive than girl B.
Right.
Girl B has
childbearing hips.
Yeah, and a regular name.
All right.
And the first lady says her name is Gladys.
Yeah.
You stick with girl A, or are you like, I'm going to pick somebody whose name is reflective of the century that we're in?
Honestly, I'm terrified of babies that have adult names, so I feel like I can't go with...
What does that mean?
Yeah, whenever...
He's looking at a baby. He's like, that baby's so cute.
Yeah,
and they're
what's
its
his
name's
name?
Chris. And he's like, wonderful. And they're like, this one's Opal. And they're like, ah! And he runs out of the room.
Yeah, like...
Tries to throw the baby off the ship.
His name's Albert. He's 18 months old. No, he's not. Anyways, I have two more that I have to get to here. This one, Kevin, thank you for teaching me how Harvard works.
Look, man, that's one of the beautiful things about going to Harvard. It could be as small as all get out, but you can be like, I went to Harvard.
That is exactly
Fact.
what you think it is.
Yeah.
That was not taken out of context.
I know, it's not. I stand by that statement. Again, all right, Alec, person A, or Alekina. So she comes across person A, person B. Person A is 7% hotter and graduated from Texas Tech, and person B graduated from Harvard. You're taking person B.
The last one I have here.
Oh, there's one more.
Yeah, there is one more. You guys asked me to select this one, and I did begrudgingly against my will because it is myself. This is not live. This is a cut.
That's not what you took from that.
I'm man watching right now.
See, I had a winner already written down. I made my mind up what was winning. And then Alec did that.
Was it Italy and the beans?
No.
That was gonna be my vote. I wrote Corey, Italy equals beans.
All right, play that one. In Italy, they love beans. They love beans.
Beans.
But I'm switching my vote.
Oh no.
Okay.
To Alec being a man eater.
What?
I had the forest thing that I said.
Oh.
So play that one real quick.
You said this, if it'll play.
Are you telling me that the forest doesn't know what it's doing? Fact. However, I am switching my vote because Alec, you, sir, are victorious this week.
That's not what you took from that.
I'm man watching right now. Well,
he's such a part of this show.
Maybe I didn't have to change my hypothetical a minute ago.
Yeah. I don't even have to vote.
He loves Albert.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy.
Scared of babies.
Fingers crossed for you. Well, then you're on the right track. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Never mind. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, all your NFL playoff and CFP reaction and to the
Baseball is back. And so is Texas Rangers Fan Fest. Saturday, January 24th. You'll have a chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets are just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
There's an offensive lineman in the backfield as a lead blocker. Reaching for the end zone is Marty Brown, and Miami goes back on top, flexing.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how was you today?
Terrific, Heggie. Happy Friday. How the heck are you?
Indeed. I'm doing fantastic. We've got college football playoff tonight and then 3 straight days of NFL playoffs. We're coming off an epic college football playoff game already. What was y'all's swing of emotions during the game last night, and when did you think Miami was actually going to win?
Well, they should have won much easier than the way that it all unfolded. Yeah, I mean, between the penalties and the dropped interceptions and the play caller just not committing to running the football when you are bullying those guys and they're on the field for like 35 or 40 minutes in the game or whatever, I can't fathom why you wouldn't just run the ball more. So that was frustrating. But, yeah, I mean, what a wild back and forth that was. And when they scored with like 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go, you're like, okay, that's probably better than them milking it all the way down. Like, at least you do have a chance now. You do have a chance. And shout out to Carson Beck, who was able to make enough plays. But the Miami receivers were making some big plays, too. Malachi Toney, I mean, come on, boy.
One of the greatest. Those freshman receivers.
Yeah.
Number 10 on the other side, also a stud.
But shout out to Ole Miss also committing a face mask penalty, or else it looked like that drive was about to potentially end the game the other way.
That's true, yeah.
It was a valid penalty, I'm just saying.
Sure, yeah.
That drive was in trouble.
I thought it was such a fun game. I mean, I had a dog in the fight, so I was a little bit stressed, more than I wanted to be.
You're wearing the same shirt.
But I'm wearing the exact same everything. Socks.
Undies, too.
Undies. I did brush my teeth, though.
That's how your team wins. Really? Everybody knows that.
Right. So are you going to wear
keep
this
that thing
all the way
flowing
to the national? You're not changing until the Natty?
No, I will. Things got away from me.
I
had
church on Sunday.
I had to take, like after church on Sunday, we'll clean up.
Things got away from me.
I had to take my mother-in-law to the airport. And there was just stuff. So I was like, you know what? I'll just ride the victory wave.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. I mean, I barely even sharded yesterday. So what's the problem?
It was amazing to watch the fans because their reactions on TV from "we've done it" to "oh no," and it was swinging every 90 seconds and felt like there for a while.
Did you feel like this was an all-time classic? Because a couple of people this morning were like, I hated how they were trying to hype it up, and I was like, man, I thought that game was pretty freaking good with really high stakes.
A lot of high stakes, especially compromised. Miami came in the secondary.
Yeah.
With their guys with the targeting call, and then all of a sudden they get guys hurt.
Rule.
They got freshmen out there playing. You don't know how those kids are going to line up and play in a big game like that. And so, you got to give Miami a lot of credit. I think that Ole Miss showed a lot of toughness for me.
For sure.
I kind of felt like that maybe they might be a little bit of a finesse team the way they play, but nah, man, that team's got some. They got some guys. They did a good job of blocking up front against Miami. Miami's got some outstanding defensive players, and they held their own up there.
Yeah, none to be ashamed of if you're Ole Miss. I feel like if they would have had another 30 seconds, they would have won the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
seriously, dude.
I'm glad that you said that because that shows the remarkable swing of sports, but then especially this game where Trinidad Chambliss is maybe 1 foot away from that ball being caught, or if you think there was too much hand play there, to going to the national championship game to less than 24 hours later, waiver denied, you can't play again.
Yeah.
Your college career is over.
He's going to be a first-round pick in the NFL.
Like, sorry,
did you think it was day 3 a month ago?
No, it was.
Last time was
At one time we thought that Joe Burrow was at number 50 for top 50.
That's true.
Players.
That's true.
So when you evaluate this kid, his ability to throw, the mobility, he's come a long way. I remember seeing him very early in the season play. They had an injury there. He wasn't even the starter when this thing rolled off.
Yeah, that's the most amazing thing.
He's gotten better as, now maybe you could say, it's Mitch Trubisky. He hasn't played a lot of games. Well, no, this guy's played at a very high level at a couple of different stops.
What a D2 natty.
Yeah, so you have to give him a lot of credit for that. It's
clutch. Like those last 2 throws he had, or last 3 almost.
I thought maybe Ole Miss was going to win it.
Yeah,
I mean the way that he was throwing some darts.
So easy for him.
My gosh, is he about to do this?
Did you see the assistant coach like hugging Cristobal from the back after they scored the Beck touchdown, and he was like, "Get off me!" Pissed off, and then you could see why. Like 18 seconds felt like hours.
Even Carson Beck's face on the sideline, like he's going from "I just won the game. This is the moment of my career" to like they're at midfield.
He's full on T-bowing.
Like you could just see everyone's emotion. That game, the fourth quarter was an all-time fourth.
It was amazing.
It was incredible.
You're not going to get a call like that at the end of a game. I give the Big Ten officials. I mean, hey, I thought there were some questionable calls they had, but overall, when you get down to that point of the game, you're just going to let the players decide it. And both sides were going at it, and the receiver was, the hand fighting down the field. They're never going to call. They're never going to call pass interference in a jump ball situation. They're going to let the players decide that one.
How are you guys feeling about the game this evening?
Man, I think it should be another good game. Hopefully, it's just as fun and as nail biting. That would be amazing. I still just think Indiana's the best team in the country.
6.5 point favorites over Miami in the look-ahead line for Indiana.
Wow, that's significant.
Well, they probably feel like that Miami's got no secondary left too.
That could be. Yeah, that could be.
I mean, who knows about Mesidor?
Yeah,
that looked like it could be a bad injury.
It did.
Yeah.
I watched the Oregon-Indiana game live, and then I went back and studied Dante Moore in that game, and it's incredible how he looked like a developmental quarterback that was not going to get drafted in that game. So I think it comes down to how much Dante Moore has learned since then, and how much better of a game he could play against a really tough defense.
Yeah.
I mean, you sacked 6 times in that game. I mean, they dominated the trenches, did Indiana. So, I mean, to me, it's like, does Oregon have the answer? I think their defensive line is really good. I think they can pressure Mendoza, but it'll be the offensive line for Oregon. Like, how do they hold up against a pass rush there for Indiana? I'd lean Hoosiers, but there is something about the Ducks that they kind of feel like after last year's disappointment, they might be one of these, like them and Miami just kind of feel like Team of Destiny vibes a little bit. I think I'm going to pick Oregon in this game.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Way to go.
I was about to say,
I'm just going to do it.
Thank you.
The gut's telling me Oregon. I love watching Francisco Mendoza, and I want it for Kurt Signetti. So honestly, I think we're winning either way because both of them are awesome stories. But Dan Lanning in Oregon rematch. I'm gonna pick the Ducks.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? Hot takes, it sounds like. I like it.
Oh, we're going to have fun here for the next 5 hours. Takes on the Cowboys coaching search coming right out of the gates here, and Nick Harris is going to join us at 4 o'clock.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Radio ads about the IRS, they tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Texas. This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and owner assurance. Visit us at alliancehyundai.net today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M lease.
rookies of the 2025 season. Did any Cowboys make the list? Who is your favorite rookie to watch? That's next in the Nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
My dad's sleeping on the couch. Yeah, Mom's really not happy because Dad forgot to mention his IRS problems. She found out when a whole bunch of IRS letters rained down on us like bad report cards. Mom's freaking out that the IRS will grab our stuff. She said if Dad doesn't get this fixed, he's out. And I don't want to see my dad on the street like a homeless bum. Plus, she said at this rate, I'll never get that little brother to be player 2 in my video games. I'm calling IRSprop.com at 214-214-3000 to get Dad a free consultation with Randy Martin. He's right here in Dallas, and he knows how to tackle those IRS monsters. Listen up. If your dad's in hot water with the IRS, you gotta dial 214-214-3000. I'll say it again, 214-214-3000. Call now. Those government guys aren't getting their hands on my toys. And don't forget to tell them that Tommy sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. I'm excited to announce the new Berkey's MVP membership plan, the only plan you need to maintain all of your home's vital systems, including plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical. Benefits include priority scheduling, no service fees during the week, and member discounts on repairs. Join MVP today for only $19.75 per month in honor of our 50 years of serving DFW. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Get informed if you're buying, selling, refinancing, or just want up-to-date information on the market on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show. Saturdays, 8 a.m. on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP